Art willed a hole in the earth below them. After carefully placing Aaliyah's cold, lifeless body into the center, he slowly covered her, then used her weapon as a makeshift gravestone. The widow's crypt. It seemed an unfit place to lay one of the 6 lances to rest. Yet what else could be done? Art wasn't yet sure he himself could escape the dungeon, and he couldn't stomach the thought of leaving Aleya and her soldiers down here to rot. He buried Aleya's fallen comrades as well. The cave, once adorned with lush grass and a pond that sparkled like shattered glass, had transformed into a grim memorial for the fallen. Crude mounds of earth and weapons now marked the graves, casting an unsettling atmosphere. After completing the makeshift burials, Art moved back to the spot where he had laid Aleya to rest. Crouching, he placed his hand on the freshly turned soil that covered the renowned lance. While she had been regarded as the epitome of power, respected and feared by many, to him, she was a lonely girl, haunted by the absence of love in her life. As he looked at her in her final moments, a sense of dread had dawned in him. She was in almost exactly the same position as he had been in his past life, but she might not be as lucky as he was, to be reborn into a different world. Given his immediate reincarnation after his previous life had ended, he hadn't even had the chance to reflect on how he had lived. With her last breaths, Aleya had broken down and cried, sobbing that she didn't want to die like this. Damn it! He rubbed his eyes as tears began streaming freely down his face, indignant on her behalf at her life's ending. Art sent out another mental transmission to Sylvie and sighed in defeat when he didn't get a reply. Slumping back down against the jagged wall of the cave, Art reviewed everything the fallen lance had told him. From the information she had gathered, he was able to make a couple of speculations. First, there was more than just one black-horned demon. How many? He wasn't sure. His only hope was that they weren't numerous. If one of them could easily kill a lance or gravely injure a dragon like Sylvia, then he was out of his league. Second, they were definitely after something. He wasn't sure what, but his mind kept wandering back to the egg Sylvie had come from, which the demon had called a gem. If they really were after Sylvie, then avoiding them indefinitely wasn't going to be possible. Third, a war was looming over Dikathen, a threat that the continent wasn't prepared for. Something about Aleya's words, how the demon had foretold a war, made Art certain that the Blackhorn demons weren't native to this continent. Could the new land they had recently discovered be infested with these demons? The idea sent shivers down his spine. Yet, if there truly was a race of superpowered beings aligned against them, why were they infiltrating dungeons and corrupting mana beasts instead of launching an open assault on Dikathen? They seemed hesitant, uncertain about their ability to take on the entire continent, so they were operating discreetly, for now. The mystery deepened, leaving Art both intrigued and deeply concerned. How long had the demons been preparing for this war? When would their attacks surface? Was war inevitable? Was waiting the only recourse, all that they could do? A sharp pain in Art's hands brought his attention to the way he was clenching his fists. He relaxed them, observing the drops of blood trickling down his forearm. Slowly, he was coming to realize, especially after Aleya's death, how much he valued his relationships, with his family, Tess, and his friends. In his previous life, he hadn't had anyone he would have sacrificed his life to protect. He had that now, but he lacked the strength to shield them, not against the impending threat. The weight of responsibility pressed heavily on him, filling him with a profound sense of dread and determination. Despite his considerable potential, Art had grown complacent. That needed to change. He recalled the message Sylvia had given him after teleporting him into Elshire Forest. Her words still echoed clearly in his mind. He would hear from her again once his core passed the white stage. It was the most certain method he currently knew to obtain reliable answers. However, he was still unable to break past the threshold of the dark yellow stage. After yellow was silver, and then white. He still had a long way to go. A ferocious roar reverberated, echoing off the cavern walls. "Papa!" His head jerked up, and the roar was soon followed by a loud crash from where he had fallen. Picking himself up, he dashed toward Sylvie's voice, stopping in front of a cloud of dust and calling out to her. "I'm here, Sylv. Are you okay?" He covered his face with his arms as the dust cloud instantly blew away, revealing his precious bond in all her glory. Sylvie's natural dragon form had become even more fearsome than when Art last saw her at the Dire Tombs. If she had looked crudely fierce back then, the feeling he experienced now was more akin to awe. Her scales were no longer glossy, they were now a dignified, matte black. Her two horns had grown even longer, extending past her snout, and another pair of horns protruded underneath them. She appeared as majestic as she did deadly. The spikes that used to run down her back were gone, making her seem more refined. Her gem-like, iridescent yellow eyes pierced through him. Could it truly be that this magnificent creature still referred to him as Papa? "Papa, you're okay." She lifted him up from the ground with the force of her lick, dispelling the bewildered awe that had held him in place. "You got bigger again, Sylv." Art beamed a childish smile and hugged the snout of his dragon, and Sylvie let out a deep purr as she rubbed herself against him. For just a moment, he was able to forget everything he'd just been through. Lifting him off the ground with her snout, Sylvie gently placed him on her broad, muscular back. "Hold on, Papa. Let's get out of here." She gave a powerful snap of her wings, a raging gust forming underneath them, and they were propelled into the air. Though Art hardly noticed in the moment, the sudden force didn't affect his body, and he rode comfortably on the back of his dragon. During the flight back up, Sylvie and Art caught up on everything that had happened while they were separated. She didn't fully understand the details about the demons and the impending war, but she did sense that whatever was about to happen wasn't good. "Don't worry. Whatever happens, I'll be with you." Sylvie's innocent response left Art chuckling. Like a narration from a children's book, she told him a bit about what she'd been up to, mostly fighting beasts and consuming beast cores. Art realized he needed to be there with Sylvie the next time she trained. He was curious about what she was truly capable of. Sylvie didn't understand the distinction between the various levels of mana beasts, leaving Art pondering just how powerful she actually was. I'm really strong. I know. Art patted the hard scales on Sylvie's neck, but their conversation paused as his dragon bond expertly navigated out of the impossibly long shaft and back into the first floor of the dungeon. As they landed in front of the ruined staircase leading up to the surface, Art glanced back at the hundreds of minion snarler corpses. Sylvie transformed into her fox form and leaped to the top of his head, taking a couple of spins before perching comfortably in his hair. Augmenting mana into his body, Art lightly jumped from one broken stair to the next, careful not to collapse the fragile remains of the staircase. The well-worn steps, once ivory smooth, were now cracked and treacherous. A full moon greeted them as they reached the surface. As he had expected, there was no one there. Art breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that everyone else had escaped safely. He had to hurry. It was a several-hour trek to the nearest teleportation gate. First, however, he released a pulse of wind around him to make sure there wasn't anyone hiding nearby. Satisfied he wasn't being watched, he retrieved the seal from his dimension ring and was about to put it on. An image of Aaliyah flashed into his mind, and he paused, studying the seal carefully. Then he took out the black fragment of the demon's horn, the horn of the demon that had killed her, and considered it as well. His mind made up, Art took a deep breath and put the seal back into his dimension ring. No more hiding. A churning sensation stirred within his stomach. He had bigger things to worry about now. Fitting in, hiding the truth of his power. That wasn't important anymore. This demon horn shard would be his constant reminder of that. "What's that, Papa?" Sylvie's head popped up, and she reached for the black shard with a paw. "It's my goal, Sylvie," he said, determination stealing his body and calming his mind. Patting his bond's furry little head, he began his trip back. The guard in charge of the teleportation gate looked startled to see Art. He must have had orders to be on the lookout for him because, as soon as he verified Art's identity, he hurriedly began making multiple calls using the artifact he had on hand. Then he quickly ushered Art through the gate. Art arrived back at Xeris, feeling a little queasy, but was glad to see that there was a driver waiting for him at the teleportation gate. The driver tipped his hat with a sympathetic smile and opened the door for Art. His mind wandered. He kept thinking of the future. For the first time in either of his lives, he felt the pressure of keeping his loved ones safe, a feeling he had never experienced, even when he was a king. The weight of a country he had had no affection for in his previous life couldn't compare to the few lives he would give everything for in this one. They reached Hellstay Manor, and Art bid the driver good day. Standing in front of the giant double doors, he hesitated, unable to bring himself to knock on the doors to his own home. Sylvia cooed softly and nuzzled him. What would his family's reaction be? It seemed like every time he went out, all he did was worry them. Taking a seat on the top of the stairs, he let out a sharp, bitter sigh. Looking up at the night sky, he could see the faint colorations that supposedly signaled the coming of the festival. The sky turning blue, yellow, red, and green indicated when the aurora constellate would begin. His eyes focused on a solitary cloud, slow dancing above him without a care in the world. What an envious position to be in. Son. Lost in his thoughts, he hadn't even heard the door open behind him. Hi, Dad. I'm back. Art gave him a weak smile. Why didn't you come in? We heard from the teleportation gatekeeper that you'd arrived at Xeris. His father took a seat next to him when he didn't respond. Your mother will be fine, Arthur, he said warmly, gently patting Art's back. I worried you guys again, didn't I? It feels like that's all I'm really good for nowadays. Art gave a humorless laugh, knots churning in his chest. He turned to look at his father and saw him gazing up at the sky, like he had been doing just moments before. She really loves the aurora constellate. You may not see it, but your mother is strong, Arthur, even stronger than me. If you think all you've given us are worries, then you're wrong. Both you and your sister have given your mother and me so much more than we could have hoped for. I know you're not like the normal children your age. Hell, I've known that since you were born. I don't know what sort of destiny you'll be caught up in, but I don't think it'll be anything you can't handle. The skin around his eyes wrinkled as he gave Art a reassuring smile. Art stayed silent, unable to form the right words. I don't want you to feel like you're being a burden on us. All this guilt that you're feeling right now, the weight that you're probably feeling. I want you to come to us so we can be there for you. I don't ever want you to feel like you can't come home, that you aren't welcome. As long as you have the use of your 2 legs, I expect you to come home whenever you can and let us love you. That is our right as your parents, okay? His father ran his fingers through his trim, auburn hair in a gesture that revealed how unaccustomed he was to saying things like this. Just like that, Art felt the weight that had been accumulating inside him disperse. Got it, Dad. Art managed a more sincere smile this time, and his father responded with his signature foolish grin. Come on, let's go home. Inside, a more ferocious beast than anything you've ever faced awaits, he whispered darkly, and they broke into a fit of laughter. When they stepped inside the house, the temperature seemed to suddenly drop. In contrast to the icy atmosphere, though, Art's mother's gaze was fiery as it pierced him from the top of the stairs. The corners of her eyes were filled with tears, and she struggled to keep them from rolling down her cheeks. Hello, Mother. I'm back? A cold sweat permeated Art's pores as a pressure akin to an S-class mana beast weighed down on his very soul. He had to admit, he wasn't looking so sharp. His body was a canvas of nicks and scratches, and his hair probably looked like it had been struck by lightning repeatedly, as if one strike wasn't to its satisfaction. The entire back of Art's uniform was missing, sandpapered away as he had fallen down the hole. Arthur Leywin. His mother's voice dripped with frost. Before she had the chance to say anything more, a familiar voice instantly broke the tension in the room. Brother! His baby sister bolted down the stairs past Mother, stumbling on the way down, and leapt into Art's chest. Her arms immediately wrapped around him, clinging with the strength of a python on steroids. Ellie, it hurts. Art's voice came out raspy as he gently patted his sister's head. A teacher came and said you were lost, Ellie managed in between sniffles. With an almost incoherent string of words, his sister rubbed her face against his chest, as if wanting to burrow inside him. Sylvie, her ears drooping, licked Art's sister's cheek consolingly. I know. I'm sorry for worrying you. Again. Art looked up at his mother as he said this, his voice dropping to a rough whisper. He could tell by her expression that she was torn, trying to decide whether to scold him or just be happy. Maybe she would do both. His father took this moment to walk over to his mother and gently lead her down the stairs, comforting her. There's a time to be angry, honey, but now isn't it? Look, it's your son. He's back. His father's soothing voice eased the tension between his mother's brows. As her expression softened, so did her will. Breaking down in sobs, she wrapped her arms around Art from the side. This triggered a chain reaction, causing his sister, who was still hugging him as well, to begin bawling her eyes out yet again. His mother's sobs made her words almost indiscernible. She seemed to switch between cursing God to thanking him. It's not fair. Why is my son the one who keeps getting so hurt? Thank God you're safe, Art's mother exclaimed through her tears. He caught his father's eye, and he received a reassuring half-smile as his father gently patted Art's bawling sister and mother on their backs. They were both angrily thumping him with their trembling fists as they wept. Their blows weren't meant to hurt, but each shaking strike seemed to gnaw away at Art. The guilt ate at his insides as he stood there, motionless, biting his quivering lower lip. It felt like an hour before they calmed down. Somewhere in the middle of their emotional turmoil, Art spotted Lilia's mother, Tabitha, peeking from upstairs. He could tell she wanted to come down and comfort his mother and sister, but her husband Vincent pulled her back, giving Art a meaningful nod. Eventually, they got themselves situated in the living room. His sister's breathing was still erratic to the point of worry, her arms wrapped around Sylvie. His mother had regained her composure, however, and her swollen eyes probed for any serious wounds before she placed a gentle hand on Art's chest. And let heaven and earth heal. As she ended her chant, a soft white glow enveloped Art's body. Almost immediately, he felt a soothing warmth covering every wound, even the ones he hadn't known he had. As the healing glow dissipated, along with his injuries, Art looked at his mother's face, tense with concentration. He wanted to ask, why could she use her healing powers now? How had she been able to heal Dad when he had been struck by the mage on their journey to Sirius? He still remembered her desperately healing his father as he ordered Art to take his mother and run, just before he'd fallen off the cliff. But he bit his tongue and forced a smile. His father was right. He should wait for her to tell him on her own. His mother let out a sigh before taking her hand off Art's chest. She stared at him, then gave him one more firm, wordless hug. Eventually, they began discussing what had happened. Art's father briefly recounted Professor Glory's visit, explaining how she had informed them about Art's situation before hurriedly returning to the academy. Meanwhile, his sister sat silently on the couch, huddled with Sylvie, her gaze fixed on a particular spot on the floor in front of her. When it was Art's turn, he tried not to make a big deal out of what had transpired, especially for his mother's sake. He glossed over the fight with the minion crawlers, stating there had been a bit more than they had expected. Both of his parents exchanged a knowing glance, indicating they didn't believe it was that simple. They understood him too well. How much was he supposed to tell them? His thoughts turned to the fragment of the demon's horn floating inside the dimension ring, which he absent-mindedly twisted with his thumb. The vivid scene replayed in Art's mind, each detail etched into his memory. The dismembered corpses, the river of blood, and Alea. He took a deep breath and decided to tell them the full story, sparing no detail, right up to the point where he crashed onto the cavern floor. As he recounted the horrifying events, he couldn't shake the feeling that ignorance truly might have been bliss. Revealing everything he had witnessed at the bottom of that dungeon seemed to bring an air of heaviness into the room. His mother's voice, hoarse and filled with emotion, cut through the silence that followed his tale. When Professor Glory came in yesterday, well, In the middle of the night, she was wounded and tired, but from her expression, I knew she wasn't even thinking about that. She said that you stayed behind with her to save the class. She told me you were a hero, but you know what? I didn't care. Her voice barely made it to a whisper, and she trembled slightly. More than being some hero, I just wanted my son to come home without being half dead every time. What if one of these days... Tears streamed down my mother's face once more. Her voice choked, and she managed to say, "Art, you're only 12. Why does it feel like I've almost lost you so many times already?" Words failed Art as he stared blankly at a mole on his mother's arm. How was he supposed to respond? Her question felt like a trap, with no safe answer. "Honey, that's enough." Art's father reached for Mother's hand and grasped it tenderly. Art realized that just as he was growing, his parents were changing as well. His father's once immature, haughty side had been molded into a responsible and gentle demeanor. He was still the same joke-cracking father, but he had a layer of depth now, which had most likely come from raising his sister. Art's mother had always been more mature, but over the years, she'd also become a bit more refined. Associating with the Hellstaya house and with Tabitha and Vincent's friends had made her more elegant and self-possessed, but right now she seemed nearly broken by the tumult of emotions his near death had stirred within her. He didn't blame her. He would probably be tempted to lock Ellie indoors if she ever came home even half as wounded as he had today. The rest of the conversation went by a bit more comfortably. Apparently deciding that things seemed to have settled, Tabitha and Vincent came down. He hadn't seen them in quite a while, so they all took some time to catch up. Soon, Ellie was nodding off to sleep, and he carried her to her room, Sylvie still clutched in her arms. Even in her sleep, his sister sniffled from crying so much. Throughout the entire night, she hadn't said a word. He knew this episode had been traumatic for her. After all, a professor had actually visited them to tell them he was missing. Art tried to imagine what his mother's reaction must have been upon seeing Professor Glory at the front door. If not for the ring his mother wore, indicating that he hadn't died, she probably would have fainted. Yet the ring might have made things worse for her in this case. All she could do was stare at it, waiting for it to notify her that her son had died. What kind of mother wouldn't be distraught after going through that? In his room, he slipped out of his tattered uniform and washed up. He planted his face directly under the current of the warm, gushing water, wishing it could wash away what had occurred earlier in the dungeon. Alea's last moments kept replaying in his mind, a constant reminder of how weak he was. The image broke as 2 short knocks sounded against his door. "Can I come in?" "Sure," he replied. His father entered, closing the door behind him before taking a seat next to him on his bed. "Arthur, don't mind too much what your mother said tonight. She may have said she didn't want a hero, but we are both proud of what you did back there in the dungeon. Knowing that my son isn't someone who would abandon his allies is something I take pride in, and I want you to know it." Arthur always knew when his father was serious, because he would call him by his full name instead of his nickname, Art. "I don't know what really happened back there in the dungeon, and I won't ask, but just know that I'll support you, whatever you decide to do." Upon hearing his father's encouraging words, Art struggled to swallow the knot that formed in his throat. It was meant to be uplifting, but all he felt was a sour taste in his mouth. Without giving him a chance to respond, his father stood up and ruffled his hair. Opening the door to Art's room, he turned his head and gave him a goofy grin before walking out. Art didn't immediately go to sleep when his father closed the door behind him. Instead, he sat cross-legged and started to do something he hadn't done seriously in a long time: train. The cracks in the dark yellow core at the pit of Art's sternum signaled an imminent breakthrough. The night's various noises faded away as he focused intently on the activity inside him. Wind, earth, fire, water. These were the fundamental elemental attributes contained within mana, yet they were just that: attributes. As mana circulated within the core and throughout his body, it remained simple mana, formless, attributeless, and pure. Over time, it adapted to its surroundings, developing specific attributes based on the environment. For instance, in northern regions with abundant snow and water, magic related to these elements grew stronger due to the prevailing attributes of the local mana. Each person possessed unique strengths, elements they were naturally more attuned to, enabling them to manifest and shape the pure, attributeless mana. While a mage, specializing in water, could always utilize pure mana, having access to an abundance of water attribute mana in the atmosphere made it easier to fuel her magic. Conversely, she would face a noticeable disadvantage in places lacking water attribute mana, such as a desert. Mages like Art exerted their will to absorb, purify, and guide mana into various shapes and forms known as spells. The purity of their mana core determined their ability to manipulate the internal mana. The effectiveness of their mana utilization depended on the mage's creativity and skill in battle. Alea, like the other lances, was likely a white core mage, capable of causing widespread devastation if she chose. However, she had been easily defeated and killed by the black-horned demon. Every pore in Art's body strained to absorb the surrounding mana. The mana inside his core swirled fiercely, and he imagined the sound of the outer layer cracking, revealing the bright yellow underneath the crumbling shell. Exhaling deeply, Art rose to his feet and opened his eyes, fixing his gaze intently on his hands. He directed the mana out of his body, watching as it began to circulate around him. Frustrated, he clicked his tongue and settled back down, resuming his cultivation. It took him nearly the entire night to make the breakthrough, despite being on the verge already. How much more training would it take to match the demons? If a white core mage had to sacrifice her life to chip off a fragment of the demon's horn, what level did he need to reach? And what lay beyond the white core stage? Art chose to remain home for one more day before returning to school. He knew he would be back next week for the Aurora Constellate Festival, but his mother and sister, in particular, seemed convinced that he was in danger every time he ventured out. With his father gone for work after an early morning check-in, Art found himself alone with his mother and sister. Tabitha decided to accompany them. After a brief discussion, they unanimously decided to go shopping, making it clear that they wouldn't accept Art's refusal. Art decided to seize the opportunity to make a detour to Xyrus Academy after their shopping spree. Despite knowing everyone's safety, thanks to Professor Glory's reassurance to his parents, he didn't want to keep them in the dark about his recent experiences. He also harbored concerns about Tess's assimilation process. As they strolled from store to store, his mind lingered on his lack of substantial equipment beyond his sword. Most of his childhood had been confined within the walls of the Kingdom of Elenoir, specifically within the castle. Even when he accompanied the ladies on shopping excursions, they frequented the fashion district where nothing caught his interest. There were items with protective capabilities, either due to their material or enchanted runes, but nothing powerful enough to pique his curiosity. Aunt Helstea, are there any stores where I can find something to aid in my training? Art inquired as they entered a store specializing in scarves. You mean elixirs? Of course, Tabitha responded, her expression reflecting confusion as if Art had posed a trick question. Although Art hadn't used elixirs in this world, if they resembled the drugs available to desperate practitioners in his old world, he wanted to avoid them. Yet, if it meant escaping the current situation... There's actually a small elixir and medicine shop around the corner if you want to go take a look while we shop for some scarves, Tabitha suggested. That was all Art needed to hear. He delicately set down the bags he'd been carrying and made a strategic exit from the store. Thank you. I'll meet you in front of the store, he called out as he hurried away. Q! Sylvie's voice echoed behind him, a plea not to be left, but Art just cast her a look of condolence before dashing off. Your sacrifice will not be in vain, he thought, mentally saluting his bond as he disappeared around the corner. When he turned the corner following Tabitha's instructions, his face contorted in bewilderment. This was a store? The corner led him into a narrow, dimly lit alleyway, likely used by thugs to mug unsuspecting passers-by. At the end of the cramped alley was a decrepit shack that even rats might find too appalling to inhabit. The wooden planks forming the store's exterior looked as though they had been painted with moss and fungus, and a musty, stale odor seeped out, wafting toward him. It seemed to match the sickly green weeds creeping out from beneath the floorboards, as if they, too, were desperate to escape. Winsom's Potions and Medicines. He had to tilt his head to read the etched title on the angled sign, which hung precariously, barely attached by a single nail. Did they genuinely sell potions and medicines there? He'd be less surprised if they peddled bottled diseases and poisons. "Spare some change, lad." A feeble voice jolted him out of his stupor. Beside him sat a pallid old man, his hand outstretched toward him, palm up. He immediately took a step back, instinctively layering his body with mana. How had he not sensed this old man, who was almost right next to him? "You look like you've seen a ghost, lad. I'm but a mere aged man asking for some change." The old man's face wrinkled as he revealed a pearly white smile that didn't match his ragged state. "Ah, yeah, sure." He reached into his pocket for a copper coin, using the opportunity to take a closer look at the old man. The old man looked up at him with milky eyes from under a thick, uncombed bed of pepper-tinted hair, which fell to his slightly hunched shoulders. Despite his ragged appearance, the old man's face didn't come off as weak and weary, but intelligent and bright. He could tell that this man had probably been very handsome in his youth, which made him feel all the more disheartened at seeing him end up like this. "Many thanks, lad." The old man's gnarled hands nimbly grabbed the coin out of his hand with a speed that surprised him. Between his middle and index fingers was a coin that was silver instead of copper. Shit! He gave him a silver coin by mistake. That's 100 copper coins. "Wait, I meant to give you this." He reached into his pocket again and made sure that this time the coin in his hand was indeed copper. But when he looked back up, the old man was gone. "What the—" He stood there, utterly bewildered for the third time in 5 minutes. His money. After letting a helpless sigh escape his lips, he took a step toward Winsom's potion shack. He reached for the handle of the wooden door, which seemed likely to break upon contact, but he felt a concentration of mana from the copper doorknob. Coating his hand in mana, he wrapped his fingers around the knob, preparing to turn it. A stiff jolt coursed through his hand and up his arm. Thankfully, the mana protecting his hand helped him resist the urge to pull away, and he forcefully twisted the knob, opening the door. As soon as the door unlocked, the shock stopped as well. Pushing open the creaking door, Art was welcomed by a whiff of something indescribably horrendous. The stench was so strong that it immediately triggered a coughing fit. "Oh, a customer! What can I do for you?" A familiar voice welcomed him. "You!" Slouched behind a rickety counter was the same old homeless man who had disappeared after taking Art's silver coin. He gazed at Art with an innocent expression. "What brings you in here?" "Can I just have my coin back?" Art asked through gritted teeth. "I need that money for something important. Besides, you said you were homeless." He stuck his hand out expectantly. No. I said I was but a mere aged man. Based on the environment where you met me and my appearance and demeanor, you assumed I was homeless." He wagged his finger at Art in a scolding manner, as if Art were the one in the wrong. "How about this? You can pick one item here for free as a thank you for the present," he continued in a magnanimous manner while twiddling Art's silver coin between his fingers mockingly. Art's brows twitched in annoyance, but he calmed himself down and quickly scanned the sorry excuse of a store. "Is there even anything in here worth a silver coin?" His voice came out with a twinge of frustration. "Of course, I don't give this chance to just anyone, you know. You simply have to choose carefully." The old man's eyes gave off the excited twinkle of a second-rate gambler with a winning hand. Art rubbed his temples, but it did little to calm the boiling rage stirring up inside him. "You must respect the elderly, Arthur. You must respect the elderly." By this time, his nose had become accustomed to the mysterious stench, which was powerful enough to drive even the most ferocious mana beasts away. Taking a look through the dust-caked shelves, he became more and more amazed at the fact that this place was even still standing. "Don't you ever clean this place, old man?" Art asked as he slid his finger along one of the shelves. He could probably have built a snowman out of the dust he collected. Are you asking an aged man like myself to do manual labor? The old man gasped sarcastically, putting on a horrified expression. Never mind. Art rolled his eyes at him. He couldn't gauge the man, and that made it all the harder for him to trust him. Making his way past the half-open boxes blocking the path, he went toward the shelves near the back of the store. While scanning through the various vials and containers filled with murky liquids and colored pills, he was startled by a small movement from something sitting on the top of the shelf. Damn it, what was with this place? He couldn't sense anything in here until it was right in front of his nose. The figure became clearer as Art focused on it. It was a cat, almost pitch black. The only parts of its body that weren't black were the tufts of white fur in front of its ears, but that wasn't what caught his attention. It was the cat's captivating eyes, eyes that seemed to hold the universe inside them. They looked like mirrored night skies, sprinkled with bright twinkling stars and white, vertical slitted pupils glowing like crescent moons. Art stared into the cat's bewitching eyes, and it peered back down at him from the top of the shelf with an obvious sense of superiority before turning its back and walking away. Shaking his head, Art returned his attention to the various bottles and containers, then noticed a small black box. He picked up the plain box, roughly the size of a small jewelry box, and tried to open it. With a slight click, the hinge released to reveal a gemstone ring inside. He brought the ring closer to his face when the gem embedded into the ring suddenly squirted something toward him. Instantly, he whipped his head to the side so the stream of clear liquid missed and landed behind him. Tsh! You dodged it. Art turned back to see the old man grumbling while still fiddling with his silver coin. What was that? Art asked, a bit shaken. Just water, the old man said. At this point, Art felt that if he stayed any longer, he might lose his sanity. First, the shocking doorknob, now this squirting ring. This old man sure loved his pranks. Even his cat looked down on him. But he was determined. If he could get anything inside the store for free, he was going to be sure to get the most valuable item. He must have spent at least an hour just combing through elixirs he didn't need. Why would a 12-year-old want an elixir for hair growth? Q? Papa, I'm here. A white blur whizzed past the door, which had been left open, and landed on Art's head. Coo! Papa, you left me. Sylvie puffed as she smacked his forehead with her paw. You survived, comrade. Art smiled, rubbing Sylvie's tiny head. Old man, I can't find anything Art began, but the stricken expression on the old man's face made him stop. This time, it was the old man who looked like he'd seen a ghost. His already pale face became whiter, and his milky eyes, sagging with old age, looked like full moons. We finally found... You okay, old man? Art waved his hand in front of him. The shop owner shook his head and let out a cough. Yes, I'm quite all right. His voice quavered. Anyway, old man, I can't find anything worth taking back with me. Can't you just give me back my money? Art grumbled as he took one last look around the store. You really don't have an eye for anything. He walked out from behind his counter and strolled to one of the shelves in the front corner of the store. Ah, here we are. Without even looking back, he tossed Art a small ball about the size of a marble. It was layered in dust, but when Art wiped it clean, it was clear with specks of different colors floating inside it. What is this? Art asked as he brought the orb closer to his face to study it, carefully, in case it sprayed him with water, or worse. Don't worry, it's something you're going to need. Now scat, teasing you bores me. The old man shooed him off. Okay, Art said, and walked out of the store. As he strolled out of the narrow alleyway, taking one last look back at the old shack, he spotted the black cat gazing at him, and then at Sylvie, before turning away as if it had lost interest. Thinking little of it, Art reached the intersection out of the alley and saw his mother and sister seated at a table with Tabitha. Hi, brother, Ellie waved, holding a drink with her other hand. Did you find what you were looking for? Mother asked, setting down her own refreshment. I think? Art scratched his head. He had put the clear orb inside his dimension ring to study it later, but he didn't think it was anything special. Oh, really? That store is famous for having quite the variety of elixirs and medicines to help with training. Most of the students in Xyrus go there to shop for their training materials. Tabitha got up, gathering the shopping bags from the floor. What? That shabby old place? Art replied, surprised that a bunch of rich, snobby brats would go out of their way to shop at a rundown shack. Shabby? What are you talking about? His mother and sister rose too, handing him their bags nonchalantly. They walked toward the alleyway, and Tabitha pointed at the shop when she turned the corner. I wouldn't say it's shabby, she said, sounding confused. Really? If that's not shabby, then I don't know. Art's jaw dropped, and the shopping bags he was carrying fell from his hands. In place of the previous narrow alleyway leading toward a worn-down shack was a marble-paved road stretching toward a 3-story building with a gold sign that read, Xyrus Elixirs. Xyrus Academy wasn't too far from the shopping district. As Art walked, the true sunset began somewhere on the unseen horizon, and the blue sky bloomed with gold and orange hues as he made his way toward Director Goodsky's office, located on the top floor of a towering structure that afforded her a view of the entire campus. As he neared the academy towers, his mind began to wander back to things he didn't want to think about. He willed mana into his body and jumped up to the roof of a nearby building. Surging over the rooftops from one building to the next, the view around him became an indistinct blur. The only thing clearly visible was Sylvie, who was racing alongside him, enjoying the breeze. Yet, it still wasn't enough to cleanse the unwanted images from his mind. The scene of Alea's last moments kept flashing through Art's memory. How she, in all her glory and might, had still been afraid of dying alone. What if it had not been Alea, but Tess, who he held in his arms as she took her last breath? He shivered at the thought. How was she doing? Was she well? Had her assimilation gone through all right? What if something had gone wrong? No. He couldn't think like that, Arthur scolded himself. Positive thoughts. Gritting his teeth, he willed more mana into his body and sped up. Without the seal inhibiting him, he felt the deep influence of mana surrounding everything. He ran faster, as fast as he could possibly go, as if running away from his own thoughts. He practiced utilizing mana to push himself beyond his limits. Explosive blasts beneath his feet propelled him into the air, and gusts of wind carried him great lengths forward so that he nearly flew over the rooftops. Art had noticed it before, but now he saw it even more strongly. The more his mana core evolved, the more sensitive he became to mana. He could even go as far as to say he was becoming more integrated with the mana around him. He thought back to when he'd first met Virion. He wasn't nearly as sensitive to mana back then, but he had still seen how the mana around him would fluctuate and move to accommodate his presence. Even though both Virion and Director Goodsky were wind attribute mages, the ways they influenced the mana around them were vastly different. For Director Goodsky, the mana formed light breezes of wind that danced around her. For Virion, it was the opposite. The mana affected the air around Gramps by completely expelling any wind in his vicinity. It wasn't usually noticeable, but when he switched into fighting mode, it felt like even the air was afraid to move near him. If that sort of phenomenon occurred naturally around a silver core mage, what might happen when they broke through to the white stage? With a twinge of regret, Art realized Alea was the only white core mage he'd met in person so far. Yet because her mana core had been completely shattered by the black spike piercing her, even the mana had disregarded her, as if she were no longer loved by nature. Q! Sylvie's chirpy voice snapped him out of his thoughts as he focused his gaze onto the light coming from the window of Director Goodsky's office. Sylvie, come over here, he said, beckoning his furry companion. His bond jumped into Art's arms as he prepared to take off. The academy grounds had a barrier that repelled anything with a mana core or beast core that wasn't permitted to enter. Art had his DC uniform in his dimension ring, along with the knife used for their authorization so he wouldn't set off the alarm. Sylvie, on the other hand, might, if she wasn't attached to him. Concentrating the mana from his core, he willed it to take the form of wind underneath the soles of his feet. Then, He leaped off the edge of the roof of the building he was on with as much strength as he could muster. The building shuddered beneath him as a whirlwind sprung up, propelling him higher. He must have been about 100 yards in the air when he realized that, given his trajectory and the speed at which he was traveling, he probably wasn't going to make it all the way to the next building. "Hold on, Sylv!" he shouted, the anxiety fading into excitement as he yelled over the rushing wind. He felt Sylvie's paws clinging to his shirt and held her tighter as well. Biting his lip with concentration, Art drove all his unwanted thoughts away. Shifting his body weight so that his feet were right underneath him, he turned in midair and released a roundhouse kick. The skill he activated, Draft Step, was the one he'd used against Theo. It allowed him to accelerate or change direction by using an opposing force of wind to push against his feet. Of course, this time it consumed a lot more mana, as he was essentially changing direction mid-air and at a much greater speed, but he got the outcome he had hoped for. With the boost in speed he got from Draft Step, he was once again on course, heading straight toward the rooftop of the building where Director Goodsky's office was located. Whether he was drunk from the adrenaline rush, or just trying to forcefully rid himself of the depressing memories that lingered at the back of his mind, he couldn't help but let out a soul-cleansing roar. Though he'd flown through the air on Sylvie's back when she rescued him from the depths of Widow's Crypt, this was a very different sensation. He belatedly realized he hadn't quite planned his landing, and he noisily crashed against several unidentified objects. Despite destroying part of the roof, he somehow managed to land on his feet. "Q!" Sylvie chirped, hopping in circles around him, clearly enthusiastic for a second round. Patting the dust from his clothes, he looked up. From the edge of the building, he saw something he had never experienced, not even in his past life. Xyrus was a floating city. He seemed to constantly forget this fact. From up there, he could see the edge of the city, with isolated clouds floating nearby. He stood there, mesmerized, as the rays from the setting sun hit the clouds at an angle that made them appear fiery red. Contrasting against the sun-kissed sky below was a curtain of serene purple, the atmosphere. "Q!" Sylvie propped her head up on the ledge as she gazed silently as well. The word breathtaking wasn't just an expression in this case. It was as if Xyrus City were floating on an endless sea of soft marigold that blended harmoniously with the starry night above. The view, which seemed like something out of a fairy tale, was only made possible by the city's high elevation. He took a metal necklace from his dimension ring and fiddled with it mindlessly as he stood there, leaning against the ledge of the building. For those few moments, he was almost able to forget about what happened back in the dungeon. For that brief period of time, the world seemed at peace. "Quite the view, isn't it?" a familiar voice said from behind him. "It is," he replied without turning back. "It's my most treasured spot, you know. I come here often when I want to rest my mind," she said softly. I see you made quite the landing. I'll have to have Trisha come clean all this up." "I apologize for that. I'll help as well. I heard your battle cry. I suspect the whole school will be wondering what happened." Art gave a stifled laugh and waited for Goodsky to come stand next to him, but instead, she stayed where she was. "You're not going to ask me how I'm still alive?" Art asked, his eyes never straying from the view of the horizon. "It didn't seem like the right time to ask. I'm just glad you are alive and well." Goodsky's voice was quiet, almost delicate. "I'm well?" he muttered to himself. Then, "Am I well?" he repeated, loud enough for her to hear, a tinge of sadness evident in his tone. He looked down at the necklace he held. It was a small, blood-stained slate of metal attached to a crude chain. Engraved on that slate was a picture of 6 lances forming a circle. Underneath the insignia were the initials AT. Tracing the letters with his thumb, Art considered how much the pendant looked like the dog tags worn by soldiers during ancient times in his old world to identify them in case their corpses were mangled past the point of recognition. "What exactly happened down there, Arthur?" Director Goodsky's voice was hesitant. Turning to face her with the best half-smile he could muster, Art tossed the tag over to her. "This was what happened," he replied as Good Sky let out a soft gasp, one hand covering her mouth while the other held the necklace. Director Good Sky reminisced about the day when the council had presented the 6 lances with the simple yet sturdy adamantine tags, each engraved with the owner's initials. It was a concept crafted by the lances themselves, a testament to their pragmatic approach to survival. The lances had earnestly explained to the council the need for something nearly indestructible. They argued that even if their bodies were obliterated, these tags would endure, serving as a means of identification. It was a grim reminder of mortality, a memento mori, underscoring the constant threat looming over them. Director Goodsky vividly recalled the moment when the council had made a light-hearted jest, their casual demeanor in stark contrast to the grave expressions of the 6 lances. They had asked if there existed a force capable of obliterating the lances beyond recognition. Goodsky had chuckled along with them, even though deep down, the awareness of such formidable beings lingered in the depths of their thoughts. In Goodsky's mind, the memory was etched with a mix of amusement and apprehension. The council's jests had highlighted the harsh reality. The 6 lances were not invincible. Despite their adamantine tags and unwavering determination, there were indeed forces in the world that could erase them from existence. The knowledge weighed heavily on Director Goodsky, a reminder of the fragile balance between power and vulnerability in their tumultuous world. In the depths of Director Goodsky's confusion, the premature appearance of the tag confounded her. It felt too soon, a move ahead of her carefully calculated timeline. She had believed there were 15 to 20 more years before their adversaries would make their decisive moves. The realization hit her like a sudden storm, shattering her sense of security. "I thought I had time," she whispered to herself, the weight of the situation pressing down on her. "I thought we had time." Abruptly, Arthur's inquisitive voice cut through her thoughts, grounding her back to the present moment. "Director?" Art's perceptive tone snapped her out of her daze, reminding her of the need to maintain composure. "Ah, yes. Arthur, do you mind if I hold on to this? It's safe to assume that the council will want this back," Goodsky said, carefully regulating her voice to avoid rousing any suspicion in the unusually sharp young man. "Things are changing, aren't they?" Arthur's words were meant to be a question, but they carried an unspoken certainty. Goodsky hesitated, torn between the urge to confide in Arthur and the fear that the young man might already be privy to critical information. Should she reveal the truth to Arthur? Or perhaps, did Arthur already possess knowledge that could alter their course? Goodsky pondered her options, acutely aware of the delicate balance between secrecy and trust. "Yes, but it isn't something for you to worry about. Not yet, at least," she said, trying to reassure the perceptive young man. Her attempt at a comforting smile felt hollow, for she realized the message was as much for herself as it was for Arthur. The burden of their reality weighed heavily on Goodsky's shoulders, and in Arthur's eyes, she saw a reflection of the innocence they were trying so hard to preserve. Yes, he was just a child. It wouldn't be fair to involve him in the complex affairs of the continent, especially considering the gravity of the situation. But the nagging thought persisted. What if he already knew something crucial? "Did you, perhaps, see whatever Alea fought against?" She chose her words meticulously, ensuring her question revealed nothing of her internal turmoil. "No, I didn't," Art replied with unwavering confidence. His words should have reassured her, yet an inexplicable suspicion gnawed at the corners of her mind. Still, it made little sense for him to conceal information about an event as significant as this. Regardless of her doubts, she pushed them aside, suspecting the boy would lead nowhere productive. It was irrational to assume he was hiding anything about such a significant event, even though her instincts disagreed. Despite her lingering doubts, a wave of relief washed over Director Goodsky. He didn't seem to have pieced together the puzzle. "I see. Well, enough about this topic. You must be worried about how everyone is doing," Goodsky said, offering a soft, relieved smile. Concealing her anxiety behind a facade of calm, Goodsky redirected the conversation, hoping to alleviate his concerns and maintain the innocence he deserved at his age. In Art's perspective, the director's reaction left a sour taste lingering in his mouth. Her response sounded oddly relieved at his words. He decided to let it go, choosing not to dwell on his suspicions about the people around him. Assuming that she had avoided probing further for his sake, he decided to change the topic. "Yeah, how is everyone doing?" he asked, trying to steer the conversation away from the discomforting topic. "As you may have already deduced, your classmates weren't very badly injured," she explained. "We sent them to the guild infirmary hall to be cared for, and thankfully, most were able to come to school today. Professor Glory was actually the most wounded, but she refused healing until all her students were treated. I heard she even paid a visit to your family to notify them of your disappearance after transporting everyone back." That's good. And, how is Tess doing?" Art inquired, concerned about his friend. Goodsky's face contorted with a hint of worry, her words carefully chosen. Tess is okay," she replied, her hesitation evident, making Art wonder if there was something more to the story. "What exactly do you mean by that?" Art raised a brow, his curiosity piqued as he probed for a more detailed response, feeling an uneasy stir within him. "There were some complications in the final stages of her assimilation," she spoke quietly. "Virion is currently looking after her, but she has yet to awaken." "Complications?" His voice came out fiercer than he intended, the concern evident in his tone. "You need to understand that the final leg of assimilation is when the beast will struggles the hardest. Right now, Tessia and the Elderwood Guardian are fighting for control. Thus far, there has never been a case where the receiver of the will falls into a coma to this extent. Our theory is that there must be something peculiar about the beast you gave her, Arthur," replied Goodsky earnestly. "Wait, was this his fault? Had he put Tess in danger?" A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind as he tried to think of an explanation for why such a thing might have occurred. There was something peculiar about the Elderwood Guardian. What was it? It was undeniably powerful, but Art couldn't help but wonder if it surpassed the strength of other S-class mana beasts. Since it had been his first time fighting one, he lacked a point of comparison. Peculiar? His mind flashed back to the dungeon, focusing on what Alea had shared with him. She had mentioned that the Blackhorn demons were causing the monsters to mutate and grow stronger. Was that what had happened? Had he unwittingly given Tess a potentially corrupted beast core? No, that couldn't be right. He recalled Alea explaining how the beast core of the serpent she defeated had mysteriously disappeared. Shouldn't that have happened to the Elderwood Guardian's beast core as well, then, if it was tainted? "Arthur, are you okay?" Director Goodsky's concerned voice pulled him back from the deep abyss of his thoughts. "Yeah, just thinking," he said, his gaze fixed on the night view of the city, his mind churning with worry and confusion. "In any case, Virion is currently looking after her in your training room. Would you like to go visit them now?" Director Goodsky offered a reassuring smile to Art. "Yeah, I'd like that." "Go on ahead then, because even I have not been updated on the situation. Virion has not let anyone in, but I feel like you'd be an exception. I must make a trip to the council to inform them of what happened." When she mentioned the council, Goodsky suddenly looked infinitely older. "Is it okay for the council to meet without Grandpa Virion present?" Art asked. Director Goodsky shook her head before replying. "Virion is in no state to be bothered with this matter, not while his precious granddaughter is unconscious. And besides, him being there with Tess is the only reason Alduin and Marial can stand to be away from their daughter and remain with the council." "I see. Well, I hope you keep me informed on this matter." With that, Art made his way to the door. "My only concern is that you may have to be a lot more involved this time than you'd wish to be." Director Goodsky heaved a sigh, then a gust of wind enveloped her, whisking her away. As Art descended in the elevator, he felt Sylvie bristle beside him. "I feel Mama." He moved slowly toward the training room assigned to him, his steps burdened by an unusual heaviness. The prospect of Tess being injured weighed heavily on his mind. He decided to postpone visiting everyone else. he knew they were all safe. I said, "I feel Mama." Sylvie thumped his forehead with her paw. "I know." Art waved her paw away, refocusing his attention on the giant double-door entrance he was approaching. Ouch! The skin under his dimension ring suddenly burned, as if something wanted to come out. Ignoring the sensation, there were more urgent matters to address. He placed both palms on the door's surface and pushed it inward. When the door swung open, an unfamiliar, sinister aura visibly surged forward, attempting to trap Art. This dark fog felt like thousands of thorny vines coiling around his arms and legs. "Who's the—" "Arthur." Grandpa Virian's husky voice boomed from within the noticeably dark wave, emanating from a specific focal point. "Yeah, it's me, Gramps. What's going on?" Art yelled over what sounded like the crashing of an ocean's waves against a cliff. "God, am I glad you're still alive, brat. I'm becoming somewhat thankful for your cockroach-like tenacity. Come over here. I need your help." Still confused by the unfolding events, Art chose to ignore Gramps' slightly insulting metaphor and walked carefully toward him. The sinister aura grew stronger. Something was tearing small holes in his clothing and in his skin, causing him to bleed. Willing mana to shield both Sylvie and himself, Art made his way toward the source of the aura, using Grandpa Virian's hazy figure as a guide. Each step felt like pushing against a reinforced wall. As he got closer, he could faintly make out a figure lying in front of Gramps. The origin of this ominous aura. By the time Art finally reached Grandpa Virian, he winced from the searing pain caused by his dimension ring. The pain had intensified as he approached. Gramps wasn't in good shape. His pale face was drenched in sweat as he struggled to suppress the oppressive aura emanating from the figure at his feet, but to little avail. Art took a closer look, and what he saw made his eyes widen in surprise. What in the— Tess? Tendrils of vines completely enclosed the figure Art assumed was Tess. The thick, dark aura had made it difficult for him to discern the identity of the figure from a distance. "How much time has passed on the outside, brat? I think I've been holding in this foul aura for a day or so, since she came back from the dungeon," Grandpa Virian said, his voice tinged with weariness, followed by a weary chuckle. "What's happening to her, Gramps?" Art asked, his concern evident. He couldn't recall anything like this happening during his assimilation of Sylvia's dragon will. "Honestly, I'm not sure. Typically, the purpose of assimilation is to enable the host's body to gradually withstand and control the beast will's power, but in this case, it seems to be the opposite. I'm beginning to worry that this beast's will is trying to take over Tessa's body," Grandpa Virian replied, his voice trembling with unease. "How is that possible? I've never heard of anything like that happening." Art's brows furrowed deeply as he searched his mind for a possible cause. His thoughts kept returning to the mana beasts that had been corrupted by the black-horned demons. "I'm not so sure. I feel like that Elderwood guardian you fought might have been mutated," Virian said, his voice hoarse, indicating he was likely at his breaking point. Art moved forward, prepared to take over for Gramps, still ignoring the burning sensation from his ring, although it was growing increasingly painful. It happened before his hands could touch the surface of the cocoon Tess was in. He recognized the sound of flesh tearing and instantly, instinctively shifted his body in hopes of dodging in time. "Q, Papa, Arthur." Sylvie's and Virian's voices were muffled against the pounding of his eardrums. A bloodstain began spreading over Art's shredded shirt. The spear of twisted vines, originally aimed straight for his heart, had caught him in the side when he dodged. His heart pounded with a force strong enough to break free of his ribcage at the thought of death looming before him. It felt different from the other near-death experiences he'd had. It was almost instantaneous. In that split second, he could have died, and the weight of the thought of what would have happened to Tess and Grandpa Virian weighed heavily on him. Another tendril shot out at Art. Barely dodging it again, he grimaced at the feeling of blood trickling down his cheek. A mad laugh died on his lips as he took in their situation. Grandpa Virian's hands were literally on the cocoon, but as soon as Art got near her, a flurry of spear-like vines automatically locked onto him, ready to kill. Deep down, Art knew that Tess was still mad at him. He parried the next dark, spear-like tendril before things could worsen. The cocoon wrapped around Tess began expanding as an uncountable number of vines surfaced from the ground beneath her. "Coo!" Art heard Sylvie chirp near Gramps. "Papa, you're okay." Grandpa Virian's shoulders loosened as he let out a sigh of relief. "I thought you were done for, brat. What's happening now?" "Yeah, that was a little too close for comfort, and I honestly have no clue what's happening now, Gramps. Maybe your granddaughter doesn't like me so much anymore." Art managed to shoot him a smirk, making Virian chuckle despite the dire situation they were in. Another thick layer of vines intertwined around the ones already forming Tess's cocoon, and dozens of tendrils began positioning themselves to, once again, shoot at Art. Just him. "Coo!" Sylvie chirped anxiously. "What do we do?" Perched next to Grandpa, Sylvie tilted her head in confusion. The enemy was her mama. "I want you to stay with Grandpa Virian. She's only aiming at me," Art said, his voice determined, instructing Sylvie while keeping his focus on the impending threat. After dodging the discharge of tendrils, Art moved away from Gramps and Sylvie. Grandpa Virion was drained of all his mana after suppressing the dark aura for almost 2 days straight, while Sylvie was better off not interfering until Art knew exactly what the implications would be. What's more, Tess's was becoming more creative in her attacks. Her next wave of tendrils was laced with sharp thorns. With each new onslaught from the spears of vines, Art became more convinced that the beast will was dead, set on trying to kill only him. And it wasn't helping that his ring was burning to an almost unbearable degree. Could it be that the Elderwood Guardian's dying will was hoping to take revenge on him since he was the one who defeated it down in the dungeon? Art hoped he would live long enough to find out if that really was the case. Frustrated, Art withdrew his sword from his dimension ring, but something else came out with it. As Down's ballad appeared in his hand, a small shining orb shot out of the ring toward the cocoon. It was the marble-sized orb that the homeless storekeeper had given him. Sparkling with an array of colors, it bolted toward the enlarging cocoon. "What the hell?" Grandpa Virian noticed it too, but he only gazed at Art in confusion, probably thinking he had done it intentionally. Streaks of light escaped from the crevices between the vines as the orb sank into the cocoon. Before they even had the chance to wonder what was going on, there was an explosion from within the cocoon, strong enough that it threw Virian and Sylvie, who were closest, several yards away. As the debris from the explosion subsided, the cocoon revealed a menacing, naked, black-haired Tess. The orb sank into Tess's stomach where her monocore was, and her sickly complexion returned to normal. No, better than normal. Her now flawless, pearly skin seemed literally radiant, and her black hair shifted back to its original gunmetal silver hue. Her physical appearance wasn't the only thing that changed. As the orb disappeared into her abdomen, Tess's unconscious body was completely surrounded by an aura Art had never seen before, distinctly different from the usual mana existent in the atmosphere, in an almost mystical way. She was enveloped by a scorching flame comprised of brilliant emerald gems that lifted her unconscious body off the ground. Millions of green, leaf-shaped embers made up this unique aura. As the emerald aura grew, the once black vines turned a serene jade green. Even as the mesmerizing aura expanded, for some reason, Art didn't fear it. Then, before it reached any of them, the aura shrank back and dissipated. As Tess's figure fell, Art jumped up and, retrieving his adventurer's coat from the dimension ring, swiftly wrapped it around her bare body as he held her in his arms. The oppressive dark aura that had filled the training room was completely gone, and more importantly, Tess was safe. Not now, Arthur. Too soon," Tess mumbled with a sleepy, playful smile. Relief washed over Art, and he laughed, a genuine sound of joy escaping him at Tess's sleep talk and the mere fact that she was okay. "Tessia!" Grandpa Virian came running, Sylvie dangling from his long white hair. "She's okay, Gramps. She's just sleeping now." Art set her down gently and sank onto the floor, his strength finally giving out. Both Sylvie and Gramps began meticulously inspecting the slumbering Tess, then they heaved a sigh of relief as well. "She is okay." Gramps slumped down beside Art, while Sylvie curled up next to Tess. For a brief moment, they all just stared blankly at the other end of the training grounds, too tired to even think. While I'd normally smack you for getting an eyeful of my granddaughter's bare body, I'll take into account the circumstances and let this one go, Gramps said tiredly. Praise be to your benevolence, Art huffed, falling back on the soft, grass-like moss. He shifted his softening gaze back toward Tessia. I'm glad you're okay, Brat. This girl would have been devastated if you hadn't made it. He paused. And thank you for saving my granddaughter back at the dungeon, and now. Virian's voice grew quiet as he said this. What makes you think I saved her, Gramps? Art replied without getting up, using his hands to support his head. Call it a grandfather's intuition. With your abilities, I know that if you were only thinking of yourself, you wouldn't end up in dangerous situations like these. So again, thank you. The sincerity in his voice was confirmed as his eyes met Art's. Ugh, forget it. Don't get so serious like that all of a sudden. You're scaring me. Art rolled to one side, his back facing Grandpa Virian. So when did you get back? Your family knows you're alive, right? Gramps replied. Of course. I got home last night and spent some time with my family earlier today. Silence hovered between them for a few seconds before Art spoke again. Gramps, I'm sorry. I should have rushed back. I just assumed she'd be fine once she woke up, since she had finished the last leg of assimilation with her beast will back at the dungeon. If I'd known things could go wrong like this, I would have rushed here as soon as I got back. He turned to look at Virian, almost pleadingly. Back when Art was assimilating with Sylvia's beast will, Virian had explained to him that there was one final wave of struggle from the beast will before the assimilation was completely over. He had told him that was normal. He should have prepared for the worst. He almost lost her today. The thought scared him, more than he would have ever believed possible in his past life. Your parents probably had their fair shares of worries raising you, huh? Unexpectedly, Grandpa Virian gave a soft chortle. What? Yeah, I guess, Art responded, thrown off by his sudden question. You did good in going to your family first. Tessia has her family to take care of her. She's not alone, you know. You probably thought of this when you decided to spend the day with them. Your family probably needed you to be there for them as well, since you gave them such a scare. Don't forget that. Don't be sorry for spending that much-needed time with your family. Grandpa Virian patted Art's back consolingly. Art didn't know what to say. He was thankful that Virian knew him well enough to not need an explanation or an excuse. Again, a tranquil silence hung over them until Art finally got around to asking the question that had been clawing at the back of his mind. Hey, Gramps, how much do you know about the 6 Lances? He asked, keeping his gaze focused on Sylvie, who had fallen asleep curled up next to Tess. The 6 Lances? Why the sudden curiosity? Virian asked after a while. Art didn't answer. Accepting his silence, Virian responded tactfully. What exactly do you want to know about them? After a bit of thought, Art started off with a simple question. How strong are they? Virian let out a slow breath. Brat, let me start by asking you this. How strong do you imagine white core mages to be? Art's brows furrowed as he began calculating how many mages it would take to defeat a single white core mage. It took roughly 20 solid yellow core mages to hold off a single silver core mage. But would it take fewer silver core mages than that to beat a white core mage? Or was the power level increase exponential? I'm not really sure, Gramps, Art finally said, defeated. To make it easier for you, we'll use myself as a unit of measurement. I don't ever recall explicitly telling you this, but I'm a mid-silver core mage. It would take about 10 of me to keep one mid-white core mage at bay, and that's being optimistic, Grandpa Virian explained, chuckling softly. 10 of you, Art muttered under his breath. Now Cynthia is high silver. Even being generous, it would take around 6 or 7 of her to keep one mid-white core at bay. Virian shrugged as he spoke. Art couldn't imagine his current self being able to defeat that many Virians or good skies. Perhaps if he were to release the second phase of his dragon's will, he might be barely able to contend with 3 Grandpa Virians. However, the backlash would be tremendous. I don't get it. Where did these abnormally strong figures come from, and why haven't they decided to just take control of a kingdom? I mean, with their strength, it's not like any king or queen can give them much of a fight. What's been keeping the royal family in power when there are white core mages capable of slaughtering them and their armies with ease? Art asked, trying to make sense of this world's government system. You have an excellent point. You're right. By strength alone, the 6 lances, or any white core mage for that matter, could probably wipe out a kingdom on their own. Grandpa Virion glanced over at Tess to make sure she was still sleeping. Before I say anything more, this will need to be kept an absolute secret from Tessia. I want her to stay ignorant of these rather dark matters, at least until she's older. Grandpa Virion had a tender smile on his face as he looked at his granddaughter. Art nodded. I'll keep it a secret. I'll explain where they came from after, but as to the strength of each of the 6 lances. They are now stronger than regular white core mages, but before being knighted, most of them were actually only silver core mages. Gramps spoke with a faraway, peaceful expression. Huh? That makes no sense, Art began. Brat, how do you think the royal families, without any major powerhouses in line for the throne, have stayed in power since the formation of the 3 kingdoms? His peaceful expression disappeared as he peered at Art, his face clearly depicting his mixed feelings. He continued, This is classified information, known only to the royal families of each race, but I'm telling you because, somehow, I know you'll need this information in the future, and I know you'll be able to handle it. He let out a heavy sigh that seemed to contain a bit of his very soul. Do you believe in deities? The world of Arthur's past, the world where he lived as a king, still came regularly to mind. It had been a life of isolation for him, but it wasn't as if he'd loathed every moment of his near 40 years there. He had especially enjoyed visiting the orphanages and playing with the children. Of course, most of the boys considered sword fighting and Kai training forms of play, so whenever he went, he ended up spending hours teaching them. Art remembered one day rather explicitly when a boy in the orphanage, Jacob, asked him a question. Brother Gray, do you believe in God? He had asked, looking up as he tugged on Art's sleeve. Art had never believed in God, or any higher beings, as some people did. How could there be a God in a world where your level of martial strength determined how you could live your life? Parents who birthed physically weak or crippled babies were considered failures, often humiliated and ridiculed by others. And those babies, even if they did live past adolescence, would never be able to amount to anything. They would have about as much recognition as a fly buzzing in someone's face. Annoying, useless, better off dead. No matter how beautiful and charismatic a woman was, she would only amount to a high-class prostitute if she didn't have enough strength to at least be considered mediocre among practitioners. Even those old bastards in the council, who sat on their asses all day and used everyone like pawns, had once been grand fighters and famous figures. How could a god exist in a world like that? Even if a god or deity had existed in Art's previous world, he certainly wasn't very merciful or loving, let alone fair. When Jacob had asked Art if he believed in God, he couldn't answer. These children believed, like he once did, that there was a higher power watching over them, protecting them. And now, in this world, Art was being asked a similar question, but by someone much older than him. Did he believe in deities, some sort of higher powers, above them and unreachable? Finally, he answered, I'm not sure. Do deities exist? The words "in this world" almost slipped from his mouth. Grandpa Virion let out a hearty laugh. I've been asking that question all my life, but I've started to think that they might. What made you change your mind? Art tilted his head in curiosity. Her. Virion pointed his finger. At Tess, Art thought, but then he realized it was the sleeping Sylvie he was directing his gaze at. Wait, Sylvie? You think Sylvie is a deity? Almost choking on his spit, Art directed his gaze back at Gramps. Boy, deities are not what the religious books say about gods. Deities are beings that are able to ascend from what we consider their mortal bodies and fully harmonize with mana. Dragons, at least from what I've read about them, are beings that can naturally become deities. They can't be classified as just S-class or SS-class mana beasts. If you compare it to mana cores, a deity would be at the level one would reach after breaking out of white core stage. Grandpa Virion looked down at his hands as he said this, letting out a scoff. Here we are, elves, humans, and dwarves alike, at most, barely able to tap into the power of a white stage mana core. Yet beings may still exist that can easily level mountains and flood valleys. Again, Grandpa Virion had that faraway look. He closed his eyes for a while before slowly opening them again, his gaze shifting toward Art. You've read about the war between the three races, as well as the most recent war between the humans and elves, but even compared to those two wars, this continent was much more chaotic and dangerous in ancient times. The three races were nomadic back then, always on the run from mana beasts. The humans, elves, and dwarves all traveled separately due to clashes in their cultures, but whenever any of the races met, they were on fairly good terms. They had to be. They exchanged information and traded raw resources that they picked up along the way. This is now known as the Beast Era, when the mana beasts were rampant and ruled the continent. I don't understand. Art's brows furrowed in confusion. Why didn't they use magic to drive the mana beasts away? I could understand maybe avoiding A-class mana beasts and up, but I don't see why they were so helpless. It's not that they didn't, it's that they couldn't. Have you ever noticed the painting in the main hall of the royal palace in Elenoir? He asked, suddenly switching topics. You mean that enormous painting in the living room? I noticed it at first, but I couldn't really make sense of it, so I just disregarded it. Art laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. Every one of the three royal palaces has a painting similar to that one. It's a depiction of a powerful deity gifting us with the tools to overcome the mana beasts and put an end to the Beast Era. Art couldn't tell how Virion was feeling as he said all this. His expression was a mixture of complex emotions. But no matter how ridiculous it sounded to him, Gramps didn't seem to be saying this lightheartedly, so he stayed quiet and let him continue. This deity appeared to three people, who were the forefathers of what are now the three royal families. He bestowed our ancestors with 6 artifacts, which were distributed among the 3 individuals who were chosen by the deity to become kings. For the humans, the head of the Glader family received 2, the head of the dwarf family of the Grey Sunders received 2, and lastly, for the elves, the ancestor of my Aerolith family also received 2. Virion smirked as he looked at Art's expression. Huh? Why would this so-called deity just give the 3 races these treasures? Art sputtered incredulously, not able to hold it in. Let me get to that, brat, he reprimanded Art. Remember, this was ages before I was born. This knowledge has been passed down from king to king, and my guess is that information may have been exaggerated or skewed in certain directions along the way, but this is what I've been taught. The 3 kings weren't meant to use the artifacts themselves, but were instead meant to bestow them on their 2 most powerful subjects under a soul oath through a sort of knighting ceremony. The 3 races were meant to use the power of the artifacts to protect themselves, as well as to gain the upper hand in dominating the mana beasts and other monsters of the time, he explained. Well, funny you say that, because that's what happened. The artifacts did indeed allow the elves, humans, and dwarves to work together during that period to further expand their areas of dominance. A lot of the mana beasts were either killed or driven off to what is now known as the Beast Glades, putting an end to the Beast Era. However, shortly thereafter, greed did get a hold of the 3 kings and their subjects. In addition to the incredible power the artifacts gave to their wielders, they gave them insights on how to utilize the source of the energy that makes up the world, which we now call mana, Grandpa Virion explained. Art shook his head in disbelief. The users of the artifacts taught this to those they deemed capable, thus giving rise to the very first batch of mages. Drunk on power, they let the concept of harmony dwindle, and soon there was internal strife due to greed. Virion said with a pained smile before continuing. The 3 pairs of artifacts had different attributes. The distinct specialization we see today between the 3 races is supposedly due to the way the artifacts were distributed. The dwarves reasoned that because they were the beings closest to the earth, they should naturally be the rulers of the continent. We elves believed that, being closest to all living things, we should be the rulers of the continent, while the humans, who were able to train and utilize all four major elements, assumed that the deity naturally wanted to make them the rulers of the continent. Virion looked back at Tess to make sure she was still asleep. The First War, which lasted longer than the time it took to drive the mana beasts into the Beastglades, was what led to the segregation of the three races, as well as the formation of the three kingdoms. The Second War, which you're more familiar with, happened between the humans and the elves. So, he said, testing Art, going back to the question of where the 6 lances came from, can you take a guess? Wait. So those artifacts that were bestowed upon your ancestors by the deity were given to the 6 lances? Art's mind raced as pieces of the puzzle began to fall into place. And the artifacts are the reason they were able to rise past the silver core stage and become white core mages, as well as why they aren't able to go against the council. They're soul-bound, just like the previous users who were tied to the first kings, he exclaimed, amazed by the revelation. Everything clicked. So the lances, after they were deemed worthy, were given the artifact and made to take the soul oath that bound their lives to the kings? Art asked. Does that mean the candidates were brought up from each of the royal families, or were they just found? The candidates were nurtured very closely to the royal families, Grandpa Virion said, a distant look on his face. They were secretly raised to each wield an artifact. However, it wasn't until the discovery of the other continent that the 3 races decided they needed to unify. One last question. So were the artifacts given to other figures in the past as well? How come we've never heard of them? Art was sitting up by this point, thoroughly focused on the conversation and leaning forward as if it were possible to receive information faster this way. Yes, but this is the first time it has been made public. There have always been wielders of the artifacts, protecting the kings and their families from the shadows. It is only now, after the unification of the continent, that we decided to publicize the wielders. Of course, no one else knows that their strength comes from the power of the artifacts. If that secret were to be let out, it would most likely cause a coup d'etat. The greed of silver core mages desperate to surpass their limits is not to be looked down upon. Who knows to what extent some might go, maybe even destroying the entire royal bloodline in hopes of being the new masters of the artifacts. Virion paused again before turning to stare at Sylvie. I imagine your bond has the capacity to become a deity. I'm not sure how long that would take, or if we'd even be alive when it happens, but Art, you need to get stronger. Call it an old elf's intuition, but I feel like changes are going to happen soon. Enormous changes. I just hope I'm wrong. Art had never seen Grandpa Virion look so worried. His mind flashed to the message that Sylvia had left within him after teleporting him to Elshire Forest, how he would hear from her again when he reached the stage past White Core. He was beginning to think that maybe these so-called deities weren't as fictional as he had believed them to be. What's going on? Why am I sleeping on the ground? Tessia's voice broke through the serious atmosphere, pulling everyone's attention back to the present.
I stood there utterly baffled by the strange turn of events. What in the world just happened? My eyes remained fixed on Tessia, trying to decipher the bizarre aura enveloping her. Simultaneously, my mind raced with questions about the mysterious orb and the boy who seemed to be at the center of it all. The orb had shot out, vanishing into Tessia's body before I could fully comprehend its nature. It bore a resemblance to an elixir, but the specifics eluded my grasp. Regardless, my overwhelming emotion was relief. Relief that Tessia appeared unharmed, despite the inexplicable occurrence. A surge of empathy washed over me as I considered the boy's predicament. He had just emerged, bedraggled and bewildered, from the depths of an underground dungeon. Gods only knew how deep he had fallen, and now he was thrust into this bewildering situation. I couldn't help but feel a twinge of sympathy for his plight. Our conversation naturally gravitated toward the enigmatic 6 lances and the artifacts they sought. Amidst the exchange of information, doubt crept into my mind like a shadowy specter. Was I doing the right thing by entrusting Arthur with this knowledge? Uncertainty left a bitter taste on my tongue as I finished explaining everything to him, leaving me to grapple with the consequences of my choices. I sometimes forgot that he was actually younger than Tessia. It was odd, though. I couldn't quite put my finger on it, but more and more my instincts told me that despite his monstrous ability in mana manipulation and latent potential as a mage, his cognitive acuteness, his mental capacity, which did not belong to a prepubescent child, and which would, I suspected, make this brat fearsome in the future. Despite all this, currently, his level of power had not caught up to his intellect. What's going on? Why am I sleeping on the ground? My ears perked up immediately at the sound of my granddaughter's feeble voice. Grandpa, where am Art? Tessia's confusion was evident. My arms were already stretched out wide, ready to embrace my one and only beloved granddaughter. But oddly enough, instead of coming into her grandfather's arms, she bolted away from me and toward the boy. My granddaughter. You're going the wrong way, I murmured, my concern growing as I watched Tessia approach Arthur, leaving me behind trying to understand the strange dynamics at play. Arthur, you're alive, Tessia exclaimed, flying into his arms so fast that she almost knocked the boy back down onto the ground. Meanwhile, my arm stayed outstretched. Maybe the passing breeze would accept my embrace, I mused, a tinge of wistfulness in my voice as I watched Tessia's heartfelt reunion with Arthur, a moment that left me standing there, momentarily forgotten.
Tess's faint voice reached Art's ears, and her teary eyes locked onto his. She bit her lower lip to keep herself from breaking down, and Art stood there at a loss. A wave of emotions, some of which he hadn't even known he could feel, washed over him. Arthur, you're alive. Her face was already buried in his chest as she finished her sentence. Yeah, he said, gently petting her hair. I'm alive. He turned to Virion, and he swore he could almost see the old man's petrified body crumbling to bits, his lonely arms outstretched, his head turned like a badly oiled robot, revealing his gaze, which was anything but mechanical. Traitor. Grandpa should still come first. You're dead to me, brat. The thoughts might as well have been tattooed across Virion's forehead, so forcefully was his foul mood leaking out. Giving Grandpa Virion a sympathetic smile, Art looked back down at Tess, who was still in his arms. Only when his old coat, which had been wrapped around her body, slipped slightly off her bare shoulder did he remember that she was completely naked underneath. Q! Sylvie was bouncing up and down, trying to get Tess's attention, but to no avail. Tess clung to Art like glue. The last thing I remember was you handing me over to someone. I can only recall bits and pieces of what happened after that because I was in too much pain. But I heard fragments of conversations about how you didn't make it out, she said, her arms still clinging to him like an infant koala. The way she looked up at him with those tear-filled eyes made him almost lose himself. I'll fill you in on what happened, but for now. He peeled her off of him, wrapping her tighter in the only piece of clothing covering her. Let's get you decent, princess. What are you talking? Was all she managed to say before looking down, her eyes widening in horror. Tess let out a scream that shook the room. Without even a moment to react, Grandpa Virion, Sylvie, and Art were knocked back by a surge of mana that seemed to have come out of nowhere. Art managed to recover in time, landing on his feet. He looked to the side and saw that Virion and Sylvie were both uninjured, surprised but unharmed. Not even caring about the throbbing pain in his chest, Art stared slack-jawed at the sight before them. Tess was at the epicenter of a storm of translucent emerald green vines, dozens of yards in length, all snapping and whipping around chaotically. Even more strangely, they appeared to be an extension of the bright green aura surrounding Tess, who was now curled up in the fetal position. Grandpa Virion stood there, gaping. A mana formation of this magnitude. It shouldn't be possible for her, he stuttered, clearly astounded. You have got to be kidding me, Art mumbled to himself. Cupping his hands, Art yelled out, Tess, you need to calm down. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Go away. I can't believe you didn't tell me I was naked, Tess screamed, her eyes still shut tightly in embarrassment. Those semi-transparent tendrils apparently responded to her emotions, because they were swaying even more fiercely now. Haven't you learned that telling a screaming girl to calm down never actually calms her down? Grandpa Virian said, shaking his head. Art couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration at his own inability to handle the situation. What good is having been a king? What good does all that do, Art, if you can't even quell the anger of a 13-year-old girl? Tess, it's your grandfather. Open your eyes, Virian shouted. Huh? Tess peeked out from one eye, finally realizing what was happening. What's going on? What is all this? Flustered, she looked to them for help. Try to control your emotions. They're making your mana flow go out of control, Art explained, attempting a more reasonable tone. Tess looked to Virian, who was nodding in agreement with Art. Realization dawned on her, and Tess closed her eyes, beginning to meditate. The translucent emerald vines slowly dissipated, fading out of sight. As soon as the vines, composed entirely of pure mana, vanished, the three of them rushed over to where Tess was curled up. Quick, Gramps, check her mana core. Art voiced his hunch, a tinge of fear lacing his words as he anticipated the truth. That's just what I was about to do, brat. Virian rolled up his sleeves, his palms aglow with mana. Wait! Art, turn around. Tess, visibly out of breath, was also keenly aware that something was different within her body. With a sigh, Art began, I already saw Now! Yes, ma'am. Former king? More like whipped dog, Art mumbled to himself as he dutifully turned his back. It can't be. What in the world? Virian's voice trembled. What is it? What stage is her core at, Gramps? Dark yellow? Don't tell me she's at solid yellow like me. Art was itching to turn around. Half a step away from initial silver, she almost broke through into the initial silver stage, Virian mumbled in reply, falling back on his bum in disbelief. What? Art whipped his head back, and Tess pulled the coat around her even more tightly. Ignoring Tess's glare and protests, Art put his hand on her abdomen. Over the coat, of course. He was right. Even when sensing directly, Art couldn't determine the extent of her mana core, which meant she was at a higher level than he was. She had broken through out of a light orange and into the dark yellow stage not too long ago. That meant she skipped nearly all of yellow, advancing to the edge of silver. This news was astonishing. Hard for him to swallow. Art took his body's composition for granted. Because he was a quadra-elemental mage, it was a lot easier for him to break through, but it had become distinctly harder to get past bottlenecks once he reached the dark yellow stage. Not to mention the fact that he broke through at age 3, much earlier than everyone else. The gifted students in Xyrus Academy had 10 years to pass the final exam in order to graduate. There was no set stage that a student's core had to reach in this time, but on average, alumni tended to be around light orange stage by the time they graduated. After reaching that stage, they would be given a seat among the upper echelon practically anywhere they went. Even the most talented dual elemental mages should take exponentially longer to make breakthroughs, if at all, but Tess had just shattered that common assumption and skipped straight to the threshold of breaking into the initial silver stage. That was potentially a couple of decades' worth of cultivation, condensed into a mere fortnight. The absurdity of it all. What the hell did you give her, Arthur? Virian asked seriously. I've never heard of a beast will tempering a mana core, or did it perhaps have something to do with that orb you threw at her? Grandpa, is this a joke? Am I really a half-step from silver? And what orb? Tess interrupted, puzzled by their conversation. I thought it was just some kind of elixir. Art was at a loss for words. What the hell was that vanishing elixir shop? Arthur, if there was ever an elixir that could do what that orb did just now, wars would break loose in hopes of winning it. Grandpa Virian shook his head, still in shock, as he reviewed everything he'd just told Art. Where did you get that orb from, anyway? Oh, from a homeless-looking fellow who owned a disappearing elixir shop. Art laughed nervously. I got it for a silver coin, Gramps. Virian gawked at him incredulously. By his expression, he might have been less surprised if Art had told him he stole it from a god. I don't exactly know myself. I got it from a peddler, kind of. But that's as much as I know. Art let out another small, awkward laugh. Tell me what's going on. You guys weren't actually being serious, right? Tess immediately began focusing on her manicore. No way. My manicore is light yellow now, and it already has so many cracks on it, she said, her voice trembling. Honey, you're actually a peak light yellow core mage now, Grandpa Virian said, almost whispering. Tess's eyes rolled back as she fainted, her body slumping against Sylvie's back as Art's bond moved just in time to catch her. This girl just can't stay awake, Art grumbled as he positioned her more comfortably on the grass floor. She's sure to be exhausted after having gone through all this. Her body was under constant stress, and breaking through more than 3 stages at once will have taken a toll on her mind as well. I guess the realization was the tipping point. They gazed at her for a few moments, each lost in their thoughts. Then Virian said, I'm going to take her through the gate, back to Elenoir. She needs some rest, and I'm sure my son and daughter-in-law are still worried. I'm kind of looking forward to how they'll react to this. He sighed. Imagine, Princess Tessia, a silver core mage at the age of 13, he boasted with a wide grin on his face. Do you want to come with me? I'll pass on that. I know Tess is safe, and she knows I'm safe as well. That'll have to do for now. We'll catch up when she returns to school, Art replied. I have a meeting with the council that I've been avoiding, so I won't get to see you for a while. Get some rest, boy. Grandpa Virian threw Art a wink and walked out of the training room with Tess in his arms. She's at a higher level than me now. Art's mind kept going back to the homeless man and his elixir shop. Was the orb he had given him really the reason she'd been able to break through like that? He couldn't see any other explanation. Q. Papa, I'm hungry. Sylvie hopped back onto the top of Art's head and thumped his forehead in complaint. Me too, Sylv. But before we go back, let's visit your Uncle Elijah, Art replied, rubbing his Bond's ears. Coo. But food. Arthur! Elijah roared as he nearly headbutted Art. Art had an eerie sense of déjà vu, but this scene wasn't nearly as heartwarming. There. Yes, I'm still alive. You can't get rid of me that easily, Art said soothingly, patting his best friend's head. I know, he sniffled. You're like a cockroach. This brat. Art peeled him off of him. Again, very similarly to the scene from just 30 minutes ago, but the person in front of him this time had a string of mucus hanging out of his right nostril, the other end of the slippery secretion attaching itself to Art's shirt. A friend. His best friend. In Elijah, he now had an entity in this life that he'd wanted so badly in his previous one. A person he could let loose and be a child with again, no matter how old or grand he was before. Kathleen's mother had passionately argued for its construction before the council, championing the cause. Although the council eventually agreed, her mother had been the happiest when the building was finally erected. Equality held immense importance for Kathleen's mother. As a child, Kathleen had been lectured by her home instructor for refusing to participate in class with some of the other nobles' children. Her mother had believed it was essential for her to make friends while learning, but it hadn't gone as smoothly as expected. On the first day, Kathleen had thrown a tantrum, stating she didn't want to befriend them because they weren't princesses like her. Ignoring the carefully chosen words of discipline from her home instructor, young Kathleen had stormed off to her room and slammed the door shut, refusing to come out. Later that afternoon, after the other noble children and the home instructor had departed, her mother knocked on the door, even though there was no lock. She sat down on the bed next to Kathleen and ran her fingers gently through her hair. Kathleen couldn't quite recall her own response, but her mother's words remained etched in her memory, even as a 6-year-old. The exact phrasing had blurred slightly, but the essence remained vivid. My little Kathleen, I know you think you did nothing wrong. Everyone gets angry and fights for what they believe in. What I want you to know, my little baby, is that before you are a princess, you are a person. It doesn't matter if someone is a king, a servant, a powerful mage, an elf, or a dwarf. A person is a person. Everyone is different, and that is what makes each person special in their own ways. Don't hate someone for something they can't change. What if people didn't like you because you have round ears, or because you have beautiful white skin, or a perky little nose? Her mother continued, playfully tickling her in each of the mentioned spots, eliciting fits of giggles. Kathleen's mother was remarkably sensible and intelligent, her warmth contrasting with the occasional aloofness her appearance implied. She approached people as individuals, not as humans, elves, or dwarves. She instilled in her children a profound sense of equality, sternly disciplining them for any form of discrimination, be it based on social class or race. The Tri-Union Hall stood as an extension of her mother's beliefs. It was meant, she had explained, to be both a symbol and a space for the three races to learn about the differences in each other's cultures. Now that it had become a target, Kathleen's suspicions immediately went to the same radical group that had recently sown discord. She strained her eyes, holding back her tears. Claire swiftly ordered Kai to alert the other professors and staff. She assigned Faerith and Kathleen to assist the mages attempting to extinguish the fire before it consumed the entire building. Kathleen noticed Faerith's expression shift from anger to dejection. She almost wanted to apologize, as if the incident were her fault. Doradrea appeared unfazed, but Kathleen could sense that Faerith wasn't as emotionally resilient. She wished he knew that not all humans shared the same sentiments, but the words got stuck in her throat. Expressing herself was never her strong suit, unlike her mother, or Arthur. As they hurried to support the professors, venturing into the collapsing building, Kathleen spotted the student council, minus the president, making their way toward the scene as well. Earth and wind attribute mages worked tirelessly to prevent the building from collapsing, while water attribute mages focused their efforts on extinguishing the fire. Kathleen hadn't utilized water attribute spells as frequently since she had begun exploring her unique ability to manipulate ice attribute mana. However, she remained familiar enough with the spells to recognize them even from a distance. A few other student mages had already begun chanting spells in harmony by the time they arrived. Without exchanging pleasantries, they all immediately immersed themselves in their tasks. Everyone, step aside. Turning around, Kathleen saw a couple of professors rushing toward them, wands already drawn. After a few moments of silent chanting, Professor Malkenheim, who taught an upper division magic warfare class, conjured a thick cloud of mist enveloping the entire building. The other professor, a stranger to Kathleen, utilized the moisture from Professor Malkenheim's mist cloud to create multiple powerful water streams. Just these two spells, cast by the two professors, dwarfed the meticulously prepared spells crafted by more than 10 students combined. Within minutes, the monstrous fire was extinguished, and other professors began chanting spells to raise earthen support beams, stabilizing the crumbling portion of the building. As expected of professors, they operated on an entirely different level. This train of thought brought back memories of the time Arthur had completely overwhelmed Professor Geist before taking over his class. Just how strong was Arthur then? What would he do in this situation? Shaking her head, Kathleen reprimanded herself for letting her mind wander back to Arthur. Why did he infiltrate her thoughts so frequently? She needed to stay strong for when he came back. He is going to come back, right? She had resumed her chanting when a group of students caught her eye, hastily making their way from the scene. Initially, she paid it little attention until she glimpsed one of the students in the group. It was Charles Ravenpour. Even from a distance, she could see him nervously glancing around as he attempted to escape. When their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze and hastened his pace. Before she could react, Theodore, who had been assisting an injured student, spotted him too. Without uttering a word, he enhanced his body and sprinted furiously toward Charles. "Someone help!" Charles shrieked, but the surrounding group remained frozen, gripped by fear and confusion. Theodore easily grabbed Charles, lifting him by the collar, nearly choking him. Kathleen kept her wand at the ready, trailing behind her brother, who rushed toward Theodore and Charles. "We need to ask you a couple of questions. If you would kindly cut the crap and come with us, growled Theodore as he dragged the flailing Charles away. Usually Kathleen didn't endorse Theodore's rash behavior, but this time, excuse her crude thoughts, she secretly hoped he would be a bit rougher with Charles. A small part of her, a very tiny part, wanted to stoop down to their level and use the same barbaric tactics the radical group had employed to make a statement. Before Theodore could take further action, a voice interrupted them. "What's the meaning of this?" barked Professor Malkenheim, blocking Theodore's path. Professor Malkenheim had a scrawny build, his balding head and beak-like nose being his defining features. His self-consciousness about his lack of hair was evident in the way he combed back the hairs on the side of his head, attempting to conceal the bald spot on his crown. While he wouldn't physically be able to subdue someone of Theodore's size, he held his needle-thin wand pointed directly at the thickly built disciplinary committee officer. "I should be asking you the same thing, Professor," Theodore snarled, while Charles, lying helplessly on the ground, watched with a pleading expression. "I wasn't aware that the prestigious disciplinary committee officers were mere thugs who would assault students," Professor Malkenheim scolded, his wand steadfastly aimed at Theodore. "Innocent? Ha! This weasel has been seen multiple times with the radical group you're struggling to capture. It can hardly be anything short of guilt by association. Are you protecting a criminal right now?" Theodore's frustration was palpable, the ground beneath him beginning to crumble from his gravity-infused mana. "Someone save me from this brute. I'm innocent. I swear." Charles, still on the ground and trapped in Theodore's grip, whimpered as the ground beneath him began to give way. "Theodore, I understand your frustration, but this isn't the right way to handle things. Arresting a student without any evidence besides your suspicions will lead to consequences with parents and maybe even the council. Please, we can't afford to act recklessly," another professor, who had assisted in extinguishing the flames, interjected. She positioned herself between Professor Malkenheim and Theodore, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Professor Genert is right. Theodore, we can't afford to lose control. There's too much at stake, and we can't afford to be rash. Besides, there are more pressing matters to attend to right now. We need to ensure no one was left inside that building," Curtis said, his expression a mix of frustration and helplessness. Silently, Theodore released the trembling Charles Ravenpour back toward his group and shot one final menacing glare at Professor Malkenheim before walking away. The professor shook his head in disgust and then proceeded in the opposite direction, yelling at the students who stood around to disperse. Kathleen glanced at Charles Ravenpour, who was being escorted away by his friends. His disheveled bangs covered most of his face, but beneath them there was an unmistakable smirk. "Do you really have to leave again? You just got here." Art's mother heaved a sigh as she looked at him from the other side of the dining table. "Brother, you're going away again? Are you going to almost die again?" his sister asked with a straight face, making her question sting all the more. Art could still tell she was pouting by the way her cheek puffed out slightly more than usual, despite her best efforts at keeping a poker face. "Eleanor, don't say such things to your brother," their mother chastised as she pinched Eleanor's cheek. "Arthur, I consider you grown up now. I know your decisions were made in consideration of your family. I support your decision to go, since it's for the sake of your love," his father affirmed as he gave him a thumbs up, the corners of his lips curling upward. "Oh God, Dad, please stop." Art groaned with frustration at being taken for some kind of hormone-diluted pubescent who had just been caught with a girlfriend. A giggle escaped from Art's mother's lips. She tried to quickly cover her mouth and resume a serious face, but it was already too late. Art felt his face burning, so he just looked down, shaking his head, uncertain which was worse, his parents worrying about him, or them teasing him like this. Meanwhile, Elijah quietly sat next to him, wide-eyed, sucking his lips in to make sure he didn't laugh as well. His expression seemed to be saying, "I'm not doing anything wrong. Nope," making Art sigh all the harder. Q. "Papa will be fine. I'm going to protect him this time." Sylvie hopped up and down on top of the table. "It's only going to take a couple of days, and I'll be with Grandpa Virion. Besides, next week is the Aurora Consulate, so I'll be back home for a while. As I said in the beginning, This matter is serious, Art said, trying to convince his parents who were already lost in their own imaginations. Well, we can't keep babying you forever. You are growing up, I guess, in more ways than one. Just remember that it's better to take things slow, Art, though I'm sure you'll at least do better than your father. Art's mother mused, as she looked helplessly at his father, who was caught off guard by this surprise attack and looked at Art imploringly, as if he'd just been stabbed. Art gave them a wry smile before turning to Elijah. Don't worry. I'll let everyone know you're still alive and coming back soon, Elijah responded, putting his hand on Art's shoulder while giving him a rather dubious thumbs up. I will be back soon, Art reiterated, letting out a doubtful breath. He stood up, giving each of them a final hug, which had become sort of a customary thing to do in their family. Sylvie, caught in his sister's grasp, struggled to break free. Art took a quick glance at both his mother and sister, making sure they still wore the phoenix worm necklaces, just in case. The white gold chains twinkled around their necks, reassuring him. He said one last goodbye to them all and headed for the carriage waiting for him outside, Sylvie scampering behind him. Inside the carriage, Art began fiddling with the gold-speckled orb, attempting to glean as much information about it as possible. Despite his repeated attempts to imbue mana into the orb, there was no response or reaction. It felt almost as if it were merely a marble, devoid of any magical properties. Frustrated, he placed the orb back inside his ring. The ride to the teleportation gate would likely be his last chance to get some sleep for a while, so he tried to make the most of it. In his mind, haunting words echoed, "It is necessary, King Grey. It is of utmost importance to bring stability to our country, to show the people of our country, your country, that you are our king and that you fight for us. It is necessary to kill her. Kill her, King Grey, so that the world will know not to trifle with your country. Kill her." Art shot up from the carriage seat, gasping for breath. The sound of his pounding heart reverberated all the way up into his skull, and the cold air that leaked inside the carriage chilled his sweat-covered forehead. It took Art a moment to realize he had only been dreaming. Sinking back down into his seat, he wiped the cold sweat off his brow as Sylvie, who must have fallen off his lap when he woke up, jumped back onto it with a worried gaze. He squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that would help him get rid of the disturbing memory. He felt Sylvie's rough tongue on the back of his hand. "It's okay, Sylv. I'm fine," he assured her, petting her ears. Why did that memory have to come up now? Unable to fall back asleep, he talked to Sylvie to pass the time. It started off as small conversations about the time she had spent training by herself, then shifted to teaching her about the various objects and scenery they passed on the remainder of the carriage ride. Over the past few months, Sylvie's mental capacities had been rapidly growing. Her knowledge and maturity had long since surpassed that of a human of a comparable age. While Art conversed with Sylvie, his thoughts drifted to the unique bond he shared with her, contrasting sharply with the relationships he had observed among other beast tamers. Most of them seemed to have connections grounded in battle, where both parties utilized each other's skills. Even Curtis and his world lion demonstrated this dynamic, spending countless hours training together. Art hoped that he could develop a similar training bond with Sylvie in the near future. When they arrived at their destination, the moon hung high overhead, casting its glow upon the warmly lit floating city of Xerus. The guard stationed at the gate leading to Elenoir Kingdom approached them, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. "State your reason for passage and provide verification," the guard demanded gruffly, his wariness fading slightly upon realizing Art was just a kid. His voice struck Art as oddly familiar, but he dismissed the notion, focusing on the situation at hand. Unsure of what to say, he remembered the silver compass Grandpa Virion had given him when he was a child. It bore the insignia of the Aerolith family, potentially serving as a means of verification. Silently, Art hid his hand inside his pocket, retrieving the compass from his ring and showing it to the guard. The guard arched his eyebrow in mild surprise, but refrained from commenting as he handed the compass back to Art, gesturing for him to proceed. Around the portal entrance, ancient runes glowed and hummed in a low pitch, the guard jogging back to join them. "This way, please," he said, his tone stern. "Thank you." Art nodded, obediently following him. The humming emanating from the portal grew more intense as the magical runes activated, opening the gateway. Glancing back, Art saw the guard perform an exaggerated bow. As his right foot stepped into the portal and the familiar sensation of being pulled in enveloped him, the guard looked up. The rugged appearance, marked by scars, was now replaced by the old man from the elixir store. He winked at Art and flashed a cheeky grin. "Have a safe trip, lad." In the midst of the dense woods, Cynthia Goodsky reached a clearing and discerned the faint murmur of chants, her enhanced hearing picking up the subtle sounds. Abruptly, a barrage of almost translucent blades made of compressed air shot toward her with terrifying velocity, a manifestation of the windcutter spell. It came as no surprise. She understood it was only to be expected that these spies would all possess expertise in wind magic. With determination, Cynthia stood her ground, patiently waiting for the wind blades to draw near before deploying a sound barrier. Unharmed by the onslaught, she calmly continued her stride, all the while weaving her way through the incantations of her second spell. In the nearby vicinity, unfortunate birds and rodents met their demise under the influence of the pulse field spell, their lifeless bodies falling from the trees where they had sought refuge. Among the victims were a handful of unsuspecting spies, caught off guard by the magic, collapsing from their concealed perches while writhing in pain. Cynthia meticulously recorded the positions of each fallen creature, both animal and human alike. Before she could conjure another spell, a sudden threat materialized, a needle narrowly evading her senses until the very last moment. A hasty glance downward revealed the deadly projectile coated in a venomous substance. "Avier, handle the ones to my right," she stated in a monotone voice. "Aye," confirmed her bond through their mental connection, acknowledging the command without hesitation. Avier descended gracefully from the moonlit sky, his arrival marked by the haunting cries and brief groans of the spies who had unwittingly become his prey. The echo of their desperate pleas for help dissipated into the night, unheard and unanswered. Meanwhile, Cynthia battled her instincts, forcing herself to spare a few of them to extract valuable information. Ultimately, only one survived long enough to face her interrogation. Despite the destruction of his mana core, rendering him defenseless without his magical shield, he displayed a stubborn resilience. Cynthia began crushing his bones from the inside after giving him the chance to answer her questions. Still, he would not relent. "Ha! You think I'll tell a traitor anything? You've made a big mistake," he gasped, his voice laced with pain. "They're slowly regaining their former strength. You assumed this continent had decades left? Pfft! The people of this continent will have less than 10 years before the war begins." Defiance etched his features as he smirked and spat a bloody clot in Cynthia's direction. Her frustration swelled, but she suppressed it, steeling herself against the grim reality of his words. Clenching her jaws in determination, she placed her hand on the injured spy's head, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Choking on the blood pooling in his mouth, he managed to croak, "Long live the—" Before he could finish his sentence, his voice was abruptly silenced. Liquid brain matter oozed from his ears, and blood trickled from his other openings as the sound pulse inflicted inside his skull liquefied his brain matter. Cynthia left his lifeless body on the forest floor, letting out a weary sigh. She turned away, swiftly moving toward her next destination while carefully avoiding the scattered corpses beneath the trees. "Would you mind cleaning up the mess, Avier?" she asked, a note of apology in her voice. "Human meat is too stringy for my taste, but I suppose I can manage it, yes," replied Avier through their bond. His owl-like form began to emit a soft glow, and he transformed into his wyvern shape, ready to dispose of the remains. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the forest came alive with shadows, and the resounding crunch of bones filled the air as Avier indulged in yet another group of spies, hailing from Cynthia's homeland. The night proved unproductive, leaving Cynthia with a sense of disappointment. She released a sigh of frustration, wiping the blood from her face before changing her attire. Her years spent on this continent had softened her, stripping away the apathy she had cultivated toward death and torture. Killing a few brainwashed soldiers left a bitter taste in her mouth, unsettling her. Yet, nagging doubts gnawed at her. This victory felt too effortless, too straightforward. Could this have been a diversion? Frowning at the possibility, Cynthia left Aviary behind and ventured forth, desperately hoping that her suspicions were nothing more than unfounded fears. By the time the Tri-Union building site was under control and the DC officers and student council emerged from their meeting with the professors, it was already late at night. Elijah took that chance to share with them what he hadn't been able to earlier, that Arthur was alive and safe. Yes, I knew it. I knew he'd survive. Claire sank down in her chair, covering her face with her arms, probably to hide the stray tears sliding down her cheeks. Curtis let out a huge breath of relief as he leaned back against the wall. But it was Princess Catherine's reaction that caught Elijah off guard. For once, her face visibly brightened as she studied Elijah, ensuring he wasn't lying. Her chocolate-colored eyes seemed to twinkle as a rare smile formed on her lips. "Thank God," she muttered repeatedly under her breath when he confirmed the information with an awkward nod. "As expected of my rival." The elf, who kept insisting he was Arthur's rival, wore a smug expression, as if he had saved Arthur himself. However, the tears forming in the corners of his eyes betrayed his facade. "Heh, I knew the twerp wouldn't die from just a fall," scoffed the bear, leaning back on his chair. Theodore attempted to play it off casually, but the half-grin he was trying to suppress revealed his relief. Kai, Elijah thought that was his name, responded very indifferently, with a smile that seemed superficial. "Looks like I'll get my duel after all." The dwarf nodded contentedly. Ugh, he thought, recalling some unpleasant memories of home again. It was evident that they were all relieved. None seemed to mind the delay before his return to assist with the current situation. On the contrary, it felt as though they desired the resolution of this entire fiasco before Arthur and Tessia's return. That was peculiar. It struck him that if their director didn't return in time, Arthur would be the most suitable person to handle this mess, perhaps even more so than the professors. Fortunately, no casualties had occurred in the Tri-Union Hall disaster. Only a few students suffered mild injuries. An emitter, brought over from the Adventurers Guild, had healed them, and they were promptly taken to the treatment ward. Before their parents were allowed to visit, the students were asked to provide their accounts of what had transpired inside. The atmosphere within the academy had taken a turn for the worse. A clear divide had emerged among the students. The newly admitted elves and dwarves were seething with anger, painting all humans with the same brush as racist brutes. At the same time, the arrogant human students adamantly refused to take responsibility for others' actions. The few humans who sincerely regretted the events found themselves ostracized by both groups. In the end, they adopted a neutral stance, too apprehensive to voice their opinions. The situation had become too volatile. Everyone was desperately searching for someone else to hold responsible. It was peculiar how people seemed to act more recklessly when they formed groups, as if they drew strength from one another. After the fire had been extinguished, both sides became more vocal, nearly escalating to physical confrontation before the professors intervened, instructing them all to disperse. The whole thing made Elijah restless. He ended up stopping by the training room Arthur had granted him access to, a place he normally didn't use. However, since neither Arthur nor Tessia were present, he decided it would be okay to do so. The guard eyed him suspiciously, but the front desk lady, Chloe, kindly escorted him to the room. Elijah let out a deep breath, feeling his monocore tremble with the excitement of being let loose. Unlike Arthur, he had been learning a lot since coming to the academy. Many practical aspects of magic seemed to work differently for him than for others. One thing he had noticed was that meditating didn't do much for him. His mana core developed and strengthened at its own pace. His conscious efforts to refine more mana from the atmosphere didn't seem to help. He had broken through into the light orange stage without much effort, but progress seemed to elude him afterward. Clenching his hands into fists and then releasing them, he repeated the motion until his hands felt detached from his body. Activating the Earthen Spear spell, he sensed the mana flowing through and around him. Immediately, a rock spike shot up from the ground a few yards in front of him. Casting the spell again, this time imbuing it with more mana, two thick spears of earth shot up at an angle. Honestly, uttering the spell's name had become unnecessary for him. It was just a habit to maintain a clear image of what he wanted to evoke. With a bit more practice, he believed he could cast multiple streams of spells instantly and simultaneously. Next, he cast a stone barrage spell, and the ground beneath him crumbled as chunks of earth levitated. After concentrating for a few moments, he willed the rocks to shoot forward. However, only 4 out of the 10 rocks he shot hit the tree he had targeted, which was a bit disappointing. If he couldn't strengthen his mana core through meditation like the others, he figured he might as well focus on improving his control over the spells he already knew. In his mana utilization class, he had learned precisely what it meant to have an affinity for a specific element. If a mage had a weak affinity to fire, precision in casting the spell became crucial. This also meant that the vocal incantation of the spell needed to be longer. Each verse chanted shaped the type of phenomenon the mage wanted to occur. For the rock bullet spell, a mage with little affinity would need a verse for each step, starting with the shape of the rock, its density, where it would originate, and even incorporating a spin if necessary. The mage couldn't overlook the initial trajectory of the spell, or whether they wanted the rock bullet strengthened to pierce the target or weakened to explode upon impact. All these factors could result in a lengthy chant. However, for a mage with a strong affinity to the element, these spell details could be easily imagined. Most mages tended to stick with the element they had the highest affinity for, allowing them to best utilize their mana and mental capacity. For him, the earth beneath his feet felt like an extension of his body. Perhaps it was because he grew up with dwarves, but he always had this nagging thought at the back of his mind that, even among them, he wasn't normal. He didn't mean not normal in a genius sort of way, like Arthur was, but in a freak of nature sort of way. Although he supposed Arthur was sort of a freak of nature in his own way. It was an odd train of thought. Details about his body, his gift, one might say, and his disposition weren't classified information, but he didn't explicitly share them with anyone either. He had contemplated telling Arthur about the differences in his body, but the timing never seemed right. It didn't appear urgent enough to make a special effort to pull him aside and divulge the information. In a way, it was good because he felt like, perhaps, just maybe, if he could learn to control his innate talents, if he trained hard enough, he could someday catch up to Arthur. He chuckled bitterly. Sure, he was a solid yellow quadra-elemental mage with a dragon's will, and oddly exceptional skills in close combat. But hey, a guy could dream, right? He conjured more spells, partly to practice and partly to release his pent-up frustration. He yearned to catch up to Arthur, not because he wanted to surpass him, but because he wanted to support him. Arthur always seemed to be battling his own demons. As his best friend, he wanted to stand by him, whether in good times or in war. He didn't know the specifics of Arthur's struggles, but if he was going to be there for him, he needed to be stronger. Kathleen's mother had passionately argued for its construction before the council, championing the cause. Although the council eventually agreed, her mother had been the happiest when the building was finally erected. Equality held immense importance for Kathleen's mother. As a child, Kathleen had been lectured by her home instructor for refusing to participate in class with some of the other nobles' children. Her mother had believed it was essential for her to make friends while learning, but it hadn't gone as smoothly as expected. On the first day, Kathleen had thrown a tantrum, stating she didn't want to befriend them because they weren't princesses like her. Ignoring the carefully chosen words of discipline from her home instructor, young Kathleen had stormed off to her room and slammed the door shut, refusing to come out. Later that afternoon, after the other noble children and the home instructor had departed, her mother knocked on the door, even though there was no lock. She sat down on the bed next to Kathleen and ran her fingers gently through her hair. Kathleen couldn't quite recall her own response, but her mother's words remained etched in her memory, even as a 6-year-old. The exact phrasing had blurred slightly, but the essence remained vivid. My little Kathleen, I know you think you did nothing wrong. Everyone gets angry and fights for what they believe in. What I want you to know, my little baby, is that before you are a princess, you are a person. It doesn't matter if someone is a king, a servant, a powerful mage, an elf, or a dwarf. A person is a person. Everyone is different, and that is what makes each person special in their own ways. Don't hate someone for something they can't change. What if people didn't like you because you have round ears, or because you have beautiful white skin, or a perky little nose? Her mother continued, playfully tickling her in each of the mentioned spots, eliciting fits of giggles. Kathleen's mother was remarkably sensible and intelligent, her warmth contrasting with the occasional aloofness her appearance implied. She approached people as individuals, not as humans, elves, or dwarves. She instilled in her children a profound sense of equality, sternly disciplining them for any form of discrimination, be it based on social class or race. The Tri-Union Hall stood as an extension of her mother's beliefs. It was meant, she had explained, to be both a symbol and a space for the three races to learn about the differences in each other's cultures. Now that it had become a target, Kathleen's suspicions immediately went to the same radical group that had recently sown discord. She strained her eyes, holding back her tears. Claire swiftly ordered Kai to alert the other professors and staff. She assigned Faerith and Kathleen to assist the mages attempting to extinguish the fire before it consumed the entire building. Kathleen noticed Faerith's expression shift from anger to dejection. She almost wanted to apologize, as if the incident were her fault. Doradrea appeared unfazed, but Kathleen could sense that Faerith wasn't as emotionally resilient. She wished he knew that not all humans shared the same sentiments, but the words got stuck in her throat. Expressing herself was never her strong suit, unlike her mother, or Arthur. As they hurried to support the professors, venturing into the collapsing building, Kathleen spotted the student council, minus the president, making their way toward the scene as well. Earth and wind attribute mages worked tirelessly to prevent the building from collapsing, while water attribute mages focused their efforts on extinguishing the fire. Kathleen hadn't utilized water attribute spells as frequently since she had begun exploring her unique ability to manipulate ice attribute mana. However, she remained familiar enough with the spells to recognize them even from a distance. A few other student mages had already begun chanting spells in harmony by the time they arrived. Without exchanging pleasantries, they all immediately immersed themselves in their tasks. Everyone, step aside. Turning around, Kathleen saw a couple of professors rushing toward them, wands already drawn. After a few moments of silent chanting, Professor Malkenheim, who taught an upper division magic warfare class, conjured a thick cloud of mist enveloping the entire building. The other professor, a stranger to Kathleen, utilized the moisture from Professor Malkenheim's mist cloud to create multiple powerful water streams. Just these two spells, cast by the two professors, dwarfed the meticulously prepared spells crafted by more than 10 students combined. Within minutes, the monstrous fire was extinguished, and other professors began chanting spells to raise earthen support beams, stabilizing the crumbling portion of the building. As expected of professors, they operated on an entirely different level. This train of thought brought back memories of the time Arthur had completely overwhelmed Professor Geist before taking over his class. Just how strong was Arthur then? What would he do in this situation? Shaking her head, Kathleen reprimanded herself for letting her mind wander back to Arthur. Why did he infiltrate her thoughts so frequently? She needed to stay strong for when he came back. He is going to come back, right? She had resumed her chanting when a group of students caught her eye, hastily making their way from the scene. Initially, she paid it little attention until she glimpsed one of the students in the group. It was Charles Ravenpour. Even from a distance, she could see him nervously glancing around as he attempted to escape. When their eyes met, he quickly averted his gaze and hastened his pace. Before she could react, Theodore, who had been assisting an injured student, spotted him too. Without uttering a word, he enhanced his body and sprinted furiously toward Charles. "Someone help!" Charles shrieked, but the surrounding group remained frozen, gripped by fear and confusion. Theodore easily grabbed Charles, lifting him by the collar, nearly choking him. Kathleen kept her wand at the ready, trailing behind her brother, who rushed toward Theodore and Charles. "We need to ask you a couple of questions. If you would kindly cut the crap and come with us," growled Theodore as he dragged the flailing Charles away. Usually Kathleen didn't endorse Theodore's rash behavior, but this time, excuse her crude thoughts, she secretly hoped he would be a bit rougher with Charles. A small part of her, a very tiny part, wanted to stoop down to their level and use the same barbaric tactics the radical group had employed to make a statement. Before Theodore could take further action, a voice interrupted them. "What's the meaning of this?" barked Professor Malkenheim, blocking Theodore's path. Professor Malkenheim had a scrawny build, his balding head and beak-like nose being his defining features. His self-consciousness about his lack of hair was evident in the way he combed back the hairs on the side of his head, attempting to conceal the bald spot on his crown. While he wouldn't physically be able to subdue someone of Theodore's size, he held his needle-thin wand pointed directly at the thickly built disciplinary committee officer. "I should be asking you the same thing, Professor," Theodore snarled, while Charles, lying helplessly on the ground, watched with a pleading expression. "I wasn't aware that the prestigious disciplinary committee officers were mere thugs who would assault students," Professor Malkenheim scolded, his wand steadfastly aimed at Theodore. "Innocent? Ha! This weasel has been seen multiple times with the radical group you're struggling to capture. It can hardly be anything short of guilt by association. Are you protecting a criminal right now?" Theodore's frustration was palpable, the ground beneath him beginning to crumble from his gravity-infused mana. "Someone save me from this brute. I'm innocent. I swear." Charles, still on the ground and trapped in Theodore's grip, whimpered as the ground beneath him began to give way. "Theodore, I understand your frustration, but this isn't the right way to handle things. Arresting a student without any evidence besides your suspicions will lead to consequences with parents and maybe even the council. Please, we can't afford to act recklessly," another professor, who had assisted in extinguishing the flames, interjected. She positioned herself between Professor Malkenheim and Theodore, attempting to diffuse the tension. "Professor Genert is right. Theodore, we can't afford to lose control. There's too much at stake, and we can't afford to be rash. Besides, there are more pressing matters to attend to right now. We need to ensure no one was left inside that building," Curtis said, his expression a mix of frustration and helplessness. Silently, Theodore released the trembling Charles Ravenpour back toward his group and shot one final menacing glare at Professor Malkenheim before walking away. The professor shook his head in disgust and then proceeded in the opposite direction, yelling at the students who stood around to disperse. Kathleen glanced at Charles Ravenpour, who was being escorted away by his friends. His disheveled bangs covered most of his face, but beneath them there was an unmistakable smirk. "Do you really have to leave again? You just got here." Art's mother heaved a sigh as she looked at him from the other side of the dining table. "Brother, you're going away again? Are you going to almost die again?" his sister asked with a straight face, making her question sting all the more. Art could still tell she was pouting by the way her cheek puffed out slightly more than usual, despite her best efforts at keeping a poker face. "Eleanor, don't say such things to your brother," their mother chastised as she pinched Eleanor's cheek. "Arthur, I consider you grown up now. I know your decisions were made in consideration of your family. I support your decision to go, since it's for the sake of your love," his father affirmed as he gave him a thumbs up, the corners of his lips curling upward. "Oh God, Dad, please stop." Art groaned with frustration at being taken for some kind of hormone-diluted pubescent who had just been caught with a girlfriend. A giggle escaped from Art's mother's lips. She tried to quickly cover her mouth and resume a serious face, but it was already too late. Art felt his face burning, so he just looked down, shaking his head, uncertain which was worse, his parents worrying about him, or them teasing him like this. Meanwhile, Elijah quietly sat next to him, wide-eyed, sucking his lips in to make sure he didn't laugh as well. His expression seemed to be saying, "I'm not doing anything wrong. Nope," making Art sigh all the harder. Cue. "Papa will be fine. I'm going to protect him this time." Sylvie hopped up and down on top of the table. "It's only going to take a couple of days, and I'll be with Grandpa Virion." Besides, next week is the Aurora Constellate, so I'll be back home for a while. As I said in the beginning, this matter is serious, Art said, trying to convince his parents who were already lost in their own imaginations. Well, we can't keep babying you forever. You are growing up, I guess, in more ways than one. Just remember that it's better to take things slow, Art, though I'm sure you'll at least do better than your father, Art's mother mused, as she looked helplessly at his father, who was caught off guard by this surprise attack and looked at Art imploringly, as if he'd just been stabbed. Art gave them a wry smile before turning to Elijah. Don't worry. I'll let everyone know you're still alive and coming back soon, Elijah responded, putting his hand on Art's shoulder while giving him a rather dubious thumbs up. I will be back soon, Art reiterated, letting out a doubtful breath. He stood up, giving each of them a final hug, which had become sort of a customary thing to do in their family. Sylvie, caught in his sister's grasp, struggled to break free. Art took a quick glance at both his mother and sister, making sure they still wore the phoenix worm necklaces, just in case. The white gold chains twinkled around their necks, reassuring him. He said one last goodbye to them all and headed for the carriage waiting for him outside, Sylvie scampering behind him. Inside the carriage, Art began fiddling with the gold-speckled orb, attempting to glean as much information about it as possible. Despite his repeated attempts to imbue mana into the orb, there was no response or reaction. It felt almost as if it were merely a marble, devoid of any magical properties. Frustrated, he placed the orb back inside his ring. The ride to the teleportation gate would likely be his last chance to get some sleep for a while, so he tried to make the most of it. In his mind, haunting words echoed, "It is necessary, King Gray. It is of utmost importance to bring stability to our country, to show the people of our country, your country, that you are our king and that you fight for us. It is necessary to kill her. Kill her, King Gray, so that the world will know not to trifle with your country. Kill her." Art shot up from the carriage seat, gasping for breath. The sound of his pounding heart reverberated all the way up into his skull, and the cold air that leaked inside the carriage chilled his sweat-covered forehead. It took Art a moment to realize he had only been dreaming. Sinking back down into his seat, he wiped the cold sweat off his brow as Sylvie, who must have fallen off his lap when he woke up, jumped back onto it with a worried gaze. He squeezed his eyes shut, hoping that would help him get rid of the disturbing memory. He felt Sylvie's rough tongue on the back of his hand. "It's okay, Sylv. I'm fine," he assured her, petting her ears. Why did that memory have to come up now? Unable to fall back asleep, he talked to Sylvie to pass the time. It started off as small conversations about the time she had spent training by herself, then shifted to teaching her about the various objects and scenery they passed on the remainder of the carriage ride. Over the past few months, Sylvie's mental capacities had been rapidly growing. Her knowledge and maturity had long since surpassed that of a human of a comparable age. While Art conversed with Sylvie, his thoughts drifted to the unique bond he shared with her, contrasting sharply with the relationships he had observed among other beast tamers. Most of them seemed to have connections grounded in battle, where both parties utilized each other's skills. Even Curtis and his world lion demonstrated this dynamic, spending countless hours training together. Art hoped that he could develop a similar training bond with Sylvie in the near future. When they arrived at their destination, the moon hung high overhead, casting its glow upon the warmly lit floating city of Xerus. The guard stationed at the gate leading to Elenoir Kingdom approached them, his hand resting on the pommel of his sword. "State your reason for passage and provide verification," the guard demanded gruffly, his wariness fading slightly upon realizing Art was just a kid. His voice struck Art as oddly familiar, but he dismissed the notion, focusing on the situation at hand. Unsure of what to say, he remembered the silver compass Grandpa Virion had given him when he was a child. It bore the insignia of the Aerolith family, potentially serving as a means of verification. Silently, Art hid his hand inside his pocket, retrieving the compass from his ring and showing it to the guard. The guard arched his eyebrow in mild surprise, but refrained from commenting as he handed the compass back to Art, gesturing for him to proceed. Around the portal entrance, ancient runes glowed and hummed in a low pitch, the guard jogging back to join them. "This way, please," he said, his tone stern. "Thank you." Art nodded, obediently following him. The humming emanating from the portal grew more intense as the magical runes activated, opening the gateway. Glancing back, Art saw the guard perform an exaggerated bow. As his right foot stepped into the portal and the familiar sensation of being pulled in enveloped him, the guard looked up. The rugged appearance, marked by scars, was now replaced by the old man from the elixir store. He winked at Art and flashed a cheeky grin. "Have a safe trip, lad." In the midst of the dense woods, Cynthia Goodsky reached a clearing and discerned the faint murmur of chants, her enhanced hearing picking up the subtle sounds. Abruptly, a barrage of almost translucent blades made of compressed air shot toward her with terrifying velocity, a manifestation of the windcutter spell. It came as no surprise. She understood it was only to be expected that these spies would all possess expertise in wind magic. With determination, Cynthia stood her ground, patiently waiting for the wind blades to draw near before deploying a sound barrier. Unharmed by the onslaught, she calmly continued her stride, all the while weaving her way through the incantations of her second spell. In the nearby vicinity, unfortunate birds and rodents met their demise under the influence of the pulse field spell, their lifeless bodies falling from the trees where they had sought refuge. Among the victims were a handful of unsuspecting spies, caught off guard by the magic, collapsing from their concealed perches while writhing in pain. Cynthia meticulously recorded the positions of each fallen creature, both animal and human alike. Before she could conjure another spell, a sudden threat materialized, a needle narrowly evading her senses until the very last moment. A hasty glance downward revealed the deadly projectile coated in a venomous substance. "Avier, handle the ones to my right," she stated in a monotone voice. "Aye," confirmed her bond through their mental connection, acknowledging the command without hesitation. Avier descended gracefully from the moonlit sky, his arrival marked by the haunting cries and brief groans of the spies who had unwittingly become his prey. The echo of their desperate pleas for help dissipated into the night, unheard and unanswered. Meanwhile, Cynthia battled her instincts, forcing herself to spare a few of them to extract valuable information. Ultimately, only one survived long enough to face her interrogation. Despite the destruction of his mana core, rendering him defenseless without his magical shield, he displayed a stubborn resilience. Cynthia began crushing his bones from the inside after giving him the chance to answer her questions. Still, he would not relent. "Ha! You think I'll tell a traitor anything? You've made a big mistake," he gasped, his voice laced with pain. "They're slowly regaining their former strength. You assumed this continent had decades left? Pfft! The people of this continent will have less than 10 years before the war begins." Defiance etched his features as he smirked and spat a bloody clot in Cynthia's direction. Her frustration swelled, but she suppressed it, steeling herself against the grim reality of his words. Clenching her jaws in determination, she placed her hand on the injured spy's head, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. Choking on the blood pooling in his mouth, he managed to croak, "Long live the—" Before he could finish his sentence, his voice was abruptly silenced. Liquid brain matter oozed from his ears, and blood trickled from his other openings as the sound pulse inflicted inside his skull liquefied his brain matter. Cynthia left his lifeless body on the forest floor, letting out a weary sigh. She turned away, swiftly moving toward her next destination while carefully avoiding the scattered corpses beneath the trees. "Would you mind cleaning up the mess, Avier?" she asked, a note of apology in her voice. "Human meat is too stringy for my taste, but I suppose I can manage it, yes," replied Avier through their bond. His owl-like form began to emit a soft glow, and he transformed into his wyvern shape, ready to dispose of the remains. Under the ethereal glow of the moonlight, the forest came alive with shadows, and the resounding crunch of bones filled the air as Avier indulged in yet another group of spies, hailing from Cynthia's homeland. The night proved unproductive, leaving Cynthia with a sense of disappointment. She released a sigh of frustration, wiping the blood from her face before changing her attire. Her years spent on this continent had softened her, stripping away the apathy she had cultivated toward death and torture. Killing a few brainwashed soldiers left a bitter taste in her mouth, unsettling her. Yet, nagging doubts gnawed at her. This victory felt too effortless, too straightforward. Could this have been a diversion? Frowning at the possibility, Cynthia left Aviary behind and ventured forth, desperately hoping that her suspicions were nothing more than unfounded fears. By the time the Tri-Union building site was under control and the DC officers and student council emerged from their meeting with the professors, it was already late at night. Elijah took that chance to share with them what he hadn't been able to earlier, that Arthur was alive and safe. Yes, I knew it. I knew he'd survive. Claire sank down in her chair, covering her face with her arms, probably to hide the stray tears sliding down her cheeks. Curtis let out a huge breath of relief as he leaned back against the wall. But it was Princess Catherine's reaction that caught Elijah off guard. For once, her face visibly brightened as she studied Elijah, ensuring he wasn't lying. Her chocolate-colored eyes seemed to twinkle as a rare smile formed on her lips. "Thank God," she muttered repeatedly under her breath when he confirmed the information with an awkward nod. "As expected of my rival." The elf, who kept insisting he was Arthur's rival, wore a smug expression, as if he had saved Arthur himself. However, the tears forming in the corners of his eyes betrayed his facade. "Heh, I knew the twerp wouldn't die from just a fall," scoffed the bear, leaning back on his chair. Theodore attempted to play it off casually, but the half-grin he was trying to suppress revealed his relief. Kai, Elijah thought that was his name, responded very indifferently, with a smile that seemed superficial. "Looks like I'll get my duel after all." The dwarf nodded contentedly. Ugh, he thought, recalling some unpleasant memories of home again. It was evident that they were all relieved. None seemed to mind the delay before his return to assist with the current situation. On the contrary, it felt as though they desired the resolution of this entire fiasco before Arthur and Tessia's return. That was peculiar. It struck him that if their director didn't return in time, Arthur would be the most suitable person to handle this mess, perhaps even more so than the professors. Fortunately, no casualties had occurred in the Tri-Union Hall disaster. Only a few students suffered mild injuries. An emitter, brought over from the Adventurers Guild, had healed them, and they were promptly taken to the treatment ward. Before their parents were allowed to visit, the students were asked to provide their accounts of what had transpired inside. The atmosphere within the academy had taken a turn for the worse. A clear divide had emerged among the students. The newly admitted elves and dwarves were seething with anger, painting all humans with the same brush as racist brutes. At the same time, the arrogant human students adamantly refused to take responsibility for others' actions. The few humans who sincerely regretted the events found themselves ostracized by both groups. In the end, they adopted a neutral stance, too apprehensive to voice their opinions. The situation had become too volatile. Everyone was desperately searching for someone else to hold responsible. It was peculiar how people seemed to act more recklessly when they formed groups, as if they drew strength from one another. After the fire had been extinguished, both sides became more vocal, nearly escalating to physical confrontation before the professors intervened, instructing them all to disperse. The whole thing made Elijah restless. He ended up stopping by the training room Arthur had granted him access to, a place he normally didn't use. However, since neither Arthur nor Tessia were present, he decided it would be okay to do so. The guard eyed him suspiciously, but the front desk lady, Chloe, kindly escorted him to the room. Elijah let out a deep breath, feeling his monocore tremble with the excitement of being let loose. Unlike Arthur, he had been learning a lot since coming to the academy. Many practical aspects of magic seemed to work differently for him than for others. One thing he had noticed was that meditating didn't do much for him. His mana core developed and strengthened at its own pace. His conscious efforts to refine more mana from the atmosphere didn't seem to help. He had broken through into the light orange stage without much effort, but progress seemed to elude him afterward. Clenching his hands into fists and then releasing them, He repeated the motion until his hands felt detached from his body. Activating the Earthen Spear spell, he sensed the mana flowing through and around him. Immediately, a rock spike shot up from the ground a few yards in front of him. Casting the spell again, this time imbuing it with more mana, 2 thick spears of earth shot up at an angle. Honestly, uttering the spell's name had become unnecessary for him. It was just a habit to maintain a clear image of what he wanted to evoke. With a bit more practice, he believed he could cast multiple streams of spells instantly and simultaneously. Next, he cast a stone barrage spell, and the ground beneath him crumbled as chunks of earth levitated. After concentrating for a few moments, he willed the rocks to shoot forward. However, only 4 out of the 10 rocks he shot hit the tree he had targeted, which was a bit disappointing. If he couldn't strengthen his mana core through meditation like the others, he figured he might as well focus on improving his control over the spells he already knew. In his mana utilization class, he had learned precisely what it meant to have an affinity for a specific element. If a mage had a weak affinity to fire, precision in casting the spell became crucial. This also meant that the vocal incantation of the spell needed to be longer. Each verse chanted shaped the type of phenomenon the mage wanted to occur. For the rock bullet spell, a mage with little affinity would need a verse for each step, starting with the shape of the rock, its density, where it would originate, and even incorporating a spin if necessary. The mage couldn't overlook the initial trajectory of the spell, or whether they wanted the rock bullet strengthened to pierce the target or weakened to explode upon impact. All these factors could result in a lengthy chant. However, for a mage with a strong affinity to the element, these spell details could be easily imagined. Most mages tended to stick with the element they had the highest affinity for, allowing them to best utilize their mana and mental capacity. For him, the earth beneath his feet felt like an extension of his body. Perhaps it was because he grew up with dwarves, but he always had this nagging thought at the back of his mind that, even among them, he wasn't normal. He didn't mean not normal in a genius sort of way, like Arthur was, but in a freak of nature sort of way. Although he supposed Arthur was sort of a freak of nature in his own way. It was an odd train of thought. Details about his body, his gift, one might say, and his disposition weren't classified information, but he didn't explicitly share them with anyone either. He had contemplated telling Arthur about the differences in his body, but the timing never seemed right. It didn't appear urgent enough to make a special effort to pull him aside and divulge the information. In a way, it was good because he felt like, perhaps, just maybe, if he could learn to control his innate talents, if he trained hard enough, he could someday catch up to Arthur. He chuckled bitterly. Sure, he was a solid yellow quadra-elemental mage with a dragon's will, and oddly exceptional skills in close combat. But hey, a guy could dream, right? He conjured more spells, partly to practice and partly to release his pent-up frustration. He yearned to catch up to Arthur, not because he wanted to surpass him, but because he wanted to support him. Arthur always seemed to be battling his own demons. As his best friend, he wanted to stand by him, whether in good times or in war. He didn't know the specifics of Arthur's struggles, but if he was going to be there for him, he needed to be stronger. Art wanted to turn back, but it was too late. He found himself already inside the portal. Typically, the trip through the transportation device was nothing more than a brief bout of unpleasant dizziness, but this time it seemed to stretch unnaturally long. Coo. Sylvie, clinging to his head like glue, began to tremble. "It feels wrong, Papa," she transmitted, her inner thoughts infused with worry. The journey through the transportation gate usually felt like fast-forwarding to your destination. You stood on a platform, and a whirl of different colors raced past as the background gradually lightened until you vanished into the brilliance, only to reappear at the other end. It was a peculiar sensation, hard to articulate in words, but this time it was different. The space around them distorted into the usual blur of colors, but instead of brightening, the colors drained away. Everything grew dimmer and darker until it became pitch black. "Papa, I'm scared." Sylvie trembled on Art's head, the only indication he had that his bond was still there. Sylvie had never expressed fear before. There were moments when she was alert or on guard, but she had never been frightened. The sensation of traveling through the gate, which usually made Art nauseous, also ceased, so he tensely conjured a ball of flame above his palm. What the hell? It was bizarre. The ball of fire, which should have illuminated at least something, had no effect. It was as if he were coloring a red ball on a black piece of paper. The darkness remained impenetrable. An unsettling feeling loomed over Art. He crumpled to his knees and instantly augmented his body with mana. Art was frightened. What sort of monster was here, its malicious intent thick enough to make him fall to his knees? Art couldn't stop shivering. For the first time in a long while, he felt like a child, an actual helpless child in front of the boogeyman. "Who's there?" Art tried his best to roar, but his shaking voice betrayed him. Just then, a pair of eyes came into view out of nowhere. He knew exactly to whom this pair of eyes belonged. He was sure of it, yet the knowledge didn't comfort him or help him at all. The glowing white eyes, speckled with stars, which had so captivated him the first time he saw them, grew closer. An authoritative voice, devoid of emotion, pierced through him as if the speaker were whispering directly into his ear. "At last, we finally have a bit of privacy to peacefully converse." Lucas Wykes raised an eyebrow, surveying the dimly lit room that reminded him of a crudely built wine cellar. "And what the hell is this supposed to be?" he questioned, his irritation evident. He had been brought there by a mage from the Ravenpour house, a man whose arrogance grated on his nerves. Normally, Lucas would have blasted the arrogant mage away for speaking to him in such a manner, but his curiosity had gotten the better of him, especially after the explosion at the Tri-Union Hall earlier that day. A coarse voice cut through the tension. "Welcome to one of the many humble dwellings where we hold our meetings," it said. Lucas found himself surrounded by at least 60 hooded figures. Among them, only one wore a mask, a plain white one with 2 small eye holes and a smile crudely drawn where the mouth should be. The simplicity of the mask contrasted sharply with the sinister aura it exuded. Beside him, Charles Ravenpour, who had donned his own hooded robe, knelt down on one knee and bowed his head in a show of respect. In a careful, hushed tone, the messenger declared, "My lord, I have brought Lucas Wykes as you asked." "Ah, the famous Mr. Wykes here in the flesh," the lord laughed, dismissing Charles. "So glad you could join us for our little crusade." Lucas glanced around, unimpressed. "I'm not here to join anything. I came out of curiosity, but I'm not impressed. Who are you supposed to be anyway? You don't seem to be a student. Don't tell me you're a professor," he scoffed. "How dare you? You should be grateful we even considered letting a mutt like you join us," hissed one of the hooded figures to his right. "A mutt?" Lucas echoed, feeling the muscles of his neck tighten in anger. Soundlessly, Lucas Wykes prepared a spell for the ingrate who had dared to mock him, but before he could finish the chant, the man behind the smiling mask snapped his fingers. In an instant, the hooded snob who had called him a mutt let out a shrill howl as he combusted into flames. Lucas's eyes widened in shock. Even for instant casting, that was fast. Frighteningly so. Now, that wasn't a very courteous thing to say to our newest member, was it?" the masked man said calmly, seated on his earthen throne. The fire had already destroyed the boy's robe, burning his skin. "Forgive me. I was wrong. I apologize. Please," the boy begged, trying desperately to crawl toward the masked man. The other hooded figures seemed too scared to intervene. Turning away from the boy, still screaming in pain, Lucas faced the masked man. "Before I decide whether I want to join this little cult of yours, what is it you're trying to accomplish? And why do you need me?" He couldn't sense the masked man's monocore, indicating they weren't on the same level. "Circumstances prevent me from personally acting for now, so I need some capable mages to execute my plans. You see, I hate leaving loose ends," he explained, propping his head up with one arm. "Now, with your director's absence, is the optimal time to act. By the time she comes back, it will all be too late," he continued. With a snap of his fingers, the fire suddenly disappeared, leaving the boy twitching from the pain. As for what I hope to do, let's just say that my goals coincide with this group's, so I thought it'd be nice to kill two birds with one stone. Everyone here is a dissatisfied human noble who once took pride in the fact that this academy was meant for only the purest of lineage. While you may be a special exception to this case, I would still like to have you on board, he said. The accept-all motto this academy now embraces makes me want to vomit. Don't you agree, Mr. Wykes? As he said this, the hooded figures all nodded fiercely in agreement. From his tone, it was apparent that he was smirking behind his mask. Whether they make you want to barf or not doesn't matter to me. Why should I waste my time and energy on bugs I could squish at any time? The peasants who were able to worm their way into this academy aren't any better than the low-class adventurer thugs blindly flailing around with their weapons. Even the nobles brought up in the most pampered conditions aren't worth crap to me. If this is all you have to say, then I have no reason to lower myself, to let myself be put on some leash and take commands from you, he snapped, turning his back on the masked man. Lucas, what a hurtful thing to say. How could you ever compare yourself to some sort of dog tied to a leash, he said, covering his mouth with his hands, feigning surprise. It seems what I've heard is true, that you are a rather prideful mage who looks down on people of low birth. Did your friend Arthur Leywin not prove you wrong in this respect? The coarse voice taunted him, making him stop in his tracks. Lucas whipped his head around. What did you? It doesn't take a genius to see that. Although you were hailed as a prodigy in the field of magic and have been pampered with elixirs and strengthening methods since your awakening, you are no match for the child, Arthur Leywin, he shrugged, holding up one hand. Lucas could feel his fists tighten in frustration, but he was cut off before he could refute the claims. The sad thing is, he was never even trying. I bet even you had a nagging suspicion that he had always been holding back, he said, erupting into a fit of laughter. Who do you think you are? Lucas growled. His body glowed as mana spilled out of his core, poised to unleash its power, but he hesitated. Some throbbing sense warned him against confronting this enigmatic figure, whispering that it was hopeless. No, I'm Lucas Wykes of the Wykes family, he reminded himself. But who was this stranger? And why did he speak as though he had been present all along, observing their every move? I told you, I am but a mere benefactor who came here for the betterment of this land, the stranger declared, rising lazily and executing an exaggerated bow with his arms outstretched. Seating himself back on his crude throne, he continued, Mr. Wykes, I believe that even if our views aren't the same, we could have some sort of mutual benefit in this. Go on, Lucas said through gritted teeth, his body still surrounded by a fiery aura, dangerously close to being unleashed. The stranger began to explain, seemingly oblivious to the fact that Lucas was on the verge of releasing his fiery wrath. Soon, I will be able to personally take part in this, and when I do, I will completely shatter the frail bonds holding the three races together. However, until that time comes, I need your strength to make things run smoothly. How do you personally plan on splitting up the three races, and why would you think that doing this would benefit me in any way? Besides, the council and the lances aren't just for decoration, you know, Lucas argued, his tone defiant. The council has tied itself in a knot worrying about other things at the moment, and I've taken extra precautions to make sure your director is busy chasing her own tail. The stage is set, Mr. Wykes, so let me ask you this. How would you like to obtain the necessary power to defeat the ever-so-cautious Arthur Leywin, even if he were to fight you at his full strength? The masked man raised his hand, beckoning Lucas toward him. How do you know about Arthur? Lucas pried, growing more cautious. The man in the mask shrugged. It's obvious that I do at least some research on my lovely recruits. So how about it? The power to defeat even your beloved Arthur. Lucas remained silent, unable to make heads or tails out of this unusual character. If you agree, I promise that you will have access to a level of power you never thought possible, he continued. Lucas glanced at the hooded figures. They too seemed intrigued, although they remained silent, likely out of fear of becoming the masked man's next target. This offer seemed too good to be true. If what you say is true, and he has been cautiously hiding his abilities, how are you going to get him to fight me at his best? Lucas scoffed, his disbelief evident. Quite simple, actually. It is a task I need to accomplish anyway, so it works out nicely. Arthur is only human, and he places great importance on his family and his friends, particularly to one person, the masked man said, raising his index finger. Lucas imagined the sinister smile beneath the mask mirrored the man's own expression. Tessia Aerolith, Lucas whispered, unable to hide the smirk on his face. Yes, Tessia Aerolith, an elf. In this sacred Xyrus Academy, an elf is the leader of the students. Do you think this is right? He bellowed at everyone, his voice echoing in the small dungeon. No! The hooded figures all roared in unison. She may not be here yet, but I believe she will be soon, and most likely with Arthur. Don't you think that maybe a bit of elf princess blood being shed will get your old buddy, old pal Arthur riled up? He sneered, his hands igniting in flames. Lucas had never cared for the elf princess, dismissing her as a mere fancy that suited his tastes. Despite her immaturity, it was evident something was brewing between her and Arthur. Who did he think he was, to believe he deserved someone like the princess of the Elven Kingdom? In his mind, Lucas played through possible scenarios, his lips slowly curling upward at the thought of having Arthur's beloved in his grasp, with Arthur himself begging for mercy. The vision of the brat, who always believed himself superior, kneeling before him, tantalized his imagination. The idea of slowly bleeding her in front of Arthur stirred a sinister excitement within him. He licked his lips in anticipation. Why the hell not? He murmured, giving in to the dark thoughts. At last, we finally have a bit of privacy to peacefully converse, the voice rang in Art's ear. As soon as it spoke, the space around them began warping. Sylvie's trembling became so severe that Art couldn't keep her perched on his head and had to hold her firmly in his arms. Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos forming around them, they were in a blank white room. Art stared dumbly around at his surroundings, but couldn't find the words to express his confusion. Unable to muster even a voice to curse in surprise, he just waited. In this white cube, there was only Art, a quivering Sylvie, and the source of the all-too-familiar speckled pair of eyes. The cat took in a deep breath and released it slowly. Did it just sigh at him? Kneeling, clutching his bond, Art watched as the cat he had seen at Winsome's Potions and Elixirs shook its head. It really was the same cat he had seen. The peculiarly eye-catching creature was sitting in a poised manner, its tail swaying hypnotically as its eyes locked onto his. As the cat's gaze bored deeper into him, Art felt like some sort of raw material being appraised by a veteran merchant, deciding whether to buy him or not. He snapped out of his daze and began looking around for the old man. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, the cat began glowing with a golden white light that spread over its entire body. He shut his mouth and waited for the surprises to end. For some reason, he felt like no matter what he did at this point, he couldn't stop whatever was about to happen. It was an instinctual reaction that he just couldn't ignore. While the aura and demeanor of this cat were heavy and oppressive, he knew it didn't want to hurt him. If it had, he would have been dead already. The golden white light began to change its shape and enlarge, morphing from the form of a cat to that of a human. Then, as if made of glass, the sparkling human-shaped glow shattered into fragments of light, revealing someone he didn't recognize. "Greetings, I go by Winsome," the man sniffed deprecatingly. The man who had transformed from a cat spoke with an elegance that matched his appearance. On top of his sculpted face was a bed of short platinum blonde hair, neatly swept to the side. His deep-set eyes, which had not changed appearance from when he was a cat, almost touched his brows, which appeared to be permanently furrowed. There was a sense of nobility in his gaze as he continued to stare at Art. He was neither burly nor muscular, but his square shoulders, underneath a military-like uniform he'd conjured after transforming, suggested he was a warrior, a fighter like Art. His thin lips tightened, and he let out another sigh of disapproval through his sharp nose. Peering down at Sylvie and Art, he announced matter-of-factly, "I felt this form would be more appropriate for our conversation." He opened his mouth to say something but held back. If this was Winsome, then who was the old man who'd stolen his money? He had originally thought the old man, well, exploding. He let out another deep breath and regarded him with the arrogance of a noble discussing politics with an ignorant bumpkin. "Excuse me? Exploding?" he sputtered. Taking a couple of steps toward him, Winsome interrupted, "Well, without it, she would have been dead by now, so I suppose it wasn't a complete waste. Still, don't give that one away. Take the time to absorb the elixir pearl with your bond." Sylvie tilted her head in confusion, looking at the marble in his hand. Her shivering had stopped after Winsome controlled the pressure he was releasing. He shook his head. "Shouldn't it be common courtesy to tell me exactly what is going on? Who or what exactly are you? Why did you bring me here?" "Patience really isn't a strong suit of yours, is it? Very well. If I were to introduce myself in a way you could comprehend, it would sound a little something like this. I come from the land of Asuras, and am what you lesser races call a deity." Winsome's eyes remained unwavering as he spoke. "Deity? The deities that supposedly blessed the three races with artifacts that allowed them to eventually use magic?" "Yes, yes," he said, nodding impatiently. "Keep in mind that what I'm about to tell you dates back centuries, and any form of records or accounts that may have existed were destroyed, though few were ever written in the first place. It is in our best interest to keep it this way. The knowledge you have is only what the former elf king shared with you, a deity blessing the three races with a set of artifacts that allowed later generations to learn what you now call magic. But that was just the outcome of what happened prior, something no one on this land knows about," Winsome continued. His back was ramrod straight as he spoke, as if he were lecturing a class. Art stayed silent, waiting for Winsome to continue. "As you have recently discovered, there exists another continent in this world. The two bodies of land which make up the two ends of this world have always been protected and watched over by us. We Asuras are and have been governed by a doctrine, a noblesse oblige of sorts, to put it simply, since the beginning of our existence. We are not to lay a hand on the lesser races inhabiting the land below. We must be sure to act only in times when the two continents fall out of balance, or if either of them is on the brink of extinction." He sighed and turned his back toward them. "That is, until we found out this sacred rule had been broken. I can imagine the multitude of questions you must have, but the information I'm sharing with you is all you will need to know at this point. We have time, but not much of it, and telling you too much now will only distract you." "Not much time? It will only distract me?" The words filled Art's mind with a torrent of questions, but he took a deep breath and signaled for Winsome to continue. Sylvie, meanwhile, kept glancing back and forth between the two of them in confusion. Winsome nodded and proceeded. "Despite how you may refer to us as deities, we are far from gods. That is, we're far closer to you than you think. Much of the economy in both Dicathen and Alakria originally mimicked the systems of my land, Iphiotis, the land of Asuras. Iphiotis and Alakria. Of course, while Iphiotis isn't nearly as large as either of the surface continents, there are many similarities between them, specifically in how society functions. Iphiotis, too, was once divided into 3 factions, each made up of multiple clans. To simplify, the ruling clan of each faction had their own priorities, and the other clans followed the faction whose ideals aligned most closely with their own. Though the details may have differed, each Asura clan held the paramount creed that they were not to harm the lesser races. However, after Agrona came into power as leader of the Vritra clan, things quickly changed. The name Vritra resonated in Art's mind like thunder. So, Vritra wasn't the name of the Black-Horned demon, but the name of its clan? What was this Agrona like? And what happened to the Vritra clan? Art leaned forward in anticipation. Winsome paused for a moment, as if to gather his thoughts. The Vritra clan had always been an anomaly. It's simplest to imagine them as scientists of sorts. While their innate magic is unique and versatile, it was never as powerful as the other clan's mana arts. However, with their genius minds and insatiable curiosity, they were always one of the most influential clans. If they'd always been one of the stronger clans, how come things changed so much when the Vritra clan came into power? Art queried. A clan being strong and a clan becoming a leader of a faction are two different things, Winsome clarified. Again, think of the Vritra clan as scientists, as researchers. The clan had very little interest in anything other than gaining knowledge and insight on utilizing mana. Like people living in an ivory tower, they were secluded knowledge seekers, pursuing only what they could not yet comprehend. The previous head of the clan was even more fervent in his quest to overcome the impossible. However, Agrona, he was different. He was charismatic and intelligent, but also arrogant and power-hungry. He believed that the Asuras had never been meant to watch over the lesser races, but rather to rule over them as their gods. Winsome's face tensed as he continued speaking. After Agrona began leading the Vritra clan, however, their strength increased abruptly and unnaturally. No one could figure out how Agrona had advanced the Vritra clan's mana power in such a short time. Eventually, through their rise in power, they were able to rally more clans to share his ideals, and the Vritra clan soon led a faction on par with either of the other two factions. It was only later that we learned that Agrona and a few other members of the Vritra clan had secretly been making trips to the continent of Alakria. While it wasn't forbidden for us to go down to Dikathen or Alakria, as long as we concealed ourselves, their movements and behaviors were extremely suspicious. After the other two factions found out about this, they sent out scouts to figure out what the Vritra were up to. I could see Winsome's knuckles whiten as he clenched his fists. Agrona and the Vritra clan had been torturing the lesser races, experimenting on their bodies to find different ways to enhance their own abilities. Scenes from Art's past flashed through his mind at this. The various dungeons becoming corrupted, the traces of the Blackhorn demons that kept appearing. It all clicked together at Winsome's last statement. To be brutally honest, this information was enlightening and all, but what does this have to do with me? Why tell me all this? I can't imagine what could make a deity, or a Shura, or whatever you are, single me out to reveal something as important as this. You're right. Aside from your own abilities, which are barely noteworthy by our standards, there really shouldn't be a reason to tell you this. The only reason I do so is because of your ties to us, he answered, pointing down. Q? Instinctively, Art stepped in front of Sylvie to protect her. We've been searching for Lady Sylvia for years with no success, and when we finally find traces of her mana, it leads us to a little boy with her exact mana signature. Even more shocking, he holds in his hands a deity. Arthur, you are currently bonded with the child of my master's only daughter and the granddaughter of the most powerful individual in the leading faction of Epheodus. The fact that this was all somehow connected to Sylvia didn't surprise Art. If anything, it just confirmed everything he had presumed until now. But Lady Sylvia, the daughter of the most powerful individual in a land of deities. Even with his status as a king in his previous life, a figure of such stature would be someone he could only kneel down in submission to. A dry lump caught in his throat as he stared down at his bond. Of course, the possibility of Sylvie being the actual child of Sylvia had always been there, but due to the circumstances, that is, her being chased by the black-horned demons, the Vritra clan, he had never been able to confirm it. The fact that Sylvie's appearance was vastly different from her mother's also didn't help. Grandpa Virian's voice suddenly echoed in Art's mind. He was the one who had confirmed that Sylvie was a dragon. Art thought back over what he'd been told and what he'd read. While he knew dragons were extraordinarily rare and powerful, nothing had mentioned them being higher beings, let alone asuras. So, the dragons that were written about, in past texts, they were actually deities, Art inquired. Winsome faced him, letting out an impatient sigh. No. While there are lesser races that have descended from the Asuras, it is rather offensive to compare us. I will put aside the biology lesson for another time, but there are general facts you do need to know. While there are special exceptions due to innate differences in each clan, in most cases, deities have three main forms. The humanoid form that I am in currently, a draconic form which is most likely the form that Lady Sylvia had used to pass down her will to you, and a third form which integrates both humanoid and draconic aspects. Then you're saying that Sylvie has a human form? Art pointed a finger at his bond in disbelief. Yes, but Lady Sylvia must have cast a seal on her own daughter, because the mana signature that she is producing is nothing like what it should be. Arthur, how did you come to meet her? Winsome inquired. Before Sylvia was killed, well, taken away by the Blackhorn demons, she gave me a stone that turned out to be, apparently, an egg. Explaining this brought back some unpleasant memories. Blackhorn demons? Winsome tilted his head. It's how I describe them because of their appearance. From what you told me just now, though, they seem to be what you call the Vritra clan. Indeed, the Vritra clan is known for their prominent onyx horns. While this was one of the most probable outcomes, it also means that there is very little hope that she is alive. Arthur, Lady Sylvia undoubtedly put a seal on her child in hopes that the Vritra clan would not be able to find her. For once, there was a twinge of emotion on Winsome's face that wasn't annoyance. I could see sadness glaze his eyes as he took a moment to gather himself. Does that mean deities are usually born in a humanoid form? Art asked. Yes. Our draconic form uses up a lot of mana, so we spend most of our time in our humanoid form, Winsome explained. However, just as I can shift into the form of a smaller animal, Lady Sylvia's daughter seems to be in that form to conserve energy, Winsome explained. You keep referring to her as Lady Sylvia's daughter, Art pointed out, but she has a name. It's Sylvie. I named her after Sylvia. Is it possible for Sylvie to turn into her humanoid form now? Winsome merely shook his head before responding. Most likely not. The humanoid form is the most natural for us, so if Lady Sylvie were able to transform into this form, she would have done so already. A torrent of questions flooded Art's mind, now that he knew for a fact that Sylvie was an Asura. Imagining her in a human form was hard enough, but what did it mean for them, since they were bonded? Did Asuras bond to each other in Ephialtes? Although Sylvie was the one who had initiated the bond, it wasn't something Art could imagine doing with someone who looked like a human. Art knew Winsome would say something along the lines of, I'll only tell you what is necessary for you to know right now. So he pushed those thoughts aside and pressed on. Since Sylvia, as the daughter of a very important figure to you deities, gave her will to me, that makes me automatically involved in the upcoming fight that you guys are most likely going to have with the Vritra clan and co., right? And the fact that Sylvie, the granddaughter of the so-called very important figure, is bonded to me raises another question. Are you planning on taking her back to Ephialtes? Art's eyes narrowed as he tried to read Winsome's expression. Yes. Dumbing it down quite a bit, that is the essence of what I explained to you. You may or may not have figured out just how mysterious and strong Lady Sylvia's powers are. Even if you were able to unlock some of the mana arts that only she could use, I doubt you were able to tap into a fraction of her true abilities. Arthur, even Asuras would drool in greed at the thought of receiving Lady Sylvia's powers. Even she wasn't able to fully control them, but her powers have the potential to outstrip her father's. There was a look of longing and respect in the Asura's eyes as he explained all this. As for taking Lady Sylvie back to Ephialtes, while that was indeed our immediate preference, we have decided on a different route. Arthur, we will be entering into war with the fallen clans, the forces led by Agrona and his Vritra clan, soon. During the last war, both sides sustained immense casualties and had no choice but to settle for a truce. Agrona agreed not to touch Dicathan, but in return, we had to give up the continent of Alakria to him. While our forces may be stronger in terms of raw power, there are too many unpredictable factors regarding the Vritra, considering the experiments they have had time to carry out during this period. The truce is faltering as the fallen clans continue to grow their troops. We have already found signs of Agrona's spies on this continent. While the upper echelons of Epheatus would never verbally admit it, we need help, and your future potential can play a crucial role in this. As long as you agree to be our ally, Arthur Leywin, there will be no need to separate you from Lady Sylvie. Winsome's words carried a weight of urgency, his gaze unwavering as he awaited Art's response. Even though Winsome was asking for a favor, the way he looked Art dead in the eye made him feel like he was being offered a role of the highest honor. He was essentially left with no real choice. Declining Winsome's request would likely lead to Sylvie's forced separation and the impending turmoil of war in Dicathan. Whether he allied with the Asuras or not, he was going to be drawn into this conflict one way or another. The only choice he had was how directly he wanted to engage in the battle. Since this war affects the entire continent, my involvement is inevitable, Art responded. What you're asking is whether I'll be a willing ally or merely a pawn under your control. I can't disagree with your statement. You're wise for your age, Arthur, Winsome smirked. I take it by your answer that you agree to our proposal. This war will change the entire balance of this world. If Agrona and his forces are able to take over this continent, as well as all its resources, there will come a time when even Epheotus will be in danger. That being said, we will need to prepare you. Your mana core is rather well developed for your age, which is a good sign. But training you will have to come after you're able to at least reach the white stage. With the resources we will provide and your comprehension skills, I can't imagine it will take too long. After that, we will need to take both you and Lady Sylvie to Epheatus to train under the most optimal Khand. Hold on, I'm going to Epheatus, your home, the land of Azarus, Arthur nearly shouted, flabbergasted. Of course! Do you think my master will stand idly by now, knowing he has a granddaughter? Arthur, you are the last one to have seen Lady Sylvia. On top of that, she has passed her mana signature on to you. You may not realize what that means, but to us Asuras, it would be like pulling out your own mana core and giving it away. If she was forced into a state where she had no choice but to do this, we must assume she has passed away. Art fell silent, absorbing the weight of Winsome's words. There isn't much I can help you with directly for now, except provide you with some resources to strengthen your mana core. During this time, I also have things to investigate and prepare for. I will continue to drop by from time to time and check up on you, though whether or not I let you know I'm there will be at my discretion. Okay, since it seems this meeting is coming to a close, can I just ask you one thing? Arthur held his hand out to stop him. Yes, you may. How come it took so long for you to find me? If her mana signature basically transferred onto mine, wouldn't either you or the Vritra clan have pinpointed me pretty easily? Because of that? Winsome pointed at Arthur's arm. When she first passed on her will, or mana signature, to you, it didn't show right away. You probably went through a phase where you had to get your body accustomed to it, right? Art nodded in understanding. I'm not sure how long afterward her daughter was released from her seal, but when your body adapted and you put one of Lady Sylvia's feathers around your bond insignia, it hid the presence of her will. I'm not sure what made you think to cover the mark with her feather. It was to hide the insignia mark, Art immediately replied. Nevertheless, you did well. Winsome shook his head. Now let me take you to where you were actually going. I'm sure I don't need to remind you to keep this between us, do I? Feeling the power radiating from Winsome once again, Art found himself momentarily breathless. He shook his head, unable to speak, and Sylvie and he wordlessly followed the Asura as the room they were in began distorting once more. Winsome released a strained breath while observing the child and his bond pass through the gate. Every time he saw her, a tumultuous blend of emotions surged within him, challenging his composure. He pondered over Master's potential reaction upon seeing her. Winsome could picture the conflict Master might experience, encountering the child of his beloved daughter and the man responsible for her suffering. There would inevitably be a moment when they would have to reveal the complete truth to Arthur about his bond, about Lady Sylvia's daughter, and the significant lineage she carried. With a groan, Art stumbled as he emerged from the teleportation gate, pressing his fingers firmly against his temples in an attempt to stave off the headache threatening to consume him. Beside him, Sylvie scampered, clearly relieved to be out in the open once more. "Q," she chirped, stretching luxuriously on the grass before fixing her gaze on Art, indicating her readiness. "That man was scary, Papa." Sylvie's voice echoed in Art's mind. "Yeah, he didn't really come off as easygoing to me either," Art responded, sharing Sylvie's sentiment. The location where they arrived was a familiar one, near the spot where Tess had initially guided them into the kingdom of Elenoir. This time, however, they had to approach the front gates conventionally, a minor inconvenience considering the improved relations between the three races, making entrance into the kingdom relatively straightforward. Each time the term race crossed his mind, Art couldn't help but recall Winsome's serious tone as he referred to them as the lesser races. Annoying as it was, Art couldn't deny the inherent disparities between himself and the Asura. Even Winsome, from the little he revealed, didn't seem to be the mightiest among his kind. "Well, I guess now you know who your mother is at least," Art remarked. "Q?" Sylvie inquired, her thoughts projecting confusion. "Mama? Are we going to see Mama right now?" "No, not that Mama. I mean, Tess isn't your mother, sheesh," Art exclaimed. Sylvie simply tilted her head, her gaze lingering on him before darting away again, leaving Art feeling slightly bewildered. As they made their way toward the front gate, tracing the perimeter of the kingdom's outer walls, they passed occasional carriages and wagons, accompanied by guards or individuals transporting goods. The union of the three kingdoms had spurred a rapid transformation in the economy. Opening borders had facilitated merchant travel and trade, resulting in an abundance of goods circulating throughout all three realms for the first time. Upon reaching the entrance to Elenoir, a line of people had formed, some mounted on horses or mana beasts, others inside carriages, all patiently waiting to enter. Sylvie perched on Art's head as he reached the end of the line, standing beside a group of individuals who appeared to be mercenaries, likely aiming to sell the raw materials they had acquired. "Hey, look at this little brat. Why are you so far from your mama, little boy? Are you lost?" hooted a tall man, his thin frame almost swallowed by oversized leather armor. "Roger, you're scaring the kid with that face of yours," a young woman in her 20s chided as she leaped off the carriage and pulled Roger away. "My face is just fine. And look, this brat might be some rich, noble kid. If we take him back to his parents, we could get a hefty reward." Roger retorted, his eyes practically turning into dollar signs as he eyed the boy. "You haven't said a word, kiddo. Are you lost?" asked another man in his 30s, his physique resembling that of a professional wrestler, as he gently pushed aside the overly eager Roger. "No, sir, I'm not lost. I have some business here," Art replied calmly. "Business here, my ass. Don't go trying to sound all snooty-tooty. I bet you just ran away from your mama." "Duke, let's just grab this twerp and take him to the guild hall," Roger sneered as he advanced toward Art. Art let out a sigh, weighing his options on whether it was worth the effort to put this aggressive mercenary in his place. Meanwhile, Sylvie, perched on top of his head, bared her teeth at the malnourished mercenary. Art couldn't believe these fools were actually considering kidnapping a child out in the open. His stance remained firm, but he infused a thin layer of mana around his body, prepared for any confrontation. "Roger, Duke, leave the boy alone." A hoarse voice came from inside the carriage. "It's the boss." Roger froze in his tracks, wearing a reluctant expression. "Chish. Let's head back to the carriage, Roger," Duke muttered, giving Art one last curious glance before turning his broad back to him. Art rolled his eyes and stayed in line, keeping an eye on them as they left. After a moment of reluctance at possibly letting a runaway child into their kingdom, the guards' doubts were erased when Art showed them the Xyrus Academy crest. He thought displaying the royal family's crest might attract too much attention for his liking. However, before entering, the elven guards sternly warned him that the use of magic was prohibited in all but the most extreme cases. Art hadn't had much time to explore while he was being trained by Gramps, so everything he saw was new to him. The city they entered was bustling with an almost chaotic mixture of people from all around the continent, laughing and haggling around different stands and small shops. The elven kingdom of Elenoir stood in stark contrast to the human kingdom of Sapin. The entire kingdom was walled off, and the cities were more like giant districts rather than separate settlements. The royal family's tree castle was located in the farthest city of the kingdom, so it took Art a couple of hours of traveling via a small transport carriage to get there. The driver dropped them off at the border just before the castle, as not just anyone was allowed to go directly inside. A significant change from the last time Art had visited was the presence of guards around the perimeter of the castle. While he was sure they had always had guards and security, they hadn't been so blatantly placed to ward off intruders as they were now, most likely a result of the kingdom opening its doors to other races. A burly elf stepped forward, raising his hand to signal Art to stop. He examined Art curiously, then his gaze shifted to Sylvie, who stood next to Art's foot. "Little boy, I think you're a bit lost," the elf warned. "No, I know exactly where I am. If you'd be so kind as to let me through, it'd be much appreciated," Art replied, his voice laced with confidence. Without giving the guard a second glance, Art pulled out the compass Grandpa Virion had given him, the one marked with the royal family's crest. The burly guard squinted his eyes in suspicion as the other guards gathered around Art. "How do you have this?" the guard demanded, clearly taken aback. Art maintained his composure and responded, "I thought it would be obvious that having this compass means a member of the royal family entrusted it to me." "This brat, is he being sarcastic with us?" another guard grumbled. Art let out a deep breath, his patience wearing thin. "Just please inform either Princess Tessia or Elder Virion that a boy named Arthur Leywin is here to see them. They'll know who I am." He took a few steps back and leaned against one of the stone statues in front of the manor. Suddenly, a deafening boom pierced the air, and part of the castle exploded, sending chunks of the building raining down on the guards. "What the hell is—" one of the guards exclaimed, cut off as the explosion threw them into disarray. The other guards swiftly dodged the debris, but the one who had questioned Art didn't have enough time to react after turning around. Art heard the guard grunt as he focused mana into his body, positioning himself between Art and a falling piece of the castle wall. Despite his earlier rudeness, Art realized he wasn't a bad person. With the currents of mana already flowing inside him, Art conjured a gale to circle around them, instantly encasing them in a dome of wind, a wind barrier spell. The debris likely wouldn't have killed any of the trained guards, but even with mana augmenting their bodies, it wouldn't have been a pretty sight. Art kept his spell active, watching the gaping face of the first guard as his gaze shifted back and forth between him and the wind barrier. Then, a familiar figure jumped backward down from the ledge of the explosion site, landing just next to them. "Everyone all right down? Ah, Arthur, good to see you again, brat. Sorry for this, but you're going to need to give me a hand." Grandpa Virion returned his focus to the site of the explosion, and Art dispersed his spell. "Gramps, what's going on? Was there an intruder?" Art asked. "Bah! You think I'd be having this much trouble if it was just an intruder? Virian snapped in frustration. Then what? Another explosion sounded from the site. Grandpa, stop this thing. I can't control it. In the giant hole in the mansion, Tess appeared, surrounded by dozens of emerald green tendrils made of mana. Of course, Art cursed under his breath. His first thought was to blame Winsome. He was supposed to have cured Tess of the beast will that was trying to take over her body. When he paid attention, however, since Tess was still conscious and quite rowdy, he deduced that she probably couldn't control the mana she released even while awake and aware. That aura is pretty frightening. Those tentacle-like vines protect Tess as well as attacking anything within range. Even if I try cutting them, more tendrils take their place. I'll support you from the back, boy. Try to reach Tess. My techniques aren't really useful for anything other than assassinating, and right now, we need a way to overpower this aura. Art gave Virian an affirming nod and took a step forward, concentrating more mana around him. Elder Virian, we can assist as well. Please instruct us on— No, you would be useless against her. Just clear the area and make sure no one comes near. Grandpa Virian waved his hand without turning back. Art took a peek at the baffled guards. When he'd checked their mana core levels earlier, they had seemed to be around the solid to light orange stage, which would be considered top tier at their ages. But Elder, the child is— Go, now! I don't have time for this, Grandpa Virian growled. The elite guards, who had probably never been called useless in their lives, muttered in confusion and looked at Art like some strange and potentially dangerous mana beast before clearing the way. You know, Gramps, they probably still could have helped. The fewer people who know about my granddaughter's powers, the better, at least at this point. Now focus, brat, he breathed, keeping his gaze on Tess. Aye, sir, Art smirked. Let's go. At Grandpa Virian's signal, they made a break for Tessia, who stood on the edge of the mansion. Art augmented his legs with wind attribute mana, waiting until a condensed gale formed beneath his feet before launching off from the ground. Even though Tess's back was turned, the tendrils responded instantly as they approached. The swaying vines straightened up and shot at them. Keep going, I'll cover you. Grandpa Virian's voice echoed from behind Art. Though he couldn't see him, the change in his voice indicated that Grandpa Virian had initiated the first phase of his beast will. They fought their way closer and closer to Tess, who struggled to gain control over the emerald green aura surrounding her. Art stuck to using wind spells, fearing that the aura would conduct any lightning attribute spells. Since they were in a mostly wooded environment, he also refrained from using any fire spells. The tendrils dissipated as soon as their wind blades severed them, but another batch immediately took their place. It wasn't working. Taking a deep breath, Art relied on Grandpa Virian to cover him for a few seconds. After finishing his chant, he felt a sizable drain on his mana, along with a slight tingling sensation coursing throughout his body as he cast Thunderclap Impulse. The tendrils, which were evidently growing in number, appeared to be overwhelming them in slow motion. Art had a moment to glance back, and even Grandpa Virian's attacks had slowed down enough that he could see his movements. He dodged the tendrils, not wanting to waste mana on other spells until he reached Tessia. Every step forward involved him dodging at least 5 tendrils, until he finally came within arm's length of the troublesome princess. Grabbing her by the waist, he prepared his final spell. Tess squealed in surprise. Arthur! Before Art had the chance to respond, the tentacles suddenly retracted, gathering around the two of them before flinging them through the hole made by the explosion and away from the mansion. With his Thunderclap Impulse spell still active, Art was able to react in time to grab hold of Tessia before the two of them skyrocketed up into the air. Tessia's scream echoed loud enough that the whole kingdom could probably hear. Hold on tight. Locking his arms around her, Art surrounded her in a layer of protective mana before casting his next spell, Absolute Zero. It took a lot longer to cast his spell without using the second phase of his dragon will. Art had to fight to maintain his concentration as the layer of frost slowly spread out around them, freezing the tendrils that were trying desperately to separate him from Tess. Break! He roared, before aiming a kick at the tendrils, now completely frozen, shattering them into countless shards of shimmering little diamonds. It had been a gamble to try and freeze the tendrils Tess manifested, and, as expected, his spell wasn't strong enough to completely freeze everything, but he was able to cut the tendrils off from their power source. Tess. Tess had a glazed look in her eyes as she hung onto Art's neck, seeming mesmerized by the thousands of ice shards reflecting the amber lights of the city as they fell. Then their eyes met, and Tess immediately blushed. Art gave her a playful wink in response. Hi there. In the depths of her thoughts, she pleaded with herself silently. Tell me I'm dreaming. Her recollection was hazy, fading into the memory of attempting to release the first phase of her beast will. Grandpa's astonishment lingered in her mind. He had examined her mana core and discovered her body seamlessly integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. The surprise in Grandpa's eyes had been evident, though she couldn't grasp the full extent of his reaction. Arthur, too, came to mind. He had taken years to achieve a complete integration, yet here she was, seemingly catching up to him in a fraction of that time. Doubt clawed at her thoughts. Does this mean I'm catching up to him? She wondered aloud, though the answer remained elusive. The image of their childhood selves flashed briefly in her mind, reminding her that they were just kids back then. Arthur's smooth integration had been a marvel even to Grandpa, an accomplishment she found difficult to comprehend. In her eyes, life felt profoundly unfair. Every time Grandpa mentioned Arthur, his words dripped with unreserved admiration. If it had been anyone else, envy would have consumed her. But it's all right, he's mine anyway, she reassured herself, though the certainty was yet to materialize. Not yet, but soon he would be. Hopefully. Stupid Arthur. Her frustration surged as she thought of Arthur. She had wanted to impress him, showcasing her mastery over the beast will he had bestowed upon her, but her efforts had crumbled into failure, leaving a portion of the castle in ruins. Mother and father wouldn't be pleased when they saw the aftermath. To make matters worse, Arthur had arrived at the worst possible moment, his presence mocking her struggles. And now he held her, treating her like some damsel in distress. Reluctantly, she acknowledged her pitiful state. She dared not meet his gaze. She knew her cheeks would betray her, coloring with embarrassment. Don't look, Tess! Don't look! Don't! Her internal plea fell on deaf ears, and inevitably, she looked. Hi there. Arthur greeted her with a charming wink, his blue eyes sparkling. Tess' cheeks flushed hot, burning like an oil-dipped candle, yet she found herself unable to peel her eyes away from his gaze until they landed. Shouldn't you put me down now? Tess managed to stammer out, struggling to keep her voice steady. A playful twinkle lit up his eyes as he placed her back on the ground, clearly relishing her embarrassment. Ugh. Are you okay, Tess? Grandpa caught up to them, sweat on his brow, and minor injuries marring his appearance from where her beast will's aura had struck him. Thankfully, he seemed fine overall. Yes, Grandpa. Sorry for causing this mess, she murmured, lowering her gaze. Her eyes widened as she noticed a trickle of blood seeping through Arthur's pants, staining his right leg. Oh no, he's hurt. I really messed up this time. Before she could even begin to apologize, a sharp pain shot through her forehead just above her brows. Ow, what? Tess stared wide-eyed at Arthur, who had just flicked her forehead. I'm just glad our troublesome princess isn't hurt. Right, Gramps? Arthur said comfortingly, a teasing tone in his voice, but a genuinely concerned look in his eyes. Even though he was teasing her, his worried gaze made Tess feel warm inside. Yes? My troublesome little granddaughter is fine. That's all that matters. Who cares if she destroyed half of a historic mansion that's been in our family for generations? Grandpa smirked, a twinkle of amusement in his eyes. Feeling like she'd shrunk to half her size from embarrassment, Tess watched as both her grandfather and Arthur broke out into laughter. It took a while for Tess to be able to meet Art's eyes after he had set her down. As soon as Gramps called the guards back, they left the manor under their careful watch. While the royal family's mansion was still standing strong, aside from the gaping hole in the corner, Varian arranged for them to be taken to an inn for security reasons. It would be easier for the guards to keep an eye out for any potential harm. I should let my son know about what happened in case he and Mariel come back early from the meeting. They'll probably assume the worst. Gramps let out a deep sigh and rubbed his temples. They were sitting on a leather couch in a private lounge on the first floor of the Spiral Ivy Inn. Inside the inn, the scene was nothing short of captivating. With dinner underway, the place buzzed with conversation and the clinking of cutlery against plates. However, the moment Varian, Tess, and Art entered, it was as if someone had pressed a mute button on the entire establishment. Both staff and patrons dropped what they were doing, their jaws hanging open in astonishment. They stared at the peculiar trio, clearly dumbfounded by the unexpected sight of the former king of Eleanor, accompanied by his disheveled granddaughter and an unfamiliar human child. Fortunately, the inn manager swiftly emerged and managed to fend off the nearby elves and merchants who had begun to approach. He guided them away from the curious crowd and led them to the VIP lounge. Exhausted, Tess slumped onto a couch and almost instantly drifted off to sleep. I must apologize for this, Elder Varian. We weren't expecting a visit from someone of your status, or we would surely have made accommodations, the manager said, his posture deferential, head slightly bowed and hands clasped. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit to our humble inn? He inquired respectfully. The manor is a bit messy at the moment. We're fine here for now. Just prepare a room for us to stay. Gramps waved the manager away. The ever-attentive manager nodded at Varian's instructions, his response akin to a loyal puppy receiving a treat from its master. Art settled on the couch across from Varian, gently placing Sylvie, who had fallen asleep and was quietly snoring in his arms, beside him. So what happened back there, Gramps? You won't believe this, brat. I examined her mana core the other day, and guess what? Her body was already fully integrated with the Elderwood Guardian's beast will. Varian leaned forward, his sharp eyes alight with excitement. He spoke softly, careful not to wake Tess, who was dozing nearby. You can't be serious. How can her body be fully integrated with an S-class beast? Art stopped mid-sentence, a realization dawning on him. He remembered what Winsome had said. Were the orbs he had given Tess responsible for this unprecedented phenomenon? What's wrong? Varian raised a brow. No, it's nothing. I was just thinking. Gramps, is that why Tess tried to release the first phase of her beast will? Varian laughed wryly. We both got a little ahead of ourselves, thinking that Tess would be able to control her powers because her body was already integrated. The integration between the beast will and the host was crucial for the host's body to fully adapt to a mana beast's will, especially if the beast was at a higher stage than the host. It was also a training process, helping the host become accustomed to how the beast will might affect their body and how to control its powers, even if just a little. Tessia had skipped this long and arduous process, a shortcut that might not have been for the best. It prevented her from understanding the potential effects the beast will could have on her when released. It's fine now that everything has been settled, but Tess needs to be more careful when using her beast will. It could be dangerous for her and everyone around her if things escalate like they did today. Varian sank back into his seat, his gaze lingering on the sleeping princess. Varian grunted, deep in thought. I was thinking the same thing. Maybe it would be best to get a seal to suppress her mana until she's able to better control her beast will. But I worry that she won't be able to protect herself while her seal is on. It's a shame there's no specific seal for beast wills. And even if it was removable, she would be practically defenseless without mana protecting her for any period of time, Varian said with a sigh. You could always give her some sort of protective artifact. And if that's not enough to give you peace of mind, I'll be there too, Gramps. I won't let anything happen to your precious granddaughter. Oh, I'm sure you'd protect Tessia, even if she wasn't my granddaughter. He shot Art a teasing wink. They continued discussing Tessia's potential powers, but fatigue eventually caught up with them. Tessia stirred occasionally, but Sylvie remained deeply asleep, her peaceful breathing serving as a reminder of their bond's presence. The innkeeper arrived, leading them to a lavish suite on the inn's top floor. The rooms were adorned with opulent decorations and intricate vine patterns, creating a fairy-like atmosphere. Virion ensured Tessia was settled in one of the rooms before returning to the living area. He poured himself a drink from a decanter on the table, the liquid inside undoubtedly some form of liquor. After exchanging goodnight wishes with Virion, Art made his way to his room. He gently laid Sylvie on the bed, and she continued to slumber undisturbed. Art then changed into a loose silk robe hanging behind the door. Taking a deep breath, he reflected on the day's events, a rare moment of introspection in his usually action-packed life. While he had been dedicating himself to training and improving his physical strength, he often forgot to strategize and plan. The fantastical world he inhabited sometimes made him feel like an immature, shallow protagonist, causing him to neglect his strategic thinking. However, he realized the importance of preparing for various scenarios and having backup plans, especially in the face of the challenges and uncertainties presented by Winsome. Art's mind raced with if-then scenarios as he considered his conversation with Winsome. He understood that training his mana core was a manageable task, but he couldn't help but worry about what he might need to leave behind. Art pondered his family's safety as the impending war loomed over them. He couldn't shake off the worry for his sister Eleanor, who was still on her path to awakening and wouldn't be proficient in magic for another year or two. Although he had given her and their mother protective charms, he knew those were only effective in dire situations, not for continuous threats. Various options ran through his mind until a novel idea struck him. Perhaps it was time to find a suitable bond for Ellie, someone who could not only safeguard her life, but also deter any overly bold suitors. A powerful and protective mana beast seemed like the perfect solution. A smile played on his lips as he envisioned the scenario, and the more he thought about it, the more he found the idea appealing. Isn't it just a big brother's duty to get his younger sister a pet that could scare away anyone within 3 feet of her? He mused, embracing the notion with enthusiasm. Tess awoke well past noon the following day, finding herself in the unfamiliar surroundings of the inn room. Grandpa Virion had already left to attend to the issues at their home, leaving a note for Art to take care of Tess until his return. The note, despite its serious content, was lighthearted, featuring a winking face at the bottom that left Art wondering about Virion's intentions. "Grandpa?" Tess's voice carried a hint of confusion as she stumbled into the living room, her tousled hair wild around her face. Art was seated on the floor, deep in meditation, with Sylvie peacefully curled up in his lap. Art? Where's Grandpa?" Tess asked, her flustered expression revealing her surprise at finding Art instead of her grandfather. "Good morning, or rather, good afternoon." Art greeted her with a warm smile, rising to hand her a glass of water. "Your grandfather went back to your house this morning to get everything sorted out." "Oh, maybe I should go too. I'm the one who's responsible for all this after all," Tess responded, her voice laced with concern. "There's nothing either one of us could do. Don't worry too much for now. Virion and your parents will probably be back here later tonight. We'll go back to my house in Xyrus after making sure everything is okay since we have school tomorrow," Art explained, trying to ease her worries. "Still, there must be something I could help out. Wait, what? I'm going to your house?" Tess's hands fell from her head in surprise, her bedhead now in full display as she recoiled in shock. "Yep. Virion asked me yesterday. It'll be easier that way, and probably more comfortable than staying at this inn," Art replied, trying to sound reassuring. "I think my heart would be a lot more comfortable staying here." "Well, none of your family will be able to be here with you, so I'm sure Virion would feel a lot more reassured if you stayed with my family until we get to the dorms," Art reasoned, hoping to convince her. Art observed Tessia quietly before she timidly nodded in consent. Despite her unkempt hair, she still appeared cute to him. Their conversation was interrupted by a knock on the door. "Pardon me, but your complimentary breakfast has arrived." "Q!" Sylvie woke up and dashed toward the door. She waited impatiently while the innkeeper brought in a cart full of food, then settled in to eat. After finishing her breakfast, Tessia sat down next to Art on the living room floor where he was training. She petted Sylvie, who made herself comfortable on Tessia's lap. "So cute," Tessia cooed as she rubbed Sylvie's formidable draconic Asura's belly. "Tess, what did it feel like when you activated the first phase of your beast will?" Art asked. It felt like a sudden surge of power spilled out and surrounded me. Then, all of a sudden, I couldn't really move my body," Tessia explained. "It felt like I was trapped in someone else's body, but I wasn't really scared for some reason." Art nodded, considering her words carefully. The beast will's nature meant that it wouldn't harm its host, which explained Tess's lack of fear. However, the strong sense of defiance displayed by the beast will was perplexing. Even though she had skipped the integration stage, Tess's body had fully fused with the beast will. While controlling and utilizing the will might be challenging, it shouldn't have spiraled out of control to such an extent. Ironically, it seemed that the beast will had its own independent desires. Art knelt down in front of her and said, "I want you to rouse the Elderwood Guardian's beast will." "What? Is that safe?" Tessia looked at him, her eyes widening. "It should be. You're not going to initiate the first phase. Just get a sense for the beast will inside your mana core and let it stream out into the rest of your body. That way, I'll be able to sense more clearly what's going on." He moved closer, prompting Tess to shuffle away. It struck him as odd. She had boldly initiated a kiss last time. Why was she acting so shy now? "I'm going to have to place my hand on your abdomen, Tess." "Don't move," Art sighed, inching closer. "You make it sound like touching a girl's belly isn't anything serious." Tess frowned. "It's not if it's for the sake of training," Art reassured Tess. She gave him an unreadable look but didn't move away when he shuffled close enough to touch her. As she began meditating, he placed the palm of his hand on her abdomen, closing his eyes to examine her mana core. Soon enough, as Tess started to release the innate mana from the beast will, a stream of emerald green particles flooded over the golden gray specks of wood and wind attribute mana circulating inside her body. Tess wore a strained expression, beads of sweat rolling down her cheeks. Small sparks of mana burst out of her body, and Art could tell she was struggling to contain the beast will's power, which clearly wanted to break loose. "Tess, it's okay. Stop now," he urged. As the princess attempted to recall the beast will back into her mana core, she began convulsing. Art placed his hand back on her stomach, trying to sense what was happening inside her body. Art was shocked by what he felt. The Elderwood Guardian's beast will, nestled within Tess's mana core and seamlessly integrated with her body, was rebelling, attempting to seize control over the rest of Tess's innate mana. Art was bewildered. How could the beast will act against the host's will in such a manner? This was unlike Tess merely losing control while manifesting the first phase of her beast will. The beast will's mana particles were still within her body. A rather crude analogy struck him. While people in this world rarely suffered from such issues, in his previous world, non-practitioners without the ability to reinforce their bodies with Kai fell victim to various diseases and illnesses. Among these, the most terrifying had been the Draken's virus. This nefarious virus spread through the nervous system, causing victims to lose control of their limbs and eventually their minds. Although the virus couldn't infect practitioners, it had caused a year-long epidemic, resulting in over 300,000 fatalities. The phenomenon Tess was experiencing seemed akin to that virus. Similar to how the Draken's virus affected its victims, the beast will's mana particles were weakening the mana formed by her own mana core. This was vastly different from normal beast wills that integrated and reinforced the host's body. On the bright side, it didn't seem to be taking over Tess's body and mind at this stage, but it was still eerily comparable. As the internal struggle unfolded within Tess, Art sensed her mana levels slowly diminishing. The beast will seem to be more controlled than during their encounter at the Xyrus Academy training grounds. Whether this change was due to Winsome's assistance remained uncertain. Even Winsome might not have anticipated the unpredictable nature of the Elderwood Guardian's beast will Art had acquired. While Tess battled to restrain the partially released beast will, Art channeled mana into her body, incorporating all 4 elemental attributes to prevent rejection. He transferred the mana directly into her mana core, careful not to overwhelm her. Though he didn't provide Tess with as much mana as he had given Prince Curtis in the dungeon, he still felt a noticeable drain from his own core. Meanwhile, Sylvie observed the situation cautiously, sensing the tension in the air. She circled around them, her eyes sharp and vigilant. Tess eventually succumbed to exhaustion, collapsing on her back, her chest heaving from the exertion. "Well, that didn't go quite as planned," Art huffed, leaning back on his arms. Tell me about it. I don't get what's wrong, though. It feels like I'm holding onto a gate, trying to keep some sort of rabid monster caged inside from breaking free," Tess explained, her frustration evident. Art gave a wry laugh at the accuracy of the metaphor. Tess's mana core was quite literally serving as the cage that kept the rabid beast will from getting loose. With a pile of questions still unanswered, they decided not to disturb the Elderwood Guardian's beast will for the time being. They were either going to have to find an unconventional way for her to gain control over this power, or make her stronger in order to properly keep the beast will in check. Later in the evening, Grandpa Virion, along with Tessia's parents, Alduin and Mariel Aerolith, arrived at the inn. Needless to say, the former king and queen of the elves were relieved to see for themselves that their daughter was safe. The 5 of them, and Sylvie, who was curled up on Art's lap, situated themselves on the couches before approaching the topic of what was to come. They briefly discussed what had happened at the castle, but when Tess tried to chime in, Virion cut her off and explained in her stead. Gramps downplayed the whole thing, saying that part of the explosion was his fault and that he had been testing the limits of Tess's beast will. Art was perplexed as to why Virion might have been hiding the truth, but when their eyes met, Virion's gaze promised an explanation later. Finally, they decided that while Aerolith Castle was being rebuilt, the family, minus Tess, would stay with Rhynia. Now there was a name Art hadn't heard in a long time. He owed a lot to the granny with the extremely rare gift of foresight. She was the one who had allowed him to make contact with his parents when he'd first arrived at the Kingdom of Elenoir after rescuing Tess. "Arthur, why don't we go together to Rhynia's house before you and Tessia set out for Xyrus? The journey is a bit far since she's moved, but I'm sure she'd appreciate it if you came by and said hello," Mariel chimed in. "She's going to be very surprised at how much you've grown." "I'd like that," Art responded with a nostalgic smile. "Ooh, I haven't seen Grandma Rhynia in a long time either." Tess leaned forward, her eyes glittering with excitement at the prospect of a visit to the old seer. "While you're at it, it would be a good idea to have her get a good read on you," Virion said, shooting Art a meaningful look. He dropped his eyes and gazed at the ground as he pondered the idea. Alduin nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, I think so too. I remember you saying how interested Rhynia was in Arthur's future, Father." And so it was decided that, before leaving for Xyrus early in the afternoon, they would stop by Grandma Rhynia's house, or cottage, to be more precise. With that settled, their talk turned to the sleeping arrangements. Art would be sharing a bed with Grandpa Virion, while Tess and her parents would sleep in the other room. Art was fine with it, but sharing sleeping quarters with the royal family of the elves would have put anyone else on edge. He still wanted to sleep in the living room for comfort's sake, but Gramps refused, insisting that only through sharing tight quarters could men truly bond. That, and bathing together in the nude, Art had heard. Elves had some strange customs. As they made their trip to Rhynia's cottage, Art felt a sense of awe at the perfect spring morning. It was one of those scenes that he couldn't help but appreciate. It was just past dawn, and the morning air was still cool and crisp. On both sides of the road, bright morning dew on the moss-covered rocks sparkled in the rays of the sun that peeked through the old trees towering over them. The carriage they were riding in moved easily over the even, marble-like paths, which had been smoothed by centuries of use. Sylvie was a ball of excitement, and Art had to grab her by the tail a couple of times to keep her from jumping out of the carriage to catch the passing butterflies and birds. "Arthur, I must say, Your bond continues to intrigue me. Alduin Aerolith raised an amused brow as Sylvie promptly shot out and grabbed a passing bird with her teeth. Now, leave the boy and his pet alone, Virion chided his son with a wagging finger. In such a vast and mysterious land as ours, you can't be so surprised at things like this. I'd normally agree with you, grandfather, but Arthur's bond is unique compared to all the other mana beasts I've seen. Even though it's an infant, its gaze twinkles with intelligence. Mariel leaned in closer to Sylvie, who was still chewing on the bird she had taken down. Don't forget that Sylvie is super cute too. Sylvie let out a satisfied belch just as Tess picked her up and hugged her. Virion howled with laughter. I can't help but worry that my granddaughter will one day choose her precious bond not by its strength but by its appearance, he cackled, and everyone snickered in agreement, except the princess. Tess started pouting and refused to talk to anyone else, keeping her eyes glued to the window before eventually falling asleep. The journey felt considerably lengthy, even with a mana beast pulling the carriage. Tess and Mariel eventually succumbed to drowsiness, their heads gently leaning against each other. Tess rested against her mother's shoulder, while Mariel's head found a comfortable spot on her daughter's. Virion had maintained his silence until both Mariel and Tessia were asleep. Then, he leaned towards Art and spoke in a hushed tone. I've already informed my son about this, Arthur, but our destination isn't just any ordinary cottage. Rhynia has chosen to isolate herself near the edge of the kingdom. She never disclosed her reasons to me, but the last time I paid an unannounced visit, I nearly lost my life due to the traps and defenses she had set up. Art raised an eyebrow at Virion's grave tone. Why would Elder Rhynia need such extensive protection? That's the mystery. I've informed her of our visit this time, so it should be safe. But I want you to be vigilant for any signs of danger. The fact that she had to establish these precautions indicates there are individuals she needs to be wary of. Art's thoughts immediately turned to Rhynia's unique abilities as a deviant. Only a handful of trusted individuals should have been aware of that, though. Nodding in understanding, he replied, Understood. I'll be cautious. Grandpa Virion cast an approving glance in Art's direction before engaging in a quiet conversation with his son. Soon, silence settled over the carriage, and Virion succumbed to sleep, his arms crossed and his head nodding occasionally. This left only four awake, the vigilant Sylvie, the focused driver, Tess's father Alduin, and Art himself. Sylvie, her front paws pressed against the carriage window, remained watchful, hoping to catch more unsuspecting birds. Meanwhile, Alduin, with his weathered face displaying signs of both wisdom and weariness, gazed absent-mindedly at the passing scenery. Each line etched into his face told a story of his years as a king and now as a prominent figure on the continent. I feel like I've never had the chance to properly thank you, he said, his eyes still fixed on the outside world. For what, sir? Art responded politely. For taking such good care of my daughter. Tessia has made it out of some dangerous situations thanks to you, as she and my father have told me. Alduin turned his head, meeting Art's gaze for a moment before a weary smile graced his lips. It's nothing, sir. Tessia has helped me several times as well. Art replied, his voice humble. Oh? Like how? Alduin inquired, tilting his head in curiosity. Art took a moment to process Alduin's unexpected question before responding, choosing his words carefully. In keeping me sane at times. Alduin chuckled softly, his eyes twinkling with amusement. Not exactly what I expected a 13-year-old boy to say, but for some reason, I can't help but see you as an adult. He shifted his gaze back to the passing scenery outside. Your words are kind. I somehow feel utterly confident that you will be able to protect my daughter in my and my father's stead, Alduin continued, his tone filled with trust. Art's brow furrowed in contemplation, trying to grasp the deeper meaning behind Alduin's words. Before he could voice his thoughts, Alduin dismissed his own musings with another chuckle and a wave of his hand. Don't mind me, Arthur. Just an overprotective father's thoughts running wild. But say, Have you ever thought of one day marrying Tess? Sir, Art stammered, taken aback by the sudden turn in the conversation. I mean, sure, she's a bit rough around the edges, and Mariel and I may have spoiled her a bit, but she's a good girl, Alduin said, his tone gentle and thoughtful. Alduin let out a hearty laugh at Art's remark about elven traditions. Ha, tradition. Given how fast Dickathan is changing, there's no room for tradition, he scoffed. Leaning forward, he rested his arms on his knees, his expression thoughtful. Arthur, do you like my daughter? A contemplative silence settled in the carriage as Art carefully chose his words. Despite the casual atmosphere, Alduin remained the acting king of Elenoir, and Art needed to tread carefully. His feelings for Tessia were undeniable, yet he hesitated to act on them fully, conscious of the differences in their worlds. To acknowledge Tessia as a woman rather than a girl meant dismantling the metaphorical wall he had built to preserve the morals of his past life. Meeting Alduin's gaze head-on, Art responded with caution and conviction. I do, but I also find myself unable to say for certain what like and love actually mean. I hope the answer will come with time, but until then, I'd like to improve myself before even thinking of asking for your daughter's hand in marriage. Alduin nodded approvingly. Good answer, he said thoughtfully. You have your head in the right place, despite the lack of years under your belt. More so than you when you were his age, a soft voice interjected from beside Alduin. Alduin turned, looking slightly guilty as he addressed his wife. You were awake, dear? Just for the last bit of your little man talk, Mariel replied, a playful smile on her lips. I knew Papa liked Mama. Sylvie's voice echoed in Art's mind, catching him off guard. He glanced at Tess, worried that she might have overheard, but to his relief, Tess seemed to be a deep sleeper, undisturbed by their conversation. He admitted it! Tess wanted to shout out loud in excitement. Arthur had finally said it. He said he liked her. Well, he'd said I do after he was asked a direct question, but that was good enough. Way to go, Dad. Oh no, keep your eyes shut, Tess, keep your eyes shut. Slow down your breathing. She wondered if he could hear how fast her heart was beating. His hearing can't be that good, she reassured herself. Right? She was so happy she'd woken up when she did. She hadn't intended to pretend to be asleep, but then she heard Father talking about her. At first she thought he was being cruel, saying she was rough around the edges. Then he said she was spoiled. What? I'm not spoiled. It would have been embarrassing to wake up just then, so she kept her eyes closed. She couldn't have guessed that her father would ask Arthur if he liked her, or that Arthur would actually admit it. He'd only said that once before, after she'd gotten angry at him. Then he had surprised her when he kissed her all of a sudden. She could feel a giggle trying to escape. Oh no. Don't smile, Tess. Her father's voice saved her. We're here, Tess. Come on now, wake up, he said, gently shaking her shoulder. We're here already? Tess made her voice wispy, trying to sound like she had just woken up. Tess couldn't meet Arthur's eyes when he turned his gaze to her, so instead, she quickly got out of the carriage and stretched. That was a good nap, she said, a little more loudly than she needed to. Sylvie hopped out of the carriage after her and stretched as well, opening her mouth in an audible yawn before darting her head around to take in her new surroundings. She looked around too, but she was confused when she didn't see a cottage or any sort of sign that a person lived there. They were surrounded by trees and grass, with thick bushes that blocked any sort of path there might have been. Grandpa, are you sure we're in the right place? She asked as she searched for anything remotely resembling a house. We have to walk a bit further, but it's near here. Let's go. Grandpa took the lead, with Arthur following close behind, Mother next to her, and her father holding the rear. Sylvie scampered alongside her, her head swiveling around in all different directions, as if she sensed something. It made her a bit nervous. As they made their way deeper into the forest, they had to maneuver around ever-increasing numbers of branches and push their way through more and more curtains of vines. The urge to ask if they were really going in the right direction gnawed at her, but the determined, serious looks on everyone's faces made her swallow her complaints. They hesitantly followed behind Arthur and Grandpa. Then, next to her, Mother looked over her shoulder and asked, "Honey, is something wrong? The atmosphere is a bit chilly." Her voice trailed off. Yes, everything is fine. Just being cautious is all." Her father seemed to have snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of Mother's words. "Stop!" Arthur put up his hand abruptly, his other hand gripping the hilt of his sword, which she hadn't even noticed he had until now. Beside him, Grandpa froze, tensing into a fighting stance as Father carefully inched his way forward. In the dead silence, a faint rustle of leaves became audible, seeming to draw closer to them. Snap! Grandpa's body whipped toward the source of the sound. Instinctively, she scooted toward Mother, seeking protection. With her monocore unstable due to her beast will, she felt defenseless for the first time in a long while. Her mother was also wary. Both she and Father had their weapons out and at the ready. Mother's thin wand glimmered rose gold, and Father's favorite saber was already unsheathed. Snap! The sound was much closer this time, emanating from their right. She unthinkingly glanced at Arthur, finding his eyes on her, likely ensuring she was all right. Sylvie stood next to him, her white fur bristling, making her appear larger. Then, they all saw it. The curtain of vines to their right rustled, and a hunched figure stepped out of the shadows of the dense forest. Everyone was on edge, prepared to defend against whatever emerged. Before anyone had the chance to move, a clear voice rang out from the shadowed figure. "What are you lot doing out here looking like fools? Come on, you are late!" The shadowy figure stepped into a ray of light peeking through the trees, revealing an all-too-familiar face. "Grandma Rinia," she exclaimed in relief. Supposedly, Grandma Rinia's cottage wasn't too much farther from where they were. After their brief greetings and a firm hug from the aged elf, they made their way to her dwelling place. "You've grown into quite the handsome young lad, Arthur. If I were just 100 years younger, I might have snatched you up for myself," Rinia teased. It should have been disturbing, to say the least, to hear this from a woman who was several decades older than him. But since it came from her, Art just grinned back. "Well, I'd have to see how you looked when you were 100 years younger." Ask Virian how stunning I was. Men would swarm over me as soon as I was in their sights," Rinia said, flipping her braided hair over her shoulder. "It's true, Arthur. My mother often told me how all the girls her age had been jealous of Aunt Rinia." Marial giggled. "Bah! She was above average at best," Virian waved off the comments. Well, of course there was only one girl who ever caught Virian's eye. Rinia's voice trailed off. By the look on her face, she seemed to regret having brought it up. Art looked around, completely lost. The gloomy forest seemed all the more dismal with the sudden change in the atmosphere. He glanced at Tess. She seemed uncomfortable, but more confused than depressed, like everyone else. "I'm sorry, Virian. I was a bit insensitive." Rinia placed a hand on Virian's sunken shoulder. It's fine. I should be the one who's sorry. I know how you felt as well," he said somberly. They continued on their way, with only the crunching of fallen leaves and the snapping of twigs filling the silence. Art kept his gaze focused on Sylvie, who was having a blast looking for forest life underneath the moss-covered rocks and logs. As he watched her tail wag furiously, he gave a small smile of contentment, despite the sullen atmosphere. When Art sneaked a quick peek at Gramps, his mind started itching with questions that he knew he shouldn't ask. Rinia seemed to see this and gently placed her hand on his shoulder, giving him a strained smile. They stepped into a small clearing, and the roaring sound of running water filled their ears. It was as if the trees surrounding this area had acted as a barrier, blocking off all the sound. They could now see a wide waterfall cascading down a white marble cliff into a small pool about 6 yards in diameter. "Wow, I never knew a place like this existed," Tess said, gaping in awe. "Father, isn't this where you used to take me when I was a child? Alduin asked, looking around. I see you still remember. Yes, you used to love coming to this place, Virian said, giving a small smile as he reminisced. It's beautiful, Mariel breathed. It was beautiful indeed. In the dimly lit clearing, little sunlight penetrated, casting surreal spotlights on the moss, grass, and foliage beneath the thick treetops. The waterfall flowed smoothly down the white cliff, its clear curtain undisturbed by any interruptions. We're here, Rinia declared, stepping forward. Wordlessly, the group followed her. Art half expected her to conjure a cottage from the ground, but her magic was subtler. Rinia raised her hands and murmured a few inaudible phrases, causing roots to rise from underneath the pond and form a makeshift bridge leading into the waterfall. Carefully stepping on the grimy roots, Rinia led the way, the rest following closely. She glanced around, as if ensuring no one was watching. Apparently satisfied, she swept the waterfall to the side with a wave of her arm. Rinia let out a sharp breath and then placed her hand on the cliff behind the waterfall, which began to glow with unrecognizable runes. The white marble cliff slid open like a door, revealing a passage deeper inside. Don't conjure up any light. We'll make our way through the dark, Rinia instructed, her words seemingly aimed at Art. He lost track of the turns they made, relying on Rinia's voice as their sole guide. Left, right, left. Finally, a flickering light appeared at the end of the umpteenth stretch of the tunnel. Welcome to my little cottage, Rinia announced. In the sparse light, Art could barely make out Rinia's faint smile. By now, he had no idea where they were, but the cozy little hut, no bigger than a single room in the Aerolith family's castle, felt welcoming. Whew, Tessia sighed, sinking down and finally able to relax. This is quite the place, Aunt Rinia, Alduin said, his hand trailing along the cave wall sheltering the hut. Where are we? Art inquired as he inspected their surroundings. Somewhere in the Elf Kingdom, Rinia replied, making her way into her hut. Lit by a few dimly shining orbs in the corners of the cave, Rinia's dwelling appeared more like a dungeon meant for the vilest criminals than the abode of a close friend to the royal family. I'm sure you have your reasons, Aunt Rinia, but was it really necessary to shut yourself in a place like this? Mariel frowned, her gaze fixed on the hut Rinia had just entered. Just an old lady being overly cautious. Don't mind me. It's actually quite cozy once you get used to it. Rinia poked her head out from behind the sheet covering the hut's doorway. Can I see inside too? Tess, with Sylvie cradled in her arms, curiously peered at the hut's interior. Of course, everyone come inside. Rinia waved them in. They exchanged skeptical glances, but Virian ushered everyone inside, saying, Come now, the place isn't going to eat you up. It's quite roomy inside, despite its appearance. Let's get something to drink. I'm famished. They settled into the minimally designed shelter that Rinia now called home, and Art sank into a couch, resting his head on his hand. Fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and he must have drifted off because when he opened his eyes, everyone else was asleep. Rubbing his eyes, Art stood up. Rinia was the only one still awake, sipping on something that smelled like an herb tonic. They won't be awake for a while, Arthur. Let's have a talk, Rinia said simply, not even glancing at him. She gestured for him to sit in the chair across from her as she continued sipping her tea. Well, seeing as how you seem to have drugged everyone but me, I'm guessing this is something only I can know? Art's eyes narrowed, though he trusted Rinia. If she had wanted them dead, she could have accomplished it with her powers. Without another word, Art sat down, leaning back, and waited for the aged elf to speak. Despite the circumstances, you're quite composed, Arthur, Rinia commented, as if she had expected his reaction. I'm sure if you wanted the worst to happen, it would have happened already, he shrugged. Silent, he waited for her to continue. A logical assumption, she nodded. Now, where do I begin? She sighed. Well, let's start with a small lesson on my powers as a diviner. Art's attention sharpened. Insights into rare deviant forms of magic were scarce. Textbooks offered only a limited glimpse into their complexities. Observing Art's keen interest, Rinia continued, her tone measured. As you may know, unlike regular mages, who draw forth power from the mana particles in the atmosphere, deviants have to find their own source of power to fuel their magic. Art nodded, absorbing her words. For example, your mother, an emitter, has the ability to heal herself and others in a way elemental recovery spells can't compare to. Again, Art nodded. The fundamental elements had rudimentary first aid spells, ranging from healing water and wind to herbal manipulations, fire cauterization, and earth-based poultices. However, these methods paled in comparison to the potent healing capabilities wielded by emitters. Rinia's eyes sparkled with a mixture of knowledge and nostalgia. Emitters have mana cores, which naturally accumulate a special type of mana that is used to power their spells. Throughout my life, I've met quite a few deviants, each with unique properties to their magic. They all have one thing in common, though, which is different from an elemental deviant such as yourself. They each have their own pool of mana, which they use to power their magic. Her gaze drifted, lost in thought. Art contemplated this revelation. It must be an inconvenience for them to be unable to draw in mana from the atmosphere, he remarked. It sure is. I've interviewed many deviants, and they all told me how difficult it was to learn even basic elemental spells, since they did not have mana cores that could harness the mana particles in the atmosphere. However, their deviant powers made up for this handicap, Rinia explained, her voice carrying the weight of understanding. In the quietude, broken only by Sylvie's gentle snores and Tess's embrace, Rinia resumed her explanation. But for diviners, it's quite different. First of all, our powers can awaken at any point in our lives, as opposed to conventional mages and other deviants who awaken, at the earliest, in their prepubescent stages. Our powers mostly come in erratic bursts. In my case, blurred images of the future flash through my mind quite often. Sometimes they're useful, but most of the time, they are too vague and minute to make anything out of. These little flashes of the future don't expend any mana at all, actually. A sense of foreboding settled over Art, rendering him speechless. If you were to sense my mana core, you'd find it's actually quite normal, capable of harnessing and refining the mana particles in the atmosphere. This is why I'm adept at water attribute magic myself, Rinia stated matter-of-factly. Doesn't seem like a very useful power if I can't control it. Now does it? She continued. Then what about the spell you used to locate my parents and let me speak to them when I was little? Art questioned. Ah, that's a nifty little spell I made which involves focusing my unique powers as a diviner into a projected image. You see, Arthur, true divination is reading the future, knowing when and where something is going to happen. Art was getting lost. Then if that is your true power as a diviner, and you said your mana core doesn't power that magic, how do you— With my own longevity, she spat. We diviners shorten our own lifespans each time we choose to consciously look into the future. That is the true power of a diviner. Everything else is just useful little spells that can't be considered anything more than hat tricks. Art sat there, wide-eyed, not knowing how to respond. We were talking earlier about Virian's only love and wife. She was another rare diviner and was much more powerful than I was. Her unconscious divinations and prophecies would be much longer and more detailed than mine, and much more frequent at that, Rinia reminisced, her smile fading as she spoke. Coupled with her physical beauty and graceful temperament, she was the envy of every female elf of our generation. She was the pride of our kingdom, and the citizens idolized her. Things were looking perfect. She fell in love with Virian, and the two got married in a beautiful ceremony. However, fate wasn't as kind to her as everyone had thought. Art listened intently, hoping the story wasn't going to go in the direction he assumed it was. At this time, the war between the kingdoms of Sapan and Elenoir had begun to die down, and there was talk of a treaty in the air. However, The then King of Sapen made a last-ditch effort to do as much damage to our kingdom as possible before the treaty was signed. He carried out a plan to eliminate the future heir to the throne. You mean, yes. Virion was the target of an assassination mission carried out by the King of the Humans himself, Rinia spoke in almost a whisper. Virion's wife was repeatedly tormented by visions of his death. Her unconscious prophecies told her little of how Virion would die, and every time she did something to try and change the future, the outcome only led to a different cause of death. Virion knew the toll of his wife using her powers, but she did so anyway behind his back, out of desperation to keep him from his inevitable death. Every time I use my powers to look into the future, I can feel the days, weeks, sometimes even months being drained out of my body. I could only imagine how terrible it must have been for her to repeatedly use this cursed power for the one she loved. Art didn't know what to say. Even if he had been able to think of anything, it would have probably been insensitive, coming from someone who didn't know what it felt like. Rinia's eyes glistened with the tears she had been holding back. In the end, she was able to keep Virion alive long enough for the peace treaty to be signed. But having burned up so much of her lifespan to protect the man she loved, she died a few months later in his arms, her youthful, beautiful appearance replaced with an aged, sickly elder. Even now, it pains me to speak about her, Arthur. I miss her. Rinia looked up with tears streaming freely down her cheeks. I miss my sister dearly. Art felt her words reverberate in his ears like a giant gong. They say people with the widest smiles hide the most pain in their hearts. He shifted his gaze over to the sleeping Virion and remembered all the times he had joked around with his cheeky grin. He'd had no idea of the pain the older elf had gone through. Art felt like some pubescent teenager who thought the world hated him. He was ignorant of the fact that there were others who might be suffering from deeper pains than his. No words left his mouth after Rinia finished speaking. He could only focus on the ever-so-slight trembling of his fingers. The reason I bring this up isn't to elicit pity or sorrow from you. I tell you this so you'll realize the gravity of what I'm about to say next. There was a stern conviction in her voice that made him look back up. Elder Rinia paused, as if readying her heart before she spoke. I used my powers to intentionally look into your future, Arthur. After all she had told him, this news weighed on Art heavily. What? Wait, why? Was all he could stammer out. Perhaps sensing his distress, Sylvie sleepily walked toward him and hopped onto his lap. She quickly fell asleep again. Rinia and Art wore similar looks of bemusement. Seems your bond is immune to the herbs I gave her, Rinia chuckled. Yeah, she probably just fell asleep naturally, Art replied with a half grin. Well, to continue, even before the day I first met you when you were a child, I had been getting glimpses of your future, but never enough to make sense of it. It was odd to have so many visions of a specific person. That has never happened before. Rinia shifted in her seat. As you may already be aware, Arthur, things are changing on this continent. Dicathan is going through a new era. We've already experienced some of it with the unity of the three kingdoms and the unveiling of the 6 lances, but that's just the beginning. Through all the changes that are going to happen, you always seem to be in the center of them somehow, Arthur. The elderly diviner locked eyes with him. Then moving to this remote hideout, he started to say. She just gave him a slight nod. With the knowledge I gained from looking into the future, your future, it seems I've made some enemies. What exactly is it that you learned from looking into my future? He asked. Here's the tricky part, she sighed. Telling you too much of what I saw can affect even the outcomes you want. On the other hand, telling you too little defeats the point of me looking into the future to find a better outcome. How do you feel though, Rinia? You gave up some of your life in order to see my future. Are you okay? Art said, frowning deeply. I'll be fine. I've lived long enough anyway. I might as well use some of it to help the future. Rinia waved her hand dismissively. I hate sounding like some old fortune teller, warning the hero to be careful and giving the sort of generic advice he can pick up from anyone, but it pains me to say that I can only do that much. Art could tell she was trying to make light of the situation to ease his guilt. Arthur, Rinia's tone became serious, almost foreboding. You will face many hardships. Whichever future you decide, that will remain constant. You will have enemies, and you will have obstructions in your path. But through all of that, what I can tell you is that you need to have an anchor, an end goal. What do you want to accomplish in your life? That will be what determines your path. This sounded more like a motivational speech than a prophecy, but as if she had read his mind, Rinia continued. Stay grounded, Arthur. I'll leave you with these two things. 1. People do bad things for good reasons, so don't just take them for what they do on the surface. Keep your mind sharp. 2. Often the most dangerous enemy isn't the one on the throne leading the forces, but the abandoned soldier who has nothing to lose. With that in mind, stay wary and don't be overconfident. Rinia's voice became a soft whisper as she delivered her warning, leaving an uncomfortable silence in the room. I'm sorry I can't tell you anything more. Just follow and trust your instincts. You are a particularly sharp fellow, and I know you'll make the right choices. But sometimes, the right choice isn't always the best choice. The conversation with Rinia had left Art with a rather bitter taste in his mouth, akin to swallowing a spoonful of a bitter tonic. Helpful and necessary, but bitter nonetheless. Rinia moved around the room, waking everyone up. Art pretended to have been asleep as well. Rinia claimed she had added some herbs for relaxation to the tea, and that they must have been much stronger than she realized. No one seemed to mind, though. Rinia prepared them a light lunch from edible plants and mushrooms. Art enjoyed it despite the absence of meat, but Sylvie seemed to disagree, judging by her reaction. It was late in the afternoon when they finished eating and had to be on their way. Virian and Rinia excused themselves for several minutes to speak in private. By the way, Gramps had looked at Tess. Art could guess the topic of their conversation. When they returned, Rinia quietly gave Tess a little present, saying only that it was something to help tame the beast within her. Alduin and Marial seemed surprised but thankful and didn't ask any questions. Art was sure it was the seal Gramps had mentioned earlier, but he pretended to be distracted by Sylvie, who was sniffing in every corner of the cottage, looking for something more palatable than mushrooms. With their business concluded, Rinia led them away from her cottage, this time taking a different route than they had arrived. Art had been surprised to discover that Rinia's home was nestled in the center of a mountainside cliff. An even greater revelation awaited them. Through a secret door and passage, Rinia had her own teleportation gate. Teleportation gates, a marvel made in ancient times supposedly with the assistance of deities, or asuras, as Art now knew them, were a rarity. No new gates could be constructed, and existing ones were primarily under the control of the three kingdoms. Only the exceptionally powerful and wealthy had private teleportation gates. Rinia's possession of one stood as a testament to her extraordinary abilities. After bidding their farewells, Tess, Sylvie, and Art passed through the gate. Emerging on the other side, they still felt a bit dizzy from the teleportation journey. They were greeted by guards at the edge of Xeris City, who initially pointed their spears at them. However, upon recognizing the trio, teens clad in Xeris Academy uniforms, the guards swiftly lowered their weapons. We apologize. The portal you were coming through read as an unknown gate, one of the guards explained, his voice measured and professional, his eyes scanning the newcomers. We didn't know who or what would pop out from the other side. It's rare, but there have been times when mana beasts accidentally stumble through a teleportation gate somewhere deep in the beast glades. It's fine. We came from one of the other cities of Elenoir. The guard did say he was having troubles with the gate from time to time. Art replied, his tone casual, trying to put the guards at ease. Understanding the explanation, the guards nodded and let them pass. Since there was no carriage waiting for them, the trio walked to the nearest stop and found one to take them home. The sun was already setting, casting a warm, golden hue across the sky. Art could see the color distortion in the sky. The aurora constellate would soon be coming to its peak. It was a lot easier to observe it from the floating city than through the dense trees in Illinois. Wow, the aurora constellate really is beautiful, no matter how many times you see it, Tess said in awe, her eyes fixed on the celestial display. Q! Sylvie chimed in, her excitement palpable. The sky is colorful, she added, her tiny head tilted upward, appreciating the vibrant hues of the evening sky. When they reached Helsty Manor, Sylvie scampered up the stairs leading to the door and eagerly scratched at it. Tess and Art followed her, and as the door opened, Art was taken aback by the unexpected sight before him. Jasmine? Art gasped, coming to a sudden halt. Long time no see, replied his mentor from his adventuring days. Her greeting was accompanied by a subtle twinkle in her eyes and the faintest curve of her lips, indicating her pleasure at the reunion. To Art, it felt like she was grinning from ear to ear. Before Art could utter another word, the remaining members of the Twin Horns emerged one by one, their faces lit up with delight, especially upon noticing Art accompanied by a girl. You've grown, Durden said, his broad, sun-kissed face adorned with a warm smile. At the top of the stairs, a lively group of familiar faces awaited their arrival. Adam Crench, with his wild appearance, leaned casually against the doorframe and greeted Art with a teasing tone. Look who we have here, Mr. Hotshot bringing home a lady, he cooed, a playful smirk on his lips. Helen Shard, the charismatic leader of the Twin Horns, chimed in, her eyes glinting with amusement. Wow, look who's become more of a man, she winked at Art, acknowledging his growth. While the others stayed on the stairs, Angela, with her boundless energy, bounded down the steps and enveloped Art in a bear hug. Look how cute you've gotten, she squealed, swinging him around. Art's attempts to respond were muffled as he was tightly embraced. He managed to utter, his words garbled. I think you should let go. Tess stammered, attempting to help Art by tugging at his uniform. Hello there. Aren't you the cutest little elf? Angela Rose released Art and picked up Tess, who let out a squeal of surprise. Art's parents followed, embracing them warmly. Eleanor, Art's sister, was engrossed in cuddling with Sylvie, who had already gone off to greet her first. Art was excited to catch up with the Twin Horns over dinner. He hadn't seen them in over a year. However, he could sense Tess's discomfort. Being in his home was already a bit overwhelming for her, and the unexpected guests made her even more tense and awkward. Despite Art's mother and sister's efforts to make Tess feel comfortable, she remained distant with everyone, including Art, for some reason. Eventually, she apologized, explaining that she had to return to school immediately for some student council work she was behind on. Are you really going back to the academy? Art asked, concern etched on his face. I've missed too much school, and work has probably piled up by now, but thank you for your hospitality. I'm sorry I couldn't stay longer. Tess made a curt bow and left the room, following the driver who had come to get her. Art followed her outside, uncertain whether he should accompany her. Don't worry about me, she said. I'll admit I was a bit uncomfortable in there, but that's not the main reason I'm going back. I really am behind on student council work, and I feel bad since even Lilia is still at school. It wouldn't be right for me to be relaxing in her home while she's working, right? Tess gave him a reassuring smile. You're right, of course. I'm just a little worried. Gramps said you needed to rest. Your mana core is still a bit unstable, even with the seal Rinia gave you before we left. I'd just feel more comfortable if I was nearby, in case something happened. Art scratched his head, a sense of doubt creeping over him. I have no reason to use magic at the academy, for the time being anyway. Besides, you're coming back to school tomorrow. I think I'll be able to survive until then. She gave him a playful wink, dispelling her previous awkwardness. All right, but be careful. He lightly bonked her head, getting a light punch in the stomach in reply. Keeping a straight face in front of Arthur was becoming increasingly challenging. Every moment spent talking to him seemed to stoke a fire beneath her cheeks, threatening to turn them as hot as burning candles. Her body felt out of sync, a consequence of her unstable mana core. It was as if someone had slightly tilted the world, throwing her balance off kilter. She refrained from mentioning it to Arthur. She knew he'd fret excessively. She closed her eyes for what felt like mere seconds. When she reopened them, the school gate loomed just ahead. Grateful, she thanked the driver, who responded with a friendly nod and a tip of his hat before driving back toward Lilia's house. Stepping through the barrier, she entered the school gate, and the atmosphere shifted dramatically. Her body tensed instantly, signaling her brain that danger lurked nearby. "Ho ho! You're here, alone? This is going to be easier than I thought." The throaty voice jolted her. She swiftly turned her head toward its source. "Lucas? Lucas Wykes?" she gasped. It was indeed Lucas, but something was horribly amiss. A lot of him was off. His skin had taken on a sickly gray hue, and his body convulsed sporadically, rendering him more like a rabid monster than a fellow student. She wanted to move, to flee, but she found herself immobilized. The overwhelming pressure and bloodlust emanating from him held her in place, reducing her to shivers. "I can't believe you're here alone. No, I can't. It's delightful to see you again, Princess. As beautiful as ever. Yes, you are." Lucas advanced toward her, his steps jagged and erratic. This wasn't Lucas anymore. The vibe he emitted was akin to that of a deranged mana beast rather than his usual egotistical self. Upon noticing the horror etched across her face, he tilted his head, revealing a toothy grin. "Why don't you play with me until Arthur gets here?" Tess's departure for school left him with an uneasy feeling, but the night at Hellstay Manor was still filled with enjoyment. The atmosphere in the manor was festive, barrels of liquor being brought up from the cellar by Vincent himself. His father and Lilia's father, in particular, were reveling in the festivities, having indulged in spirits long before his arrival. The twin horns, it turned out, had made a detour on their series of expeditions in the Beast Glades to visit during the Aurora Constellate. The reunion meant a great deal to his parents, offering them a chance to reconnect with old comrades and reminisce over shared memories, no matter how embarrassing. Observing the varying effects of alcohol on everyone was intriguing for him, since his mother and Tabitha never allowed him to drink. After his father and Vincent, it was Adam Crench's turn to succumb to intoxication. His normally fiery red hair now matched the hue of his flushed cheeks. Adam displayed the typical behavior of a loud and rowdy drunk, his coordination deteriorating rapidly, making him an easy target even for an infant in a wrestling match. Angela Rose seemed to lose all awareness of personal boundaries as she engaged in conversation with him, her cheeks pressed against his. Each word was punctuated by 2 or 3 hiccups, rendering her speech nearly incomprehensible. Eventually, Tabitha had to intervene, detaching the flirtatious mage from him and guiding her upstairs, gripping the back of her collar. He struggled to suppress his laughter at the scene. Soon enough, Durden Walker succumbed to inebriation as well. What struck him the most was the transformation in Durden's eyes. His typically narrow slits widened into an expression of stern intensity and undeniable astonishment. Combined with his furrowed brows, he appeared both intensely focused and utterly taken aback. Durden adopted a gruff, commanding tone, barking out training drills to an empty beer barrel. He zealously followed the exercises himself for an hour or so before succumbing to unconsciousness. It was hard to gauge whether Jasmine Flamesworth, Art's former guardian, was intoxicated until she approached, her eyes glazed and distant. She began repeating how much she cared for him and expressed her concerns about his adjustment to school. Her words seemed tinged with genuine worry. Eventually, the revelry came to an end, and everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Mother guided Art's father, who cradled a bottle of whiskey as if it were a precious infant, back into their chamber. Tabitha performed a similar task for her husband. Art's sister had retired to bed earlier, accompanied by Sylvie, leaving only Helen and him in the aftermath of what had been a lively dining room, now resembling a battlefield. Helen rolled her eyes as she remarked, "Quite the party, wasn't it?" I'm sure this wasn't exactly how you pictured your reunion with us to go." In response, Art chuckled. With everything that's been going on these days, it was nice seeing everyone let loose. "Your parents told us briefly about everything that's happened to you while we were gone. You seem to be doing a fairly good job of taking on your father's role of worrying your mother." The faint smirk on Helen's lips suggested she was reminiscing about the past. "It seems to be the one skill that I keep getting better at without even trying," Art replied. Helen sighed wistfully, saying, "If only it were like that for me with mana manipulation," prompting laughter from both of them. They moved to the living room while the maids began cleaning the dining room. Seated with only a coffee table separating them, they continued talking, catching each other up on what had happened in their respective lives. Art had never talked to Helen for this long before, but it felt surprisingly comfortable. She spoke to him as if he were an adult, not someone who had barely hit his teens. Helen possessed an eloquence unusual for an adventurer. She seemed equally suited to leading strategic meetings and fighting on the front lines. "If you don't mind me asking, Arthur, what level is your mana core? I can't seem to sense your level anymore," Helen inquired, lifting her feet from the coffee table and leaning forward. "Solid yellow," Art replied bluntly, choosing not to sugarcoat or downplay his level for someone as observant as Helen. "I see. Congratulations sincerely," Helen said, her expression a mix of congratulations and disappointment, which she tried to conceal but failed. Her disappointment was not directed at Art, but rather at herself. Despite being more than twice his age, he had surpassed her significantly. "It seems you are made for bigger and better things, Arthur. With the discovery of the new continent and all, I suspect that this small academy will only be able to hold you for so long," she remarked, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "We should get some rest." With that, she gave him a firm pat on the shoulder and left. Exhausted, Art collapsed onto his bed, devoid of the energy or will to even wash. He lay there, contemplating the whirlwind of events that had swept into his life. Was it mere chance that he found himself in this world, or was he purposefully placed here, born into a time of tremendous change? The notion of being a cliché protagonist from bedtime tales, chosen by some divine entity for entertainment, seemed ludicrous. He scoffed at the idea of being a pawn in the hands of a capricious god, manipulated like a chess piece to shape the world according to divine whims. Closing his eyes tightly, he attempted to banish these unsettling thoughts. The notion of his destiny being controlled by another being felt profoundly wrong. Shifting onto his side, he resolved to push these fears aside. Life was already unpredictable. Adding the complexity of divine intervention only muddled things further. "Get down!" Elijah roared, conjuring an earthen wall between the mana beasts and the students cowering behind him. "Attention, renowned students of Xyrus Academy!" A high-pitched, grating voice echoed across the campus. "As you may all be aware, your institution is currently under attack by my little pets. No need to fear, for I am both just and merciful." His eyes grim, he watched as a dwarven student fell victim to the jaws of a discolored black-fanged wolf, a B-class mana beast. Summoning a rock spear beneath the belly of the black-fanged wolf, he attempted to intervene, but it still had enough time to claim the student's life before collapsing. Gritting his teeth, he turned away from the dimming gaze of the dwarf, whose pleading eyes had locked with his just before the student passed away. Despite the gruesome sight of the student's inside spilling from the fatal wound caused by the mana beast, Elijah managed to keep his composure, drawing upon his experience as an adventurer. Instead of succumbing to nausea, he steadied himself using a brief meditation technique he had learned in class, regulating the flow from his mana core before scanning the area for other students to save. "Human students, as long as you raise both hands and swear your allegiance to me, the mana beasts will not attack you. Elves and dwarves, do not struggle. Allow my pets to destroy your mana core and you will be free to leave." The voice emitted a deranged laugh, sending a shiver down Elijah's spine. The radical group's acts of terror had escalated, but this was on an entirely different level. It had occurred so suddenly that there was no way to prepare. As far as he could tell, this stage of their plan had been meticulously executed. The once clear barrier formation, which had kept intruders and mana beasts from entering the campus, now resembled a translucent red cage. The sky appeared as though it had been dipped in blood, trapping everyone and everything inside. There was no escape and no way to call for help. He didn't recognize the voice, but its motives were chillingly clear. The speaker was willing to take human captives, but intended to eliminate or incapacitate all non-human mages. Elijah observed pillars of smoke rising from several academy buildings, indicating ongoing fights elsewhere. Occasionally, he locked eyes with other disciplinary committee members engaged in battles against mana beasts. They acknowledged each other, but there was no time to brief one another on the situation elsewhere. Traitors had infiltrated the academy. Some professors were being held back by their colleagues, while cloaked figures and mana beasts ruthlessly attacked the students. Having encountered numerous mana beasts during his time as an adventurer, Elijah found these creatures peculiar. They exhibited unusual coloration, or rather, the absence of color. Except for their uniformly red eyes, all the mana beasts flooding Xyrus Academy appeared as if their colors had been drained, rendering them various shades of gray. He couldn't gauge how long the invasion had lasted, but there was no sign of external help arriving. It felt as if they were completely cut off from the rest of Xyrus. Elijah trudged through the campus quad, passing lifeless bodies strewn on the ground, with pools of blood collecting around them. This academy was meant to be a sanctuary for the future mages of Dicathan. What pissed him more than anything was the lack of proper security measures in place for this kind of scenario. Hadn't the council anticipated unrest after the unification of the three kingdoms? As he prepared to follow a cloaked figure into one of the alchemy labs, a low growl caught his attention. Reacting swiftly, he managed to evade the snapping jaws of a thorned growler, but he couldn't avoid its pounce. The creature slammed him into the ground with enough force to knock the wind out of him. The giant, furry, lizard-shaped mana beast's saliva drenched Elijah's uniform as it growled menacingly. Its red eyes bore into him, seemingly waiting for his next move. "Fuck off!" Elijah grunted, channeling his energy to conjure a pillar from the ground and launching the 6-foot-long mana beast into the air. With agile reflexes, the creature flipped around, regaining its balance and preparing to attack once more. Before Elijah could react further, a sword sailed through the air, impaling the thorned growler's head to the ground. The mana beast squirmed helplessly for a moment before succumbing to death, collapsing limply. "Thanks," Elijah grunted, too exhausted for pleasantries. Curtis Glader descended from his perch atop a nearby statue to retrieve his weapon, his bond, a world lion, following closely behind him. "No problem. You should find somewhere safe until reinforcements arrive. It's too dangerous out here in the open," Curtis said with a nod. "I'll be fine. I'm not just going to hide. There are too many enemies for you guys to handle. I can still help," Elijah insisted, pushing himself to his feet. As he stood, he noticed his arm was bleeding. He checked the wound the growler had inflicted on him and hastily bandaged it with a torn sleeve before turning to resume following the cloaked figure. Suddenly, a deafening sound, resembling thunder, reverberated through the campus. The noise was so loud that it could only have been amplified with mana. Elijah couldn't even hear himself scream as he and Curtis both reeled in pain. The ear-numbing toll of the watchtower's bell didn't just echo in his chest. He felt it in his feet as the entire earth shook beneath them. As the ear-splitting sound of the tower bell faded to a dull ring, the owner of the same grating voice, presumed to be the cause of all the chaos, cleared his throat before speaking. "Testing. Ah, perfect." His voice resonated from the same bell tower, situated near the center of the campus. "Students and faculty members of Xyrus Academy, I would like to welcome you all to join us for the final ceremony. I advise every one of you to make your way toward the bell tower, as this is something you won't want to miss. Don't worry, my little pets won't bite anymore. I promise." Curtis and Elijah exchanged a quick glance and a nod. "Get on, quick." From atop his world lion, Grotter, Curtis signaled with an outstretched left arm. Grotter emitted a dissatisfied grunt, but remained silent as Elijah climbed onto his back behind Curtis. Without delay, they headed toward the bell tower. Elijah began channeling mana toward his deeper wounds, hoping to alleviate some of the injuries. As they approached the bell tower, flashes of spells going off in the vicinity caught Elijah's attention. "What do you think is going on?" Curtis asked anxiously. Amidst the ringing in his ears, the pounding of his heart, and the urgent need to assist, Elijah had a singular, peculiar thought. Who would have believed that this handsome, powerful prince would ever be seeking support from me in such a fearful tone? Shaking off his distraction, Elijah scolded himself mentally. "Stupid. Pull yourself together, Elijah." "Some of the students and professors are firing spells at the bell tower," he replied, stating the obvious but unsure of what else to say. "It looks like there's some sort of barrier surrounding it," Curtis pointed out, his eyes fixed on the translucent wall flickering whenever a spell hit it. Before long, they reached a vantage point offering a clear view of the unfolding main event. A substantial stone platform, likely conjured by magic, dominated the scene. The once pristine marble floor surrounding the bell tower, at the heart of the academy, lay cracked and splintered, with crimson blood thickly pooling in certain areas. Discolored mana beasts of various species had gathered around the platform, waiting patiently, almost robotically, paying no heed to the terrified students just beyond the barrier. A group of the Academy's faculty members had assembled, each one engrossed in casting their own spells as lights and auras materialized around them. In a burst of color, 4 different elemental spells surged toward the barrier. Among them, Elijah discerned a massive earthen spear and a concentrated blast of fire, alongside arcs of lightning and blades of wind, all converging into a single point on the shield enveloping the bell tower. Despite the collective efforts of the 4 professors, the barrier merely fizzled harmlessly, absorbing all their spells. The leaves on the trees within the barrier remained perfectly still, showcasing the impenetrability of the protective field. A sizable crowd of both students and faculty members had gathered in front of the bell tower, their expressions a mix of injury and fear. The professors persisted in their futile attempts to breach the protective shield, but their efforts proved fruitless, leaving everyone at a loss. "Stay here while I try to find the rest of the DC members," Curtis instructed, guiding Elijah toward the front of the barrier. Before Elijah could utter a word, Grotter swiftly carried Curtis away on his back, leaving him anxiously waiting for something, anything, to happen. The disheveled students comprising the crowd were all anxiously exchanging stories and questions with their friends and peers, trying to make sense of the disaster that had befallen them. Some were weeping, while others had moved past that stage, their faces now etched with hardened, red-eyed expressions. Elijah could do nothing but wait alongside them. Trapped within the confines of the academy grounds by the ominous barrier, and with mana beasts lurking, ready to pounce on anyone who dared to defy the enclosure, he could see the hope slowly fading from everyone's eyes. They were all prisoners of this massacre, waiting for an unknown fate to befall them. Although most of the students in the crowd appeared to have sustained minor injuries and were battered, indicating their swift surrender, there were a handful of fighters whose wounds were more severe. Thankfully, some of the professors possessed healing skills. While not comparable to emitters, they managed to save a few lives amid the chaos. "Well, it seems everyone alive has made it to the grand finale of today's show. I thank you all for coming." The high-pitched tenor, with a piercing quality, made everyone turn their attention back toward the bell tower. He emerged, seemingly materializing out of the shadows. The source of the grating voice that sounded like rusted nails scraping against a chalkboard. He wore a flamboyant red robe adorned with an excessive amount of jewelry, reminiscent of a distant royal scion, a figure so far removed from the throne that his sole distinction lay in his inherited wealth. His face was concealed behind a bizarre mask that clashed with his attire, a plain white mask with 2 eye slits and a crudely drawn, jagged smile the color of blood. Beneath the mask, a mane of crimson hair cascaded past his shoulder blades. Though his hands were hidden behind his back, there was a suggestion that he held something, although it remained obscured by his shadow. At the sight of the imposing figure, the crowd fell silent, creating an eerie hush that settled over the area. A profound stillness gripped the onlookers as all eyes fixated on the enigmatic masked man. In a mixture of curiosity and fear, they awaited his next move. Drip, drip, drip. The sound of small droplets splashing on the ground reverberated through the space, intensifying the unsettling suspense. Suddenly, an earthen spear hurtled directly toward the masked man. Regrettably, its trajectory abruptly ended as it collided with the protective shield, shattering into pieces. The crowd stirred, some groaning in defeat, others cursing in defiance. The man's shoulders shook with laughter, his attempts to contain it proving futile. His manic howling broke free, echoing throughout the area and somehow drowning out all other voices. A range of emotions flickered across the faces of both students and professors: fear, anger, desperation, confusion, frustration, and helplessness. The abrupt laughter had left them all stunned into silence. Then, the masked man casually tossed the object he had concealed behind his back onto the ground. With a dull, wet thud, the spherical object rolled into view, close enough for those at the front to see clearly. It was a head, a real head. The sound I had heard earlier wasn't water, it was blood dripping from the severed head. For a moment, Elijah stared blankly, his mind struggling to process the gruesome sight. Then, like a brutal blow, a wave of nausea crashed over him. He retched, then retched again. The acidic stench of last night's dinner made Elijah gag until he was left with only dry heaves and watery eyes. Finally composing himself, he noticed students and professors alike either looking away, their faces drained of color, or clutching their stomachs as they too vomited on the ground. He didn't want to look again, but his eyes were drawn back to the decapitated head. Steeling himself, he examined it closely and realized it was a dwarf's head. She looked vaguely familiar, but her face was partially covered by hair. It was so pale. Despite his horror, he found himself drawn to the gore. He could see the bone of her spine jutting out from the severed neck. His mind screamed at him to turn away, but his eyes remained fixed on the gruesome sight as everything else blurred into the background. The man's disturbing laughter continued, his entire body shaking with delight. Then, a booming howl shattered the grim silence, capturing everyone's attention. "No, Dora Drea!" Theodore roared, charging furiously toward the masked man and pushing aside students who weren't quick enough to get out of his way during his one-man stampede. "Dora Drea!" Theodore screamed, his voice cracking as he pounded his fists against the translucent barrier. Only two sounds echoed through the air: the masked man's delighted laughter and Theodore's thunderous blows against the barrier. Boom! This madman had murdered one of the disciplinary committee members. Boom! He had murdered one of Arthur's friends. Boom! A crater began to form beneath Theodore, the marble floor around him crumbling and caving under the pressure of his sustained gravitational magic. Despite the bones breaking in his own hands, he continued smashing against the barrier, blood streaming down his arms. The fury never left Theodore's eyes, and his icy gaze remained fixed on the masked man. "Come out here and fight me, you coward!" Theodore howled, a deranged look shrouding his eyes. Suddenly, the masked man ceased his laughter. He removed his mask, unveiling a narrow and sharp face with skin that glowed in a hue of gray. Despite his striking features, it was impossible to ignore the crazy, almost psychotic expression that seemed permanently etched into his being. His face contorted into a scowl, and he tilted his head to the side, as if perplexed by Theodore's last statement. "Coward? Me?" The masked figure began walking toward Theodore with the effortless arrogance of someone who believed that the world existed solely for his taking. Each step he took seemed to drive a nail into the minds of everyone present. "Yes, you. Stop hiding behind this barrier and fight me," Theodore growled back, blood dripping from his broken hands. "Coward? Me? The mighty and reborn Dreneve. Hiding?" Dreneve, as he named himself, blinked out of view and reappeared in front of Theodore. His speed was so immense that Theodore didn't have time to react before Dreniv pulled him through the barrier and effortlessly threw him onto the erected platform. Caught off guard, Theodore landed heavily on his back. He struggled to his knees, finding it difficult to put weight on his crippled hands. Once more, Dreniv moved with a sudden flash of speed and squatted down to face Theodore. "Why don't you fight me now?" A sinister smirk stretched across the red-haired man's face. With a desperate yell, Theodore leaped up, executing a heel kick aimed at Dreniv's shoulder. The blow landed with an earth-shaking crash. The platform splintered, and a cloud of dust enveloped the scene. It was evident that Theodore had infused enough mana into his leg to crumble a building. A few cheers erupted from the students as they all waited for the dust to clear. Elijah, too, hoped that the attack had been potent enough to warrant the cheering, although he suspected it wouldn't be that easy. A howl of pain emanating from the cloud of debris silenced the crowd, and they waited with bated breath. None of them were prepared for what they saw when the dust settled. It was common knowledge among those present that Theodore possessed a unique ability, enabling him to manipulate gravity using mana. The stone platform had shattered like glass, confirming that Theodore had unleashed the full force of his attack. What they hadn't anticipated, though, was Theodore's leg remaining perched atop Dreniv's shoulder, frozen in place. Remarkably unfazed, Dreniv held Theodore upright by the scruff of his shirt. However, Theodore's leg was grotesquely bent, the bone jutting through the torn skin of his calf. Everyone stood there, mouths agape, unable to comprehend the stark disparity in strength between the two adversaries. Theodore's might was formidable enough that even the professors would have evaded an attack from him at all costs, yet this enigmatic man had confronted it head-on and emerged unscathed, despite the damage inflicted on the arena floor beneath them. "Come on! The great Dreniv isn't hiding! Let's fight!" The smirk never left his face as he slammed Theodore to the ground like a rag doll. "I'm fighting you like you wanted, right? You even got blood on my favorite robe." Dreniv spat as he continued to batter Theodore mercilessly. Theodore was no longer recognizable. Dreniv was pounding him into a bloody, broken mess. The onlookers could only watch in horror as their fellow schoolmate was tortured right before their eyes. "Hacker," Theodore managed to croak before vomiting blood. What was that?" Dreniv landed another solid kick to Theodore's side, the loud crack of a broken bone accompanying it. Lifting his battered head, Theodore gazed straight into his assailant's eyes with pure hatred and disdain. Then he spat a mouthful of blood at Dreniv's foot. Veins popped out on Dreniv's forehead, but he simply took a deep breath and ran his fingers through his red hair, peering down in disdain at the bloody mess that was Theodore, as if he were a squashed insect. "I see you still have a bit of fight left in you. It is too bad, though. You seem to be on the verge of dying from blood loss. Let me help you with that." A horrific, gurgling scream filled the air as Theodore combusted into crimson flames at the snap of Dreniv's fingers. That was all he did. Snap his fingers. He snapped them again, extinguishing the flames to reveal a charred and smoking carcass. Realization washed over Elijah as he felt the slickness of blood on his fingers, a result of his nails digging into his palms in sheer helplessness. At this point, he knew he was utterly useless. Even if he managed to break through the barrier, wouldn't he end up like Theodore? "See? I helped him. He's not bleeding anymore, right?" Dreniv's deranged laughter reverberated through the area as he applauded himself in amusement. Surveying the stunned faces around him, he shook his head in mock disappointment. "Oh, pooh, you're no fun at all. Relax, I left him alive for now." Elijah tore his eyes away from Theodore's horrifically mangled body, only to witness Curtis being restrained by other members of the disciplinary committee. Claire, her face streaked with tears, attempted to cover Curtis's mouth with her trembling hand. Princess Catherine clung to her brother's arm, her head bowed, concealing her expression. Phyrith, the elf, and the other mysterious member with narrow eyes were nowhere to be seen. At Dreniv's command, the frozen mana beasts stirred, and with a wave of his arm, the hooded and robed figures emerged from the bell tower, each dragging a student along with them. Elijah's mind came to a jarring halt when he saw her. It felt as though he was submerged in thick syrup. His hand pressed against the barrier, and he sank to his knees, staring ahead in a daze. Tessia was being dragged by her hair, her face marred with bruises, her clothes in tatters, a sight that struck Elijah like a physical blow. Claire Bladeheart clung to Curtis, pressing her hand firmly over his mouth in desperation. Tears blurred her vision, welling up and streaming down her cheeks uncontrollably. She, couldn't take any action. The disciplinary committee members, entrusted with maintaining the safety and order of Xyrus Academy, were under her leadership. Personally chosen by Director Goodsky for this crucial responsibility, Claire had overseen the selection and leadership of the members, with the sole exception of Arthur. Despite being their leader, Claire had allowed everything to unravel. A spy had infiltrated their ranks, and she had been oblivious to the fact that their every move was being leaked to the enemy. In Claire Bladeheart's perspective, she acknowledged her responsibility for the state Theodore was currently in. Even if he managed to survive, he would never regain the ability to walk on his own 2 feet. Claire accepted responsibility for Fairith getting captured. She also took ownership of the death of Dora Drea. Reflecting on the situation, Claire admitted that she should have noticed sooner that the radical group appeared to be aware of their every move, effortlessly slipping past them during each attempted confrontation. Perhaps she had held a belief that her team members would unquestionably be loyal. Due to these naive assumptions, Claire's team had been the first to be attacked. The incident occurred the previous night, just as the soft, dim light of dawn peeked out over the horizon. The team had been engrossed in preparing for the anticipated full-scale battle, finalizing the emergency evacuation plan, and constructing makeshift safe houses in basements and old classrooms where students could barricade themselves. While there had been a collective agreement among the team that these preparations might have been excessive, Claire now realized they hadn't even come close to being sufficient. Restless, everyone decided to let off some steam by training, a suggestion that originated from Kai. He proposed enlarging the training barrier area so that everyone could practice without the sounds of spells and colliding weapons, startling the already on-edge students. The group had never enlarged the training barrier before, but there didn't seem to be anything wrong with Kai's suggestion. The decision was made to let Kai supervise the barrier while the rest of the group trained inside it. As the barrier formed, it took on a reddish sheen, a notable departure from its usual appearance. Upon reflection, it became clear that the training barrier Kai had erected was a miniature version of the cage that now surrounded the entire academy. That was when the attack began. Kai allowed them in. It was as simple as that. The sly bastard had given away all their plans to the radicals, while simultaneously feeding false information to the group. Kai had his hands full keeping the barrier up so that no one outside could hear the sounds of battle. Despite being outnumbered 3-1, they were on the verge of winning. The radical group's mages were strong, but the team members were stronger. They would have broken free and warned the school, but then he showed up. As soon as he stepped into the barrier, whatever advantage they had disappeared. Claire couldn't believe he had been a part of this. No, I'm lying. It was definitely possible for him to be a part of this. What she couldn't believe was that it had taken her so long to realize it. He single-handedly turned the tides. Before, he had been a gifted mage. If not for his twisted and conceited personality, Claire would have certainly wanted him to join the disciplinary committee. Despite his talent, many of his breakthroughs stemmed from the overuse of elixirs and other synthetic drugs, hinting at potential dire consequences later on. At least, that was the rumor circulating. But now, he was on another level. The mana fluctuation around him matched that of a professor's, no, even beyond that. Strangely, the abundant mana surrounding him was erratic and chaotic, so much so that it overflowed. Whether this was the cause or not, even the color of his skin and hair had taken on a different tint. Such an immense amount of mana seemed unnatural for someone barely reaching the age where most humans began to awaken. It reminded Claire of Arthur. She couldn't be sure which of them was stronger anymore. However, Claire knew for certain that whatever had led him to this state wasn't anything natural. Needless to say, they weren't much of a match for him. Chantless casting, multicasting, an endless well of mana. Even if he had been alone, he could probably have held his own against all of them together. How had it been possible for him to become this strong? You call yourself a student of this academy? Of all people, I would have assumed your pride wouldn't allow you to be the pet of some crazy terrorist group, Lucas. Claire spat out in disdain. But I guess I was wrong. It was evident that Claire had hit a nerve as Lucas's smug expression darkened. However, before he could get reckless, as Claire had hoped, Kai intervened. Ignoring their angry shouts demanding the reason for his betrayal, Kai opened his mouth to keep Lucas in check. Lucas, he wants this done quick and clean. Don't forget the mission, the narrow-eyed augmenter said curtly, his face tensed in concentration as he worked to keep the barrier up. By that point, Claire knew it was impossible to get out by trying to beat Lucas. They had to create an opening in the barrier. As they battled, the group intentionally aimed their spells at a single point on the inside of the barrier. The opponents didn't notice their focus, but the magical cage proved to be much stronger than they had anticipated. After defeating 3 of them, Faerith was the first to be captured and pulled. By then, they had managed to crack the surface of the barrier, creating a gap large enough for them to fit through. However, not everyone was able to escape. Doradrea stayed behind to hold the gap, stalling the radicals long enough for the rest of the group to escape. But it didn't feel like they had escaped. No. It felt like they had been set free. Lucas stood there with a smirk etched onto his face, looking down on Claire like an insect he was releasing because he didn't want to trouble himself with the mess. By the time they made it out, it was already too late. The battle had been lengthy, and during that time, the entire academy had been locked into a cage and was now under attack by both the radical mages and wild mana beasts. Director Cynthia had not returned, and by the time they found any of the student council members, some of them had been assaulted as well, though they seemed to be in better shape than Claire's group. Clive appeared especially grateful that the student council president was still absent from her trip. The student council secretary, Lilia, asked Claire worriedly about Arthur's well-being and was relieved to find out he wasn't inside the academy. They quickly became demoralized. Some of the students they had fought hard to protect simply gave in and sided with the enemy. But Claire couldn't blame them. It was their group that had failed in their job to protect them. "Please, Curtis. Please," Claire begged, choking back a sob. "Please, stop. You can't." She bit her lower lip. "Please." Curtis's thrashing settled, but Claire could still feel him trembling with rage. She removed her hand from his mouth and noticed blood. It was his. He had been biting his lips so hard, he'd bitten into them. "I'll kill him," Curtis muttered, his voice shaking. "Curtis, please, just wait. I can't have you charging out like Theodore. We can't lose you too." Claire tried to keep a firm tone as she spoke, but she didn't sound convincing even to herself. "Wait. Are we supposed to just wait while we let him kill Theodore and Faerith? Huh? Like he killed Doradrea?" Curtis spat out in a growl, his voice pitched low and quiet. Claire's chest contracted from the venom in Curtis's words, but before she could say anything else, a sharp sound stopped her. Curtis held onto his left cheek, stunned. Cathylin's eyes were red and swollen, her long lashes still wet with tears. Her face was a knot of grief and frustration, her usual impassive expression nowhere to be seen. Her hand was still held up in front of her from having just slapped her brother. The blow wasn't loud, nor was it that strong, but Claire could tell by Curtis's reaction that the light slap from his sister struck deeper and harder than any bludgeon could have. "Brother, we need to think of a way to save them. We need to make a plan to protect everyone here. We need to stop that monster, but we can't do any of that if you're like this, or if you're dead." Kathleen's gaze was unrelenting, her every word piercing through not just Curtis, but Claire as well. She was right. They needed to get their act together. They needed to think of a plan. Claire looked around the crowd gathered in front of the bell tower and behind them, contemplating a way to escape to Director Cynthia's quarters, hoping to find something that could assist them. However, robed figures stood guard, and the mana beasts were tensed, ready to pounce on anyone attempting to make a run for it. Then, the captives were brought out. Faerith was among them, beaten and unconscious. The onlookers stared solemnly as the line of robed figures, each holding on to their respective prisoners, silently trudged out. From this distance, it took Claire a few seconds to realize that one of them was the student council president. The unfolding scene seemed to stretch into slow motion for Elijah. He rubbed his eyes repeatedly, hoping for a different outcome, but Tessia's figure remained unchanged. Despite the disarray, her gunmetal hair unmistakably identified her. His mind raced, grappling with the puzzle of how she had ended up here, while another part of him resisted accepting the reality. She wasn't meant to be here. She was supposed to be with Arthur. Whispers and mutters began to erupt as the students and faculty members alike realized that one of the prisoners was the student council president, and the other a member of the disciplinary committee. "Shh!" Draneve waved his hand theatrically for them to settle down before continuing. "I'm sure you are all just dying to know what is going on, but before I explain, I'd like to introduce myself." He took a few steps forward and straightened his robe, combing his hair back with his fingers. "As you have heard, I go by Draneve." He paused dramatically, as if expecting a round of applause. When nothing happened, he just shrugged and continued. "I know that, at this moment, you may see me as some sort of bad guy. I wouldn't be surprised, what with the attacks and the deaths, but I assure you, I am on your side." That ridiculous statement caused an uproar, and jeers and shouts reverberated through the crowd. "Silence." His voice, a low growl, carried the weight of authority, silencing the assembly as if the air itself had been crushed from their lungs. "I am Draneve, and I have come to save you all," he proclaimed, spreading his arms grandiosely, his robe fluttering in the wind. The crowd remained silent, fear stifling any response as they waited for him to continue. "I hail from a distant land, a place cruel to the weak. Yes, I'm talking about all of you. While you consider yourselves the elite, with backgrounds and potentials that mark you as the future of this continent, in my homeland, you are nothing but trash." Draneve's last words were spat out with mocking precision. "That said, I've endured a long and tiresome journey to prepare those I deem worthy. When my lord ascends as the new ruler of this continent, you will have a place in his kingdom, no longer discarded like the trash you are now." A glance over Elijah's shoulder revealed a sea of confused faces, marked not just by surprise, but also by a pervasive sense of disbelief. It seemed as though many couldn't fathom that this surreal scenario was real. To those before me today, congratulations on being chosen as honored pawns for the new ruler of this land. Lucia, step forth and showcase the newfound powers bestowed upon you. Lucia? No, it couldn't be. The figure holding Tess by her hair emerged from the shadows, dragging her along. Elijah bit his lip, fighting to maintain composure. Under the hood, Lucia seemed to be scanning the crowd before stopping abruptly. Elijah could sense his gaze on him as Lucia removed the hood. His suspicions were confirmed. It was Lucas Wykes. Elijah's eyes bore a taunting amusement as the relentless stare persisted. Gradually, the corners of his lips twisted into a malicious grin as he pulled Tessia up by her hair, positioning her neck beside his face. Lucas's derisive gaze remained fixed on Elijah as he provocatively traced his tongue slowly up her neck to her ear, halting with a wink directed at him. In that moment, any restraint on Elijah's anger vanished, leaving him with enough lucidity to bellow, "Lucas, you son of a bitch, how dare you!" His vision tinged with red as a numbing sensation overtook his mind. Suddenly, an inner force seemed to eject his consciousness, rendering his body as if it belonged to someone else, a mere observer from behind. A voice resonated within his head. Kill. This strange sensation was entirely foreign, and he realized that whatever entity controlled his body understood how to wield his powers more adeptly than he did. Kill. It felt peculiar, an abnormality he hadn't experienced before. It was as if the monster he had tried to suppress had swapped places with him. Elijah's vision distorted, pulsating with what seemed to be adrenaline. Amid the pounding of his heart, his body became a mere shell, manipulated like a puppet by an alien force. Kill. The voice intensified. He grappled with the unfolding mystery. What the hell was happening to him? Black spikes erupted from the earth around him, injuring unsuspecting students unable to evade the onslaught fast enough. He felt the urge to apologize, but his focus remained fixated on Lucas. Kill, kill, kill. The relentless chant reverberated in his mind, threatening to split it open from the pain. Moving unsteadily, Elijah approached the contemptible figure before him. Concerns about breaking through the barrier occupied his thoughts, but they proved unnecessary. A peculiar black plasma enveloped his hand, causing the barrier to hiss and melt upon his touch, much like butter in a hot pan. Suppressing wild laughter at Lucas's surprise, he was taken aback by Dreneve's unexpected reaction. The gray pallor on Dreneve's face, the twisted expression, hinted at fear. Dreneve extended his hands in a placating gesture, attempting to soothe him. Simultaneously, a horde of mana beasts lunged at him, but resistance proved futile. With a mere flick of his wrist, black spikes shot from the ground, impaling the discolored creatures in mid-leap. Was this me? He wondered, observing the unfamiliar magic at work. It seemed unnatural, almost sinister, a power designed solely for killing and destruction. Ignoring the lifeless mana beasts, he gradually approached Lucas, who met his gaze with a mix of furrowed brows and a hint of unease around his eyes. The other robed figures released their prisoners, showing signs of readiness to rush toward him. However, for some unknown reason, Dreneve intervened, gesturing to stop them. Although unheard, Dreneve's words seemed pleading, accompanied by calming hand movements. Abruptly, a searing pain tore through him like a burning blade, rendering his body rigid. In a way he couldn't fathom, he sensed that he was nearing his limits. No, not yet, he thought, an intense desire to regain control surfacing, fueled by the overwhelming need to end Lucas. His steps became increasingly unsteady as he staggered forward. Almost. His hand rose, and a black spike, elongated like his arm, hurtled towards Lucas. While it didn't achieve the intended fatality, the projectile's speed thwarted Lucas's complete evasion. Reeling from the impact, Lucas tumbled backward, the black spike protruding from his right shoulder, a testament to the force of the blow. Just one more. As his vision dimmed and his body stilled, consciousness slipping away, he cast one final glance at Dreneve, who appeared increasingly perplexed. In the fleeting moments before succumbing to darkness, a fleeting image crossed his fading awareness. It might have been a hallucination, or perhaps wishful thinking, but he believed he glimpsed his friend. Elijah thought he saw Arthur. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage. These words had been instilled in Claire before she even understood what they meant. These were the 4 qualities necessary to have a heart as sharp as a sword. This was the creed of the Bladeheart family. Ignorant as she was as a child, Claire had truly believed she would be able to follow this sacred doctrine upon which her family was built, no matter what the circumstances. How truly ignorant she was. This was the thought that clawed at Claire's mind, making her heart ache as she stood helplessly watching, simply watching as Theodore was beaten and burned into an unrecognizable state. Simply watching as Elijah, despite being unaided, fearlessly tried to defy a figure so powerful that Claire could only submit and hope that she'd somehow make it out alive. Even with her eyes fixed on the scene, Claire had trouble registering what exactly was occurring, much less believing it to be real. What all the student mages there could not hope to do, what all the professors had failed to accomplish, Elijah, single-handedly, had achieved. Claire had never considered him anything more than Arthur's silly friend. He had given her the impression of being easygoing, almost ditzy at times, but not at that moment. After he had cursed aloud at Lucas, his demeanor had shifted and become unrecognizable. As thoughtless and downright mad as he may have been, Elijah displayed the courage and strength that Claire couldn't. As if his enraged cry had released his soul, Elijah's body seemed almost lifeless. His shoulders slumped and his head was hunched forward. Claire looked away when a sudden blast of black metallic spikes shot out of the ground. She thought he had already died. Then she realized it wasn't Dreniv or any of his henchmen who had invoked the mysterious spell. Elijah had cast it. The spell he had used was unusual, almost unnatural, but it was when he placed his palm on the surface of the barrier, when a black flame magic began coiling around his hand, melting the transparent barrier as if it were butter, that a cold chill ran down Claire's spine. Seeing that mysterious magic so easily destroy something that not even all the professors combined had been able to scratch, Claire felt hope. Maybe he would be able to end this. In that moment, alongside that feeling of hope, Claire felt an almost tangible contempt for herself. She looked down and realized her hand had unconsciously gripped the hilt of her sword. She scoffed at herself. What use was this sword of hers if fear rendered her unable to even take a step forward? Looking back up, Claire fixed her eyes on Elijah. He swayed as he walked, staggering drunkenly, as if he wasn't really in control of himself. Anyone who tried to oppose him was intercepted by a black spike. The speed at which each spell was cast shouldn't have been possible. They couldn't even be called spells, but more of an automatic defense mechanism. Claire had never heard of anything like this before, much less seen with her own eyes a magic so unnatural, so sinister, so evil. But most confusing of all was how Dreniv was behaving toward Elijah. Elijah was killing his mana beasts left and right. He had already killed 3 of the robed underlings. Dreniv should have been angry, downright furious at him for thwarting his plans, but instead he looked afraid. Claire could only make out bits of Dreniv's words to Elijah, who was simply ignoring the mastermind of this disaster and making his way toward Lucas. Dreniv kept repeating that he didn't know. Claire also thought she heard him refer to Elijah as Sir, but no, that couldn't be right. When Dreniv's attempts to distract Elijah proved futile, he started barking orders at his robed lackeys, telling them not to lay a hand on Elijah. It was a strange sight. Claire's fellow student was trying to kill Dreniv's allies, yet he was ordering them not to fight back. The other students were baffled, not quite sure what to make of all this. Some were voicing their doubts as to whether Elijah was actually on their side, perhaps suspecting that he was in league with Dreniv. But then, Elijah collapsed on the ground, his final attempt at killing Lucas ultimately unsuccessful. At first, Elijah's sudden outrage and his display of cryptic powers left the onlookers too shocked to move. Then, some of the professors composed themselves enough to realize that the fracture Elijah had made in the barrier gave them a chance to fight back. This thought had already crossed Claire's mind. She knew that with all the mana beasts either dead or badly injured, and Dreniv distracted by Elijah, now was the perfect opportunity to retaliate. She knew this, yet her feet stayed nailed to the ground beneath her. She knew it, but she was still afraid. "Students, clear the way!" A small group of professors, led by a burly mage wielding a glowing staff, pressed through the crowd toward the hole in the barrier. The students shuffled out of the way without protest. For many, the images of Dorodria's severed head and Theodore's lifeless body were burnt into their minds, leaving them too discouraged to join in the battle. But some students still gathered the courage to try and join the professors. Clive was one of them. Claire spotted him rushing forward, his hands already wielding his bow and arrow, but a professor in the back stopped him and turned him away. "Fools," Claire whispered under her breath. It was still hopeless. Did the professors think they could now somehow beat Dreniv? They should know better than them. Was it their sense of duty that was driving them to their deaths like this? Or was it their pride preventing them from being rational? Was being courageous akin to dying a fool's death? Was that what the Bladeheart Creed demanded of her? Cathal must have heard Claire. She turned to her, her eyes red and lips quivering, hoping for an answer. But Claire didn't have one. She knew her limits. She knew only a fraction of what her enemies were capable of, and even that was enough to rob her of the confidence to unsheath her sword. It was like a scene from one of the stories Claire's mother had often read to her before sending her to bed. She watched as the professors marched toward the breach in the barrier, like heroes on an expedition to save the princess from the evil magician. Claire could see the burly battle mage, whose class she had taken last semester, in the lead. Behind him was the spell formations professor who taught underclassmen. Following a few steps behind was a professor Claire didn't recognize, with a crooked wooden staff, then Professor Glory. She caught Claire's eye and gave her a firm, solemn nod before taking a second sword from her dimension ring. The look Professor Glory gave Claire sent chills down her spine. It was one she had never actually seen before, but she instinctively knew it was the look of someone accepting her death. The Bladeheart Creed clawed its way up into Claire's mind. Humility, loyalty, resoluteness, courage. Damn it. A mixture of emotions rose within her, frustration for lacking the resolve and loyalty a Bladeheart should display for her academy, shame at lacking the courage to fight alongside them, and disgust at her pride for being ignorant enough to believe she had what it took to be a leader of the disciplinary committee, to be a Bladeheart. She shook her head, hoping to clear her dark thoughts. Living through this would give her another chance to redeem herself, would it not? She couldn't be courageous, loyal, resolute, and humble if she was dead. Claire turned her attention back to Dreniv, who had kneeled next to Elijah. He seemed to be checking for signs that Elijah was still alive, carefully, almost tenderly, like a royal attendant would for his king. The professors, prized throughout the entire continent for their skill as mages, were summarily ignored while he barked out orders to his subordinates. Finally, Dreniv rose, carrying Elijah's limp body in his arms, and began walking toward the back of the stone platform. Several robed men were there, fumbling with what looked like an oddly shaped anvil. "Lucia, change of plans. You will take care of the fools approaching and dispose of this." He glanced down at the captured students, his eyes stopping at the student council president, and finished. "Trash. I will be heading back first. I expect you to follow us through the gate promptly." The pompous expression Dreniv had once worn was nowhere to be seen. "Why are you bringing that along with—" Lucas's question ended in a gasp as his eyes bulged out. The arrogance on his face was gone in an instant as he crumpled to his knees, sweat dripping down his face. "You are but a mere tool. You will do as I say, no questions asked. If you display this sort of ignorance again, there will be consequences." Dreniv's voice was commanding and sharp, different from how it had been when he'd first revealed himself. Lucas struggled to remain calm, clawing at his heart until Dreniv kicked him, toppling him over onto his side. "Say it," Dreniv growled. Even from there, Claire could see Lucas's jaw clench angrily, but he convulsed and repeated through gritted teeth, "I am but a mere tool." "It is ready, my lord," announced one of the robed mages near the anvil. Dreniv snorted derisively, then walked away, leaving Lucas heaving, trying to compose himself before getting up. Everyone just stood there watching. Even the professors, brave enough to march toward the figure so powerful that he played with a disciplinary committee member like he was a ragdoll, seemed stunned that he had crumpled a mage to his knees with just a thought. Professor Glory was the first to realize that something was amiss. She pointed toward Dreneve, who was heading for the now glowing anvil, and cried out, "We can't let him leave!" The four professors rushed for the hole in the barrier, but a pillar of fire as thick as a grown man's torso shot up in front of them. Lucas's face was still lined with pain as he looked at the four professors. The desperate expression on his face was gone, though, and he walked confidently toward them, conjuring a second pillar of flame with his other hand. It was already too late. Dreneve and a group of his robed lackeys had vanished, taking Elijah with them and leaving behind the glowing anvil-shaped object. "Lucas! How dare a student of this academy be involved in such acts of terrorism?" Professor Glory roared, imbuing mana into both of her swords. The rest of the professors also raised their weapons, the burly battle mage already muttering a spell. A manic grin spread across Lucas's face, and he started cackling, sounding more like a rabid animal than a man. "How dare I? You think you are anywhere near the level I am at now? How dare you? How dare you speak to me as if you are my equal? You are merely bugs that need to be squashed." As Lucas spoke, the mana around him began swirling even faster, and dark veins appeared on his thin gray arms. Thus, the fight began. The glimmer of hope Claire had, now that Dreneve had disappeared, faded as she watched her professors being tossed around. The spells Lucas used weren't special, but the amount of mana he exhibited and the control he demonstrated was truly terrifying. It was a basic principle of multicasting that each spell used in conjunction with another would be weaker and harder to control. Even casting two spells at once meant essentially splitting one's consciousness, since they had to mold and manipulate the mana differently. A few professors were rumored to be able to cast 4 spells, but even Professor Glory could only initiate 3 spells in such a high-pressure situation. Yet Lucas was easily casting 6 spells. He was surrounded by a flaming sphere that shielded him from any of the professor's magic, and 4 offensive spells had already knocked out the spell formation's professor. A 6-foot flaming knight was fighting with Professor Glory, who stood as the vanguard and keeping her from protecting her teammates. It was astonishing to watch as Lucas easily and cruelly overwhelmed the combined efforts of 4 professors. "What are we standing here for? We need to help them." Curtis's voice stirred Claire from her daze. His clear eyes, filled with rage and impatience, peered deep into her. He was right. It was her duty. Claire was the leader of the disciplinary committee. Claire shifted her gaze to the bell tower, to Faerith and Tessia, and the other captured students. She saw Theodore. He might still be alive. They could still save him if they acted now. Lucas was occupied with the professors, and only a few of the robed lackeys had stayed behind. It was her duty. Yet why couldn't she move? Was her body so deeply entangled in the vine of fear? Then a pained cry drew her attention. It was Professor Glory. She was lying on the ground, grasping at her side as a puddle of blood slowly spread beneath her. Claire remembered how Professor Glory had looked at her before crossing the barrier. Her eyes had told her she knew she could die, but it wasn't a look of resignation, rather one of determination. She was definitely afraid, but she was doing what she could in hopes of giving the other students here a chance to live. "You're right." Claire tore through the shackles that had bound her to that spot and took a step forward. Unsheathing her sword, she locked eyes with Curtis as he leapt atop Grotter. He gave her a firm nod, his eyes reflecting the same determination that Professor Glory had shown. Before going through the barrier, Claire looked for Clive and a few other students who she knew would be capable enough to be of assistance. The rogue mages who had blocked their escape had already gone through to aid Lucas, so with the 2 Glader siblings riding on Grotter and Clive beside her, they chased after them. "Don't!" Professor Glory had barely managed to croak the words, her eyes wide in fear, before they were attacked. These figures were somehow completely covered under their robes, even their faces hidden by unnatural shadows. Claire blocked an earthen spike with her blade, just as another enemy slammed into her from behind, knocking her down. As she rolled away, she lashed out at the robed man with her sword, slicing him where his throat should be. And she felt it, the sensation of her blade on flesh. Yet the man neither stopped nor recoiled. His gray hands reached out for her, mana surrounding them. Just then, Curtis's bond tackled him from the side, knocking him away. Catherine cast a spell to immobilize the enemy, then asked, "Are you okay, Claire?" as she extended a hand to help her up. Before she could answer, Claire heard a shrill howl from where the professors were fighting Lucas. It was the large battle mage who had led the charge of professors. The flame guardian Lucas had conjured was gripping his throat, holding him suspended in midair. His neck was steaming, and the smell of burnt skin filled the air. Despite his large frame and muscular arms, the burly mage struggled to free himself. His screams became more and more hoarse, eventually being reduced to throaty gasps. He kicked and thrashed wildly at the fiery knight Lucas had summoned. Claire knew she would never forget the look on his face as his body fell limp. She tore her eyes away when the professor's body caught fire, burning through his clothes and skin as he was cooked alive for everyone to see. Claire had to push away her desire to run. Had she made the wrong choice? She knew that professor. She remembered him showing her a picture he had taken with his 3-year-old daughter. She had told him it was a waste of money. Getting a portrait would have been much cheaper, but he had just grinned stupidly, cradling the picture as if it were actually his child. What would happen to his family now? Claire felt the urge to vomit, but she was able to hold firm. Still, she was dazed enough to almost be struck squarely in the chest when another robed man launched a fireball at her. She barely managed to parry the spell. It was chaos. The professors who weren't fighting against Lucas were trying their best to lead the remaining students away from the area. Over by the bell tower, Clive was lifting Tessia from the ground, but then was knocked away by one of the injured mana beasts. The few other students Claire had brought with her from Professor Glory's class were doing their best against the 5 remaining robed mages. To her right were the 3 surviving professors, including Professor Glory. She was badly injured, her bloody right hand pressed against her side, her free hand barely able to hold onto her sword. About a dozen yards away, Lucas stood at the center of a storm of spells, seemingly untouchable. Gritting her teeth, Claire ran toward Clive. She knew what Professor Glory would have wanted her to do. She had to save the students while the professors were keeping Lucas busy. Gathering mana into her weapon as she picked up speed, Claire began muttering a chant. A swirling cone of fire gathered around her blade as she speared the discolored grizzly wolf that had Clive pinned down, then helped him back up. She opened her mouth to speak, but something slammed into her, jerking her into the air. Clive's eyes widened, and she saw his lips mouth her name, but strangely, she couldn't hear a sound. It wasn't just him. She couldn't hear any sounds. Then she saw it, a stone spike protruding from her stomach. Dropping her sword, she reached down and touched it. There was blood, her blood. The sounds came back in a barrage of shouts and screams that hammered at her ears. Her eyes darted back and forth from her bloody hands to the spike coming out of her abdomen. She wanted to turn around to see what had happened, but she realized her feet were dangling in the air. Closing her eyes, Claire considered the possibility of hallucination. When she opened them and looked once more, the harsh reality dawned on her. She was dying. She saw Curtis rushing toward her, shoving the stunned Clive out of his way. "Claire!" She saw Curtis's mouth form the word, but it sounded muffled, almost as if she were hearing him call from a different room. Everything was moving slowly. She watched Catherine jump off Grotter and dash toward her, both of her hands covering her mouth in shock. Her voice was the same inaudible, muffled noise, differing from Curtis's voice only in pitch. Attempting to speak, Claire could only manage a wet gurgle. Thoughts of her father flooded her mind, his firm gaze, his eyes drooping slightly from age. He had been the one who taught her the importance of what the Bladeheart name represented. Would he be proud if he saw her now? Just as she felt everything fading, she heard it, a blood-curdling roar piercing through the heavens. It was a deep, rumbling thunder that shook the ground, and the spike lodged through her vibrated along with it. Even at the brink of death, she still somehow felt fear. Not the sort of fear that had kept her from moving earlier, but one that made her body want to instinctively bow in reverence. In this state of near death, she thought for a moment that she had somehow hallucinated this sound. But then, out of the corner of her eye, she saw it. The unmistakable figure of a winged beast, one that every adventurer, every person, had hoped to catch a glimpse of. "A dragon!" Claire exclaimed. It was nothing like the drawings her mother had shown her in childhood books meant to scare her. No, this dragon made those illustrations look cute by comparison. The creature was about the size of a small house, with two horns protruding from each side of its sharp head and iridescent eyes that could freeze even a veteran adventurer. It embodied both sovereignty and ferocity. Most of the books Claire had read as a child described a dragon's scales as precious, shiny jewels, but this dragon's scales were such a rich, opaque black that they made its shadow look gray in comparison. As impressive and awe-inspiring as the dragon was, Claire's heart began to truly tremble in fear when she saw the boy below it. The unmistakable auburn hair and familiar uniform, each step he took displayed the subtlest, faintest, yet most unshakable confidence she had ever seen. Seeping from him, surrounding him like an aura, was a blatant rage, so fierce and violent that uncontained, Claire felt sure it would burn her to ashes. The very air seemed to warp around him, and the earth beneath him crumbled under his might. She gasped out a choked laugh at how foolish she had been for comparing him to Lucas. As her senses dimmed, her one regret was not being able to see Lucas's expression of defeat in the end. Staring down at the professors as they struggled to stand back up, the very mages that Lucas aspired to emulate, it was clear that their lives were in his hands. With his newfound powers, these so-called elites were reduced to nothing more than ants in his eyes. Amplified cognitive processing capabilities for higher levels of spellcasting, a nearly unlimited pool of mana for him to access and utilize, heightened reflexes, along with enhanced physical prowess and dexterity. The elixir Dreneve had given Lucas had fulfilled its purpose. Just as promised, it had truly brought forth his full potential. From an early age, it had been obvious that Lucas was a gifted mage. However, his older brother Baron consistently outshone him, and Lucas's accomplishments had never satisfied his family's lofty expectations. Throughout his childhood, he found himself in the perpetual pursuit of Baron's insurmountable shadow. But now, Lucas believed he had finally surpassed him. Having effortlessly vanquished the distinguished professors of the academy, Lucas felt a sense of transcendence beyond the realm of mortals. He considered himself incomparable even to the highest of human, elven, and dwarven mages. Yet, despite his newfound power, an inexplicable unease gripped him like an icy claw, twisting and freezing his insides. The palpable pressure in the air intensified as someone approached, a force of gravity growing stronger with each step. Beads of cold sweat formed on Lucas's forehead, seeping into his clothes. Instinctively, he took a step back. Was he afraid? That seemed impossible. With his enhanced powers, he considered himself invincible, all-powerful, and perfect. "Welcome to the party, Arthur. You're just in time," Lucas jeered, satisfied with the calm timbre of his voice. However, Arthur remained silent, steadily walking toward him at a deliberately slow pace. His gaze shifted from Arthur to the obsidian dragon behind him. In the annals of history, Lucas had read about the dragon race being hunted into extinction. Normally, the sight of the large, fearsome creature would have petrified him, but at this point, compared to the terrifying intensity emanating from Arthur, his dragon seemed no more threatening than a common lizard. Arthur's steps never faltered, never swayed, as he approached the bell tower. Lucas couldn't make out the expression on his face. His eyes were covered by his hair. The field fell into a deathly silence. Even the senseless mana beasts that Draniv controlled instinctively knew to prostrate themselves in submission. Impressive pet. Did you think it could help you now? Look around you. All this, it was done by me. Those professors who were so highly regarded? I stepped on them like disease-ridden pests, Lucas chuckled, taking a few steps toward the boy he had once regarded as his equal. The dragon behind Arthur let out a deafening roar. The surrounding audience winced in fear, but Lucas didn't. No. As much as he hated to admit it, it wasn't the dragon causing this feeling of unease. It was Arthur. Unaffected by Lucas's taunts, Arthur wordlessly made his way toward him. Some students had already defeated Draniv's minions, leaving only a few mana beasts on Lucas's side. However, they were petrified with fear. Whether due to Arthur or the dragon, Lucas couldn't discern. As Arthur drew closer, it became apparent. He wasn't even looking at Lucas. His gaze had never been directed at him. Stunned, Lucas's feet stayed glued to the ground as Arthur simply strode past, ignoring him and everyone else present. How dare he? I could easily crush him right now. He should be pleading, begging for me to spare him and his friends, Lucas seethed. But instead, Arthur had the audacity to treat him like he was invisible, leaving Lucas's clenched fists white with tension. Arthur passed by everyone else, disregarding his dead or dying peers and friends, then kneeled down in front of the elf princess. His dragon craned its neck down toward her as well, and for that long breath of a moment, there was only silence. Lucas knew exactly what to do, and his lips curled up into a smirk. Let's see him ignore this. She was crying for you, you know, Lucas taunted. No reaction. Oh sure, she stayed strong at first. That made it all the more satisfying to see her breakdown, he chuckled. Arthur's shoulders twitched. His dragon looked back at Lucas, its eyes piercing him with a ferocity that might have frightened him once. You see, I wanted to play with your little elf princess some more, but Draniv told me not to lay a hand on her. I was going to disobey at first, but then an idea struck me. What better way to break you than to have you lie helplessly on the ground as you watch me cripple the girl you care for so much? Lucas's laughter echoed throughout the academy as everyone watched, unable to muster up the courage to even utter a word. The dragon let out a grunt and looked like it was about to charge at Lucas. Then it abruptly froze. Lucas's face twitched in rage as Arthur wordlessly gazed at his little elf lover. Arthur Leywin, you dare ignore me? Lucas roared. You think you're so much better than me? Let's see you go easy on me now. I'll break every bone in your body so you can only cry helplessly as I desecrate Tessia, right? The words caught in Lucas's throat as the ground underneath Arthur abruptly splintered and crumpled like a sheet of paper, making him stumble. Regaining his balance, Lucas looked back up at Arthur, whose back was still turned as he gently stroked the elf princess's head. Suddenly, Lucas was hit with the same sensation as earlier, like the frigid, emotionless grip of a demon, twisting at his insides, wringing the air out of his lungs. Air escaped Lucas's throat in choppy, shallow gasps, as if the wind had been knocked out of him. Unable to compose himself, Lucas felt his hands trembling. As the realization dawned on him, he understood it wasn't just his hands. His whole body shuddered uncontrollably from its very core. What was happening to me? Why am I reacting this way towards some mere boy? The boy was no older than him, and Lucas was more powerful than even the professors of this famed institution. It should have been impossible for the boy to be stronger than him, yet, what was this sense of... The boy turned around. Lucas would never have thought something as simple as eye contact could be so terrifying, but then the boy's pale blue eyes, sharp as a knife, met his, and the remaining air in Lucas's lungs was sucked out. And suddenly, he realized what he had been feeling the entire time, the word to describe the emotions he couldn't grasp. No, I refuse to admit this. Ignoring the inaudible scream of protest deep in his mind, the one begging him to flee, to escape in the opposite direction from Arthur, Lucas spat mockingly, struggling to keep his voice from shaking. "Oh, am I finally worthy of your attention?" he sneered. "Lucas." Arthur was a peasant, his background so banal that his entire existence would normally amount to less worth than a retired mule, while Lucas had been born into the Wykes family, which birthed the most talented mages the continent had ever seen. Yet Arthur's voice rang with such authority that Lucas almost kneeled on instinct. "I thought of you as nothing more than a mere wasp I deemed unnecessary to kill," Arthur continued with a chill edge to his voice as he moved toward Lucas. "But even the holiest of saints would swat a wasp down without hesitation if it dared to sting him." Arthur's emotionless eyes, empty and frozen, never broke contact with Lucas's, and a tangible bloodlust gripped at his limbs like shackles. He was being compared to a bug. No, he was seen as a bug. Yet any words of rebuttal or protest refused to leave Lucas's mouth. Why? It wasn't supposed to be like this. His powers should now be greater than Arthur's. So why was this happening? Arthur was just a boy, a year younger than Lucas. How could he frighten him more than Drenive did? How many legions of men and beasts had Arthur murdered that he possessed such a suffocating, oppressive killing intent? Even the very earth seemed heedful of Arthur, and the ground sank down with each step he took. Lucas's heart pounded harder and harder against his ribcage, as if it wanted to break out and escape. His vision blurred, and cold beads of sweat rolled down his forehead and into his eyes. Tearing his gaze away from Arthur, Lucas focused on Tessia. The dragon had curled up protectively around the elf princess, leaving him no opening to make use of her. As Arthur silently advanced closer, Lucas saw it. In Arthur's eyes was a raging tempest, hungry to create mayhem, just barely contained. But Lucas Wykes, second-born of Otis Veher Wykes, held onto his pride. Elite mages of Xyrus Academy had been brought to their knees by his overwhelming strength. Arthur was nothing but a lowly peasant. His only worth was having the luck to be born with a decent talent for magic. Lucas's mind snapped into a state of desperation and frenzy as he fought down the burning desire to run. Him scare me? Never. He would rather die than plead for his life. Tessia appeared to be holding up. Superficial injuries adorned her smooth, pale skin, bruises and scrapes that, while visible, were thankfully only on the surface. She was safe. It seemed as though someone had administered a temporary anesthetic to keep her unconscious. Yes, that's better. She won't have to be conscious for all of this. She wouldn't have to witness the impending actions. "Sylvie, watch over Tess. I can handle him on my own," Art reassured his bond. This was his fault. Allowing Lucas to persist had been a mistake. The world had softened him. A throbbing sensation pulsed through his head as he approached Lucas. Nothing else mattered, not at this moment. Art's sole focus was on dealing with the pest. Stay back," Lucas stammered, a deranged look manifesting in his eyes. He readied a spell as he retreated. Art pondered whether Lucas realized that his spells were consuming his own life force. It didn't matter. Art intended to end him before he drained himself. "Hell's rain!" Lucas roared in desperation, unleashing his spell. Dozens of flaming spheres dispersed around him, hovering and expanding with each passing moment. A maniacal grin adorned Lucas's face as his body visibly deteriorated under the strain of the spell. The once red flaming spheres shifted to blue as he refined his magic further. It seemed he planned to bring not only Art, but half the school down with him. "Papa," Sylvie's concerned voice echoed in Art's mind. It's fine. He could have let Lucas succumb to his own spell, but that would have been too merciful a death for him. Art needed him alive, at least until he obtained some answers. Judging by the look on your face, you don't know what's about to happen. Did you think you could come out of this alive? Lucas hissed, drooling from one side of his mouth. Then, die! He spat, releasing his spell. Dozens of flaming blue orbs, each possessing the potential to incinerate a building, hurtled toward Art like cannonballs. Art exhaled and muttered, "Second phase." His vision transitioned into monochrome as he triggered Dragon's Awakening. The only colors he could perceive were the particles of ambient mana. Absolute Zero, water attribute mana, responded to Art's commands, enveloping him in its control. The air itself seemed to solidify into a frosty curtain, creating a protective barrier just as Lucas's spell surged toward him. With only a limited time remaining in his second phase, Art was driven by the urgency to extract answers before the inevitable recoil struck. As the steam and debris began to dissipate, Lucas's once deranged expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. How is that possible? No, it wasn't supposed to be like this. How are you suddenly able to use ice attribute magic? Lucas babbled, his composure shattered. Undeterred, Lucas initiated another incantation, this time with an even more substantial amount of mana gathered in his right hand, signaling a spell of heightened potency. Creation form, he spat with a self-assured smirk. It was a spell of an unfamiliar type, the mana coalescing into a flaming blue spear. The manifestation transcended the mere shape of a spear, seemingly transmuting into an actual burning weapon. I hope you survive this one too. That way you can watch as I make your precious princess kiss my feet, he jeered, launching the flaming spear. Art retaliated by shooting out an arc of black lightning with his right hand, simultaneously catching the shaft of Lucas's spear with his left. The collision of fire and ice resulted in a forceful lurch back, accompanied by a cloud of steam hissing at the elemental clash. Lucas's shrill howl of pain pierced Art's eardrums. My arm! It hurts! Lucas screamed. Undeterred, Art continued walking toward Lucas, who, in desperation, pawed at the empty space where his left arm used to be. White fire, Art muttered, and his left hand ignited in a pearl-colored flame, devouring Lucas's burning spear. Closing in on Lucas, who continued to retreat, Art recited through gritted teeth, Desecrate. Kiss your feet. This isn't fair. Lightning magic? You're a quadra elemental. Lucas's voice trailed off, his lips trembling in disbelief as he stared at Art's lightning-clad arm. Yes, I am. Lucas's blood-curdling scream tore through the air as Art gripped his remaining arm. The flame surrounding Art's left hand began to spread, slowly freezing Lucas's arm down to the very molecules. Art tightened his grip, and Lucas's arm shattered like glass. Lucas stared at the crumbling shards of what used to be his left arm. No. How dare you? I'm Lucas Wykes, he spat out as he fell weakly on his behind, his legs pushing away from Art. Art kicked him onto his back, and Lucas gave him a venomous glare, any trace of sanity gone. Placing his foot on Lucas's right leg, Art pinned him down. He wasn't human anymore, not at this point. Downforce, Art muttered. Lucas screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. His leg crumpled into a mess of crimson. Shattered bone fragments dotted the pool of red, seeping through the cracks in the ground, made by the increased gravitational force of Art's augmented foot. Another bone-splitting crunch echoed through the atmosphere, and a shrill howl of pain promptly followed as Art did the same to Lucas's other leg. Art thought of how the Vritra had left Alea, limbless and slowly dying inside the depths of a dungeon. It was only fitting to do the same to someone so vile. Picking Lucas up by the scruff of his uniform, Art slapped his face to get his attention. Who was responsible for all this? Art asked. Lucas's glassy eyes met Art's, and his expression deformed into a scowl before he spat blood at Art's face. You think you'll get any sort of answers from him? Lucas said with a deranged laugh. I'll tell you this, though. That incompetent fool you call your best friend? He's gone. They took him away to who knows where. I'll bet he's dead already. His laughter was cut off abruptly as Art dropped him to the ground with a thud. Art had been so worried about Tessia that it hadn't registered in his mind. Elijah had been caught up in this as well. He lifted his gaze and properly scanned his surroundings for the first time since he had arrived. Art could see students and professors peering at him with unmistakable expressions of fear. Yet, out of all those faces, Elijah's was nowhere to be seen. "Where did they take him?" Art roared, hoping someone, anyone, would answer. "They went through there," a hoarse voice said. "Clive." He pointed to an odd anvil-shaped contraption. An abnormal amount of mana particles fluctuated in and around it. "Who was it that took him?" "A mage. He called himself Draniv," Clive replied, picking himself up. Was it a portal? Were Art's suspicions correct? Had the mastermind behind this really come from Alakria? "It doesn't matter. He's probably dead anyway. And the rest of you will be too, when he comes back." Lucas snickered as blood pooled around his mutilated legs. As Art stood looking down at Lucas, a talented mage raised with the belief that his magical strength was the only measure of his self-worth, now glaring at him with neither guilt nor remorse for his actions and betrayal. He could almost pity him. Almost. Lucas could have truly tortured and crippled Tessia if Art hadn't arrived in time. Lucas's earlier words still rang in Art's mind, haunting him with images of what might have happened if he hadn't made it in time. Art placed his foot between Lucas's mangled legs, on the only extremity left on his body aside from his head. "What are you doing?" Lucas's voice was tinged with fear. Art looked Lucas dead in the eye and responded with the only words that seemed appropriate. "Taking measures to ensure your filth won't spread to the next generation." Lucas's eyes widened at the impending realization, and the stubs of his arms flailed. He opened his mouth to say something, but Art didn't let him speak. "May your suffering last into your next life," Art recited indifferently. Downforce. The firm, mana-imbued stamp of Art's foot against Lucas's pelvis created a cacophony of snapping bones, squelching flesh, and splintering gravel, accompanied by a shrill screech. At this point, Lucas, an accomplice to so much havoc and death, the one who had driven Art to this point, was now nothing more than a dying body. His mouth frothed, his eyes rolled back into his head, and he mumbled incoherently. Art lifted his foot from the blood-soaked pomace of the one who had dared to harm those dear to him, and felt glad once again that Tess was asleep. The disaster that had befallen them was over. The perpetrator who had killed 3 professors and was responsible for the deaths of many more was now fatally wounded, slowly dying, yet no one rejoiced. There was still fear in everyone's eyes, but where it had once been directed toward Lucas, it was now directed at him. A palpable tension radiated from everyone present, student and staff alike. It had been a long time since Art had received stares like these. He had relished it then, priding himself on his domineering strength. But now, the weight of their fear rested on his shoulders as a lonely burden, and he knew none of them would be able to look at him the same again. A searing pain spread throughout his body. He was being forcibly reverted out of Dragon's awakening. His hair shortened as his long, silvery white mane changed back to its normal length and auburn shade. The runes that ran down his arms and back faded, and his vision returned to normal, although it was strained. The recoil was less intense than it had been when Art had gone up against the Elderwood Guardian. He didn't pass out this time, but he hadn't used his mana very efficiently. He had overexerted himself using gravity magic, trying to make a statement. He wouldn't have been able to access that type of magic without the help of his beast will, and he was beginning to feel the predictable repercussions. Art was barely able to keep from toppling over as he lifted his hand to deliver the final blow. A sudden piercing ringing sound interrupted him, drawing everyone's attention. The red-tinted barrier that had surrounded the school shattered from above. Broken fragments of the barrier fluttered down, reflecting the vibrancy of the Aurora Constellate, which was almost in full bloom in the night sky. The blood-stained academy instantly turned into a scene from a fairy tale. Descending amongst the shimmering rain of the shards of broken barrier were 3 figures. Even before Art could see them clearly, the terrifying pressure they radiated told him exactly who they were. The lances. A strained, gurgled gasp escaped from Lucas. He was trying to speak. Looking down, Art saw that his eyes were fixed on the lances. Lucas spoke again, this time more distinctly. "But brother..." Before Art could even process what he had said, a sudden surge of light struck him in the chest, smashing him straight into the bell tower with such force that he broke through the mana-enforced wall and became buried underneath the rubble. Vomiting up blood and what felt like his intestines, Art tried pulling himself out, but his entire body seemed fused to the wall. Confused and disoriented, he attempted, with his blurred vision, to determine who had cast the spell. It was one of the lances. Art wasn't able to make out more than an indistinct figure, but before he could fire another shot, Art caught sight of Sylvie unleashing a blast of fire at him. "Sylvie, no! You can't fight them!" Art called out to her, his voice sounding weak even in his head, but it was too late. Her target blocked the blast like it was a toy ball, before one of the other lances trapped Sylvie in a dome of ice. Even though every bone in Art's body felt as if it were being sawed in half and his head pulsed like it had been punctured repeatedly, he was able to make a bit more sense of what was happening. The lance who had trapped Sylvie in the cage of ice was a woman with long white hair. From the looks of it, Sylvie wasn't able to melt it or break free. Despite the position Art was in, he felt relieved that she had only been caged. It sure as hell beat the other options the lance could have chosen. Meanwhile, the lance who had attacked Art had kneeled down beside Lucas. He seemed to be fairly young, maybe in his late 20s, and even through Art's blurred vision, he could see a very distinct resemblance to Lucas. From the straight, high-bridged nose up to his narrow, lofty gaze, the two looked nearly identical. The last, much older lance didn't waste any time. He had gathered and organized the remaining students and professors, and was already interviewing some of the students, nodding in response to their accounts, and turning his head to look at Art. Between Art's disorientation and how worried he was for Sylvie, it was only then that he began to piece it all together. Lucas had called out, "Brother," to the lance who had attacked him. Before he could curse his own bad luck, the lance, Lucas's brother, stormed toward him, his body releasing a torrent of yellow lightning. "Death is not enough for the likes of you. To do something so atrocious to a Wykes, to my brother..." He didn't speak loudly. In fact, he almost sounded calm, yet his voice carried an alarming clarity that felt as if he had spoken directly into Art's ear. A storm of electricity trailed around him, crackling and snapping at everything in its path as he made his way toward Art. Art tried to move his body, but as he struggled desperately, he realized he had been essentially crucified to the wall by what seemed like electromagnetism. Despite the dire situation, Art couldn't help but be impressed by the control Baron exerted over lightning. For him, there was no need to concentrate on manipulating mana into lightning like Art had to. Lightning simply bent and danced to Baron's will, as if it were another limb on his body. Turning his gaze away from the lightning-clad lance and toward Sylvie, who was still desperately trying to escape from the ice cage, Art finally realized just what white core mages were capable of. "Baron, you are not to lay a hand on him," the older lance, Ulfrid, ordered, as he finished talking with one of the professors. Baron turned to look back at his comrade. "That boy tormented and humiliated my brother before killing him, Ulfrid, and you're saying that I am not to harm him. Do you wish to go against me as well?" The coils of lightning surrounding Baron thickened, obliterating everything they touched. "The boy was the one who saved everyone here from your brother. And since when did you grow enough hair on your balls to think that you could challenge me?" Ulfrid, the man, spat back. Art used this chance to try and shift back into the second phase, hoping he could muster enough strength to at least escape, but it was useless. His body wasn't even able to gather mana. Turning his attention back to the two lances, he could tell that Baron was visibly confused. Still, whether it was because of his pride or his doubt, Baron chose to persist. "Do not test me, Ulfrid. I am in no mood to participate in your folly. My brother died in my arms. It is only just that I repay his killer in kind." Baron whipped his head around, glaring back at Art with pure venom in his eyes. Baron began making his way toward Art again when two coal-black knights erupted from the ground beside him, grabbing his arms. "Ulfrid!" Baron roared as he struggled in the grasp of the two knights, which seemed unaffected by the lightning surrounding him. Baron unleashed a shockwave, knocking away the two stone knights before he charged toward Ulfrid. Lightning manifested around Baron's flattened hand, turning it into a crackling lance. Ulfrid had already turned his entire right arm into a gauntlet of lava. But just as the two were about to exchange blows, the female lance appeared between them. Enough! Instantly, both Baron and Ulfrid were trapped up to their necks in coffins of ice. There was no gradual decrease in temperature of the air or water in the atmosphere to trigger the freezing process. The space around the two lances simply froze, and despite the gauntlet of lava surrounding Ulfrid's right arm, the ice didn't even hiss or steam. "Baron, you are not the one to make this decision. It is up to the council to determine what to do with the boy and the dragon," she said, her voice so emotionless that Cathon suddenly seemed like the protagonist in a soap opera by comparison. Even as she stared at the giant, obsidian dragon, there was no reaction. She regarded Sylvie as something akin to a lamp post. Assuming that the two men had cooled down, the female lance dissipated the coffin of ice. Baron whipped around and shot a bullet of lightning directly at Arthur, which was immediately blocked by an ice wall conjured with a swift motion of her hand. The female lance swung her arm fluidly toward Baron's neck as a thin sword of ice manifested in her hand. She drew a crisp arc as she slashed, just deep enough to draw blood, and kept her blade pressed against Baron's throat. "Insubordination will not be tolerated," she said tersely, as ice slowly spread from the tip of her blade onto his neck. By this time, Art had already given up on escaping. If he had ever thought that shifting into second phase might give him a chance to run away, he withdrew that notion as he watched the female lance manhandle the other two with frightening speed. Baron eventually relented, not missing the chance to give Art one more deathly glare. After less than an hour, the lances had gathered enough information from the witnesses to piece together exactly what had happened. As a result, Art was allowed the privilege of being unmagnetized by Baron and, instead, having his legs and arms shackled together in cuffs of ice. He took the opportunity to tell the female lance that the dragon was his bond, and was rewarded with the first change in expression he had seen from her, a slight lift of her left eyebrow. When Sylvie transformed back into her miniature fox form, she was freed from her ice cage and chained to Art's shackles. Leaving Art under the guard of one of Ulfrid's summoned knights, Baron and the female lance worked to completely destroy the barrier, while the older lance herded all the students and professors with the help of his other 10 summoned knights. Art couldn't help but admire the well-devised barrier that covered the school. It was designed to allow access, but restricted anyone from going back out. Moreover, the lances had to break the barrier first, indicating that it likely controlled who was allowed to enter. Eventually, after the two lances completely destroyed the barrier, a team of mages sent by the Adventurers Guild and Mages Guild hurriedly made their way to the scene, promptly healing all those who needed immediate attention and taking away everyone who had been injured to a medical facility. Tess and the other captives were still unconscious. Chaos ensued, the sobbing families of the students involved, people who seemed to be reporters furiously scribbling into their notebooks, and noisy bystanders all gathered around the front gate of the academy, hoping to get a better glimpse of what had happened. Fortunately, the two guilds had taken precautionary measures to ensure that no one came too close to the academy. Gates were erected all around the campus to prevent trespassing, with uniformed guards stationed every few yards. Forced to stay behind until further instructions were given, Art made sure to keep close to the female lance so that Baron had no way of launching another quick attack at him. "Arthur!" He whipped his head around to find the source of the familiar voice. After a few moments, he spotted his family waving at him from behind the gates. Even from this distance, he could see the look of concern visibly etched on his parents' faces. His father even tried to jump over the gate, only to be held back by one of the guards. His sister was clutching his mother's sleeve, and he could tell she had been crying. Next to her were Vincent and Tabitha, who, he assumed, were searching for their daughter. "Am I allowed to talk to my family?" he asked the female lance, his voice sounding much more feeble than he had expected. Baron immediately replied, "After what you did to my brother, you think you have the right to make requests like—" "I'll take you to your family, boy," Ulfred interrupted. Art had barely enough strength in his limbs to manage an uncoordinated hobble, so Ulfred made one of his knights carry him there. Being held over the shoulder like a sack of rice wasn't exactly the way he wanted to appear in front of the crowds of people, but he was in no position to say otherwise. The summoned knight let him down surprisingly gently in front of his family. Ulfred stood behind him, turning his back. Whether the gesture was made out of courtesy or out of caution, lest Baron shoot at them both from the back, Art didn't know. There was a tense moment of silence as they stared at him, unable to find the right words. Art looked down at his body and cursed under his breath. He had dried blood, crusted around his mouth and on his clothes from when he had vomited. His clothes were in tatters, and he wondered if he was as pale as he felt. All in all, he thought he probably looked like a homeless vampire who had just feasted on someone, then proceeded to dance in the pool of their blood. "Hi, Mom. Dad. Hi, Ellie." He tried to smile, but that seemed to make them even more worried. "Arthur, my baby, are you okay?" His mother stretched her arm through the fence, and he gripped her hand. "Son, what happened in there?" his father asked, worry creasing his brows. "I'm fine, Mom. I've seen better days, but I'll be okay with a bit of rest. And even I don't know everything myself, Dad." He shook his head, tightening his grip on his mother's hand to reassure her. He turned his gaze to Ellie, who was still looking at him with an expression that seemed to be undecided whether to be angry, sad, or relieved. "Why are you cuffed?" His father spoke again, his eyes on the transparent shackles that bound his feet and hands to each other. He didn't know how to respond. He didn't want to simply tell them he had killed someone and was probably going to be under investigation. His father might understand, but he didn't want to have to say it in front of Mother and Ellie. As he was looking for the words to properly explain, he noticed the female Lance approaching with an open scroll in her hands. He shuffled his bound feet to face her. Without making eye contact, she began reading aloud from the scroll. "By the power vested in me by the Council of Dicothan, I, General Varay of the Six Lances, do hereby announce Arthur Leywin, son of Reynolds, and Alice Leywin. The Council has decreed that, due to your recent actions of excessive violence and the inconclusive circumstances involved, your mana core is to be restrained. Your title as a mage is to be stripped, and you are to be incarcerated until further judgment." The crinkling sound as she rolled up the communication scroll echoed through his mind, clearly audible despite the massive crowd gathered around him. She finally looked up to meet his gaze. "Effective immediately,"